Welcome to this relaxing journey through 6 hours of Pokemon Facts. This video is a special compilation of some of my previous Pokemon sleep videos, all brought together in one place so you can enjoy them without interruption. Let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from tonight, and if you enjoy these videos, make sure to subscribe so you never miss the next one. Among the very first choices offered to new trainers in Kanto was Bulbasaur, a small reptilian creature with a plant bulb on its back. Unlike the fiery lizard or the aquatic turtle that shared the spotlight, this grass starter embodied patience and growth, a symbol of beginnings. It was also unusual in that it carried two types from the start, blending grass and poison together, which gave it both early advantages and unique vulnerabilities. The creature's design drew inspiration from frogs, lizards, and seedlings, blending organic life with animal features. In early concept sketches, the bulb was shown in different shapes before artists settled on the rounded form that would eventually bloom into a large flower. This design choice emphasized natural development across its line, with each stage reflecting a part of the growth process. One fascinating fact is that this reptile was the very first Pokemon entered into the original game code, holding the internal slot numbered 001 in the Pokédex. This meant the entire series began with it, making it a literal and symbolic root for the franchise. For many players, it became the very first partner they ever selected, tying it directly to childhood memories of starting an adventure. As it evolved, the plant on its back began to open. In its second stage, the bulb swelled into a budding flower, representing transition and progress. By the time it reached its final form, the blossom had fully bloomed into a massive pink flower with sprawling petals, giving it both power and majesty. The design told a story of maturity, from sprout to full bloom. In battle, this grass starter encouraged tactics beyond raw power. With access to sleep powder, leech seed, and toxic, it taught players the value of control, patience, and attrition. Instead of overwhelming opponents immediately, it wore them down over time, creating a unique playstyle that rewarded foresight and strategy. The anime gave the reptile an equally iconic role. Ash's companion in the series was depicted as loyal, disciplined, and fiercely independent. Its refusal to evolve became a central story point, reinforcing the idea that true strength doesn't always require transformation. This choice made it resonate with children who felt proud of their individuality. Merchandise highlighted its role as one of the original mascots of the series. Early plushes and toys displayed it in a sitting position, emphasizing the bulb as its defining trait. Later trading cards often showcased the final evolution, with the flower in full bloom, cementing the line as one of the most recognizable in the franchise. Collectors often prize these early prints not just for rarity, but for their cultural significance. When encountered in its shiny form, the reptile takes on a more lime green coloration with yellowish tones. Though not as flashy as the black or golden shinies of other starters, its coloration was a subtle nod to sprouts and new leaves, reinforcing the natural theme of its design. Fans of this line often see the shiny as understated beauty rather than spectacle. From a competitive standpoint, the dual typing gave it niche defensive roles. In certain generations, it served as a sturdy answer to common threats, using its supportive move pool to protect allies and chip away at opponents. While never the strongest starter, it carved out a reputation for reliability and strategy, proving that balance and consistency could be as valuable as sheer strength. Ultimately, Bulbasaur set the tone for what a starter Pokemon should be. It was approachable, strategic, and symbolic of growth. As the very first entry in the Pokédex, it embodied beginnings, carrying the spirit of new adventures for millions of players. For many, choosing this grass starter became not just the start of a game, but the start of a lifelong journey into the Pokémon world. Among the most iconic companions in Kanto was Charmander, the small orange lizard with a flame burning at the tip of its tail. From the moment it was introduced, the creature symbolized fiery determination and growth, with the flame serving as a living indicator of its spirit and vitality. In the earliest games, players were told that if the flame ever went out, its life would end, instantly elevating the creature into mythic status among children playing for the first time. Design notes for the fire lizard show how its evolution line was carefully planned to represent a narrative arc. In its earliest stage, it was small and endearing, resembling a salamander with a spark. Upon evolving, the flame grew larger as its body elongated and developed wings, marking its transition into a more fearsome fighter. By the final stage, it stood tall as a dragon-like figure, the flame blazing larger than ever, embodying maturity, strength, and ferocity. The fire lizard's typing was pure fire at first, giving it strong offensive moves, but also leaving it vulnerable to common water and rock attacks. When it reached its final form, it gained the flying type, a shift that was both a blessing and a curse. This made it weak to rock, but gave it access to aerial combat styles, creating one of the most recognizable dual typings in the franchise. In battle, the line became synonymous with offense. Moves like Flamethrower, Fire Blast, and later Dragon Claw made it a powerhouse, while its high speed encouraged aggressive strategies. For many players, raising this fiery creature to its peak form became a rite of passage, an experience of watching a small lizard grow into a dominating dragon-like beast. The anime reinforced this narrative. Ash's fire starter began as a neglected companion belonging to another trainer, abandoned in the rain with its tail flame nearly extinguished. Rescued and given a second chance, it became one of Ash's most famous partners, though its rebellious streak when fully evolved was equally memorable. These moments made it an icon of the series, a symbol of both loyalty and pride. Merchandise and promotional material elevated the fire lizard even further. It appeared on box art, posters, and countless toys, often depicted with wings outstretched and flames roaring. Trading cards, featuring its final form, became some of the most valuable and iconic in the hobby, with one holographic print achieving legendary status among collectors. This cemented the line as not just a starter, but a cultural icon. The shiny version of the final stage became one of the most famous alternate forms in the series. Where most shinies were subtle, this one turned jet black with crimson wings, instantly captivating fans. The striking contrast made it one of the most sought-after shiny hunts across multiple generations, elevating its already legendary status. From a competitive standpoint, the fire lizard carved a niche as both a special and physical attacker, depending on the generation. Its abilities, such as Blaze and later Solar Power, gave it tools to excel in sun-based teams. Mega evolutions in later games expanded its legacy further, allowing two different forms that either emphasized pure firepower or dragon-like dominance. Few starters have enjoyed as much versatility or enduring relevance. One charming detail is that the flame on its tail has been depicted differently across media. In the games, it flickers with pixel simplicity. In the anime, it roars brightly, especially when the creature is excited or angry. Merchandising often exaggerates it further, sometimes giving it a near campfire glow. These portrayals reinforce the idea that the flame was not just a design detail, but the living core of its identity. Ultimately, Charmander became one of the most recognizable Pokemon in history. From a small flame-tailed lizard to a mighty dragon-like figure, it carried the symbolism of strength, independence, and fiery determination. Alongside its counterparts, it helped define what a starter could be, but it stood out as one of the most beloved creatures in the entire franchise. The water choice for Kanto's beginning trio was Squirtle, a tiny turtle whose shell provided both defense and personality. With its round body, playful grin, and ability to spray water from its mouth, it quickly became a favorite among children who preferred charm and balance over sheer ferocity. The shell was not just a visual trait, but also a central element of its lore, offering it protection from attacks and tying it to the idea of resilience. As the turtle evolved, its shell grew larger and more ornate, and by its final stage, it gained massive water cannons protruding from its back. These cannons gave it a mechanical, almost futuristic appearance compared to other creatures of its time. This blend of organic turtle design with metallic weaponry reflected the developer's desire to show how a simple, playful companion could grow into something intimidating and powerful. Typing for the water starter was straightforward, giving it access to strong water moves like Surf and Hydro Pump while keeping its role clear. It never gained a secondary type, but the simplicity made it approachable for new players. Its bulk and balanced stats reinforced its theme of defense and control, making it the safe starter choice for many who valued stability. In battle, the turtle line specialized in reliable moves and durability. Surf, Blizzard, and Earthquake became staples of its move pool, and its ability to wall common opponents made it useful across several generations. The final form often represented balance, not the most powerful attacker, but one of the most consistent. The anime gave the turtle an especially memorable role. Ash's companion was a rebellious leader of a mischievous gang, wearing sunglasses and causing trouble before joining the main character's team. Its antics and loyalty made it one of the most beloved Pokemon of the early series, and the image of the turtle with its trademark shades remains iconic to this day. Merchandise elevated the line's popularity further. Figures, plushes, and even water toys featured the creature prominently, often playing on its aquatic abilities. The trading card game gave its final stage some of the most visually striking artwork, with holographic effects emphasizing the blasts of water from its cannons. Collectors often rank these cards among the most iconic prints of the early hobby. The shiny version of the turtle family offered a striking purple hue for the shell, a color shift that made it distinct compared to the ordinary blue. While less dramatic than some other starters, it became a favorite among shiny hunters for its subtle yet pleasing palette. In its final form, the purple shell contrasted with the silver cannons, creating a look that fans often considered regal. In competitive play, the water starter enjoyed longevity as a defensive anchor. Access to moves like Rapid Spin and Scald allowed it to fill utility roles, while its Mega Evolution in later games gave it devastating offensive potential with boosted abilities. This versatility kept the turtle relevant long after many other creatures faded from prominence. Design inspiration for the line clearly drew from a mix of real-world turtles and imaginative exaggeration. The first stage resembled a playful baby turtle, the middle stage a teenage version with attitude, and the final form a militarized colossus with cannons. This evolution arc reflected growth from innocence to discipline, a journey that resonated with players. Ultimately, Squirtle carried with it the theme of protection, loyalty, and balance. From its playful introduction to its fully armored final stage, it represented the enduring strength of water and the safety of a trusted companion. For countless players, it was not only the first water starter they trained, but also the symbol of resilience that carried them through their earliest adventures. The grass option in Johto was Chikorita, a gentle, dinosaur-like companion with a leafy sprout growing from its head. Unlike the fiery or aquatic counterparts, this starter was portrayed as calm, affectionate, and nurturing, often depicted in close harmony with nature. The leaf on its head wasn't just decorative Pokédex entries, described it as releasing soothing aromas that could calm foes or cheer allies, showing that its strength was tied to peace as much as to battle. As the creature grew, its middle stage took on a more assertive posture, with a longer body and a budding leaf crest. By its final form, it stood as a majestic herbivore with a large flower blooming around its neck, resembling ancient plant-eating dinosaurs. This evolutionary journey emphasized natural growth and transformation through patience and resilience. Much like the bloom of real-world plants, the grass starter's typing remained consistent throughout its line, offering reliable grass attacks but also leaving it vulnerable to many early-game opponents. This made it a more challenging choice compared to its peers, and many players came to respect it for the added difficulty it brought. Choosing it often felt like a sign of loyalty rather than convenience, a testament to the trainer's willingness to work through tough matchups. In battle, the dinosaur-like companion often relied on defensive strategies. With access to reflect, light screen, and status-inducing moves, it was better suited to support roles than direct offense. Its bulky stats reinforced this identity, allowing it to shield allies and slowly wear down foes rather than overwhelming them with raw power. The anime gave it a special spotlight as one of Ash's companions during his Johto journey. Characterized by playful affection and occasional jealousy toward others, the grass starter's personality stood out as loyal yet spirited. Its interactions often added humor and warmth to episodes, making it one of the more memorable partners of that era. Merchandise surrounding the line leaned into its cuteness. Plushes, figures, and trading cards often depicted it smiling or playing in fields of flowers, reinforcing its image as a gentle friend. In contrast, its final evolution was shown as more regal and protective, highlighting how its line balanced charm and majesty across its growth stages. The shiny form of the line stood out as particularly striking. Instead of its usual green, the dinosaur-like creature took on golden tones with autumn-colored leaves. This palette gave it a seasonal feeling, as if it represented the transition from summer to fall. Fans often praised this design for its warm, natural beauty compared to other more subtle shinies. Competitively, the grass starter's line rarely dominated, but it carved out niches with support utility. Moves like aromatherapy, combined with its defensive stats, made it useful in certain battle formats. While it struggled against many offensive threats, it remained valued by players who appreciated its ability to heal teammates and create balance within a team. Design inspiration for the line likely drew from both ancient reptiles and flowering plants. The combination created a creature that felt prehistoric yet peaceful, tying into themes of harmony between earth and life. This fusion of dinosaur-like body and flowering motifs made it distinct among starters, standing apart from the more aggressive fire and water counterparts. Ultimately, Chikorita embodied the idea of gentle strength. While not always the most effective battler, It symbolized resilience, loyalty, and harmony with nature. For players who chose it, the journey became about patience and perseverance, qualities that carried them through the challenges of Johto and left lasting memories of companionship. The fire choice in Johto was Cyndaquil, a timid, long-nosed mammal with flames that erupted from its back when startled or ready to battle. Unlike the explosive energy of its Kanto predecessor, this fire starter was shy and reserved, often depicted with closed eyes and a nervous stance. Its flames were tied to its emotions, flaring brighter when it gathered courage, which gave the creature a sense of vulnerability and heart. As the small mammal grew, its second stage became more confident, with stronger legs and a permanent readiness in its flames. By the time it reached its final form, it stood tall and fierce, its back erupting in fiery quills that marked it as one of the most aggressive-looking of all starters. This arc, from timid to bold, captured the spirit of growth through overcoming fear, making it one of the most relatable journeys among starter lines. Typing remained pure fire throughout, emphasizing offense but keeping its weaknesses clear. Its moveset across games leaned into strong fire techniques such as Flamethrower and Eruption, the latter being one of the most powerful fire attacks when the creature was at full health. This gave it a unique role in battles, where keeping its vitality high meant devastating damage to opponents. In the anime, the fire starter became one of Ash's loyal partners. True to its game depiction, it often struggled to ignite its flames fully, a quirk that highlighted its nervous personality. Over time, however, it learned to harness its fire reliably, symbolizing growth through trust and persistence. These story beats made it especially beloved by fans who saw themselves in its struggle to gain confidence. Merchandise often leaned into its cuteness, with plushes capturing its closed-eye design and small frame. The trading card game showcased its final form in dynamic poses, flames bursting outward, emphasizing its transformation from timid to fierce. Collectors often highlight these cards as perfect visual storytelling, showing the entire evolution from quiet creature to fiery powerhouse. The shiny form of the line carried striking differences. Instead of the usual orange flames, its palette shifted to a deep reddish-brown body with bluish flames in its final stage. These alternate colors gave it a fierce, almost spectral presence, making shiny hunters especially eager to track one down. Many considered this shiny among the best designed of all starters. Competitively, the fire mammal earned recognition for its signature move, Eruption. At full health, the attack dealt immense damage, making it a dangerous opener in certain formats. While its middling defenses limited its longevity, players who built teams around preserving its health could unleash devastating results. This made it both risky and rewarding, a high-stakes fighter that mirrored its thematic growth from hesitation to bravery. Design inspiration for the line appeared to draw from real-world echidnas and shrews, blended with fiery imagery of quills and eruptions. This mix created a creature that felt grounded in natural animal traits, while still fantastical enough to inspire imagination. The quills as a living weapon emphasized both defense and offense, making it feel primal yet powerful. Decades later, a regional variation reintroduced the fire starter with a new twist, giving it ghostly flames and a calmer, spiritual appearance. This alternate form recontextualized its timid beginnings into a creature of quiet strength, reminding players that even the most anxious partner could evolve into a guardian of both fire and spirit. Ultimately, Cyndaquil represented the theme of courage, Starting timid and insecure, it grew into a bold warrior defined by fiery determination. For many trainers, choosing this fire starter meant embracing a journey of growth through fear, perseverance, and the discovery of hidden strength. The water companion for Johto's beginning trio was Totodile, a small crocodile-like creature with oversized jaws and a playful yet mischievous personality. Unlike the gentle grass option or the timid fire starter, this one leaned into energy and comic relief, often biting anything in sight, including its own trainer. Its design emphasized both fun and ferocity, a balance that made it instantly appealing to younger players. As it grew, the crocodile-like creature's middle stage became lankier, with spikier features and a more adolescent attitude. By the time it reached its final evolution, it towered with a muscular frame, sharp claws, and a massive jaw built for crushing strength. This transformation showcased a natural progression from playful reptile to fearsome predator, while still retaining hints of its energetic personality. Typing for the line remained pure water throughout, giving it access to a wide range of aquatic moves. Its high attack stat in the final stage made it a standout physical water type, with techniques like Waterfall, Ice Punch, and Crunch turning it into a dangerous opponent. This emphasis on physicality set it apart from other water starters that leaned towards special attacks. In battles, the crocodile line was often recognized for its utility and raw strength. With abilities like Torrent and later Sheer Force, it gained both consistency and immense power. Players valued its ability to break through defensive walls, a role that kept it relevant in various competitive settings. The anime gave this water starter one of the most memorable personalities among Ash's companions. It was constantly laughing, dancing, and chomping down on whatever was nearby. Its antics provided comic relief, but its loyalty in battle proved that beneath the silliness was a dependable partner. This duality of clownish charm and genuine strength endeared it to fans. Merchandise captured both sides of its character. Plushes and toys leaned into its goofy grin, while trading cards often depicted its final form in ferocious poses, jaws wide open. Collectors often highlight these cards as some of the best representations of the line's energy, showing how it could be both adorable and intimidating. The shiny version of the crocodile family was particularly striking, shifting from blue to bright green. This dramatic color change made it instantly recognizable and highly prized by shiny hunters. The final form in this palette looked especially menacing, resembling a prehistoric predator brought to life in vivid hues. Design inspiration for the line clearly drew from crocodiles and alligators, but with exaggerated features to enhance its playful appeal. The oversized jaw and cartoonish grin kept it approachable, while its later forms emphasized power and danger. This combination reflected the series' ability to blend real-world animals with imaginative exaggeration. Competitively, the crocodile line had a long-lasting reputation. Its combination of physical strength, coverage moves, and solid abilities allowed it to carve niches in multiple formats. While it sometimes struggled with speed, its sheer force ensured it could always make an impact when it hit the field. Ultimately, Totodile and its line embodied the theme of energy and raw power. From playful chomps to devastating jaws, it symbolized both joy and strength, giving trainers a companion that was as entertaining as it was formidable. Choosing this water starter meant embracing a journey filled with laughter, surprises, and unstoppable force. The grass option for Hoenn's starter trio was Trico, a sleek green gecko with a calm demeanor and sharp eyes. Unlike the gentleness of Johto's grass choice, this reptile carried confidence and independence, often portrayed as unshakable in the face of danger. Its design reflected speed and agility, emphasizing its climbing ability and its natural role as a forest-dwelling predator. As it evolved, the gecko grew taller and more menacing, with sharper features and a longer tail. Its final stage towered with blades of leaves extending from its arms, turning it into a swift and dangerous hunter. This transformation highlighted its role as a predator that used precision and speed rather than brute force, making it one of the most distinctive grass starters. Typing for the line remained pure grass until later generations, when a mega evolution introduced a dragon type alongside it. This secondary typing gave the reptile an entirely new role in competitive battles, allowing it to resist elements that once gave it trouble, while also delivering powerful new attacks. This dual nature cemented its identity as a fierce and versatile fighter. In battle, the gecko line specialized in speed and critical hits. With access to Leaf Blade, one of the first high critical ratio grass moves, it became known for striking quickly and decisively. Players who favored offensive strategies found it an appealing choice, as it represented agility and accuracy rather than slow buildup. The anime portrayed this grass starter as one of Ash's most serious partners. From the moment it appeared, it carried a no-nonsense attitude, often standing apart from the more playful members of his team. Its loyalty was unquestionable, but its stoic personality made it stand out as one of the most memorable companions of the Hoenn era. Merchandise captured its cool demeanor through figures, plushes, and trading cards. The final stage, in particular, was often depicted in dynamic, battle-ready poses, blades extended and eyes focused. Collectors highlight these prints as some of the most striking grass starter cards, reinforcing the creature's reputation for speed and ferocity. The shiny form of the gecko family stood out with a vivid blue body and red tail. This drastic departure from its usual green made it one of the most popular grass shinies, highly sought after by hunters. In its final stage, the combination of blue skin and red leaf blades gave it a vibrant, almost alien appearance. Competitively, the reptile gained notoriety for its blistering speed. In certain formats, it became one of the fastest attackers available, making it dangerous even if its bulk was limited. Its mega evolution only strengthened this role, turning it into a devastating sweeper capable of overwhelming entire teams when given the chance. Design inspiration for the line drew from real-world geckos and lizards, with an emphasis on their ability to climb vertical surfaces and move with precision. The leaf blades of its final form combine natural weaponry with sleek reptilian design, showing how the line fused real biology with fantasy to create something unique. Ultimately, Trico and its evolutionary line represented confidence and precision. From a calm and steady gecko to a razor-sharp predator, it symbolized independence and determination. For players who chose this grass starter, the journey was about striking fast, standing tall, and trusting in speed over raw power. The fire choice for Hoenn's trio was Torchic, a small chick with bright orange feathers and a spark of determination in its eyes. Unlike the shy mammal of Johto or the lizard of Kanto, this bird embodied innocence and warmth at first glance, resembling a fluffy companion rather than a fierce fighter. Yet beneath that soft exterior was a path that would take it from timid chick to one of the most intimidating final forms among starters. As it evolved, the bird transitioned into a taller, sharper form, its feathers elongating and its stance growing more aggressive. The final stage became a martial artist-like figure, blending avian and human traits, with long legs built for speed and fiery kicks. This transformation highlighted one of the boldest shifts of any starter line, turning something small and harmless into a striking and formidable combatant. Typing for the line began as pure fire, but eventually gained a fighting type in its second stage. This dual typing became a defining feature, setting the trend for multiple later starters to carry the same combination. While powerful, it also drew mixed reactions, with some players feeling the pattern became too predictable across generations. In battle, the Chick's final stage excelled with moves like Blaze Kick, Sky Uppercut, and later High Jump Kick. Its high attack and speed stats made it an offensive powerhouse, capable of overwhelming opponents when given the chance. Abilities such as Speed Boost further enhanced its role, giving it unmatched momentum in competitive play and making it one of the most feared sweepers in certain formats. The anime gave this fire starter an important spotlight through Mei, one of Ash's companions in the Hoenn series. Her Torchic was portrayed as clumsy and inexperienced, often struggling to battle effectively. Over time, it grew into a capable fighter, mirroring the growth of its trainer and emphasizing the bond between them. This storyline gave the bird a strong emotional connection for fans of the show. Merchandise capitalized on the bird's contrasting personalities. Plushes leaned into its fluffy, adorable appearance, while trading cards often depicted the final form in fierce, action-packed poses. This duality helped the line resonate with both younger fans drawn to its cuteness and older fans who admired its power. The shiny version of the Chick line altered its feathers to a golden hue, creating a striking and regal palette. The contrast between gold and red flames gave its final form an even more imposing presence, making it a favorite among shiny hunters. The rarity of finding one only added to its prestige. Design inspiration for the line drew from real-world chickens and roosters, blended with martial arts imagery. The idea of a bird evolving into a fiery fighter captured both the innocence of a farm animal and the discipline of a warrior, creating a unique blend of cultural references. This mixture of cute and fierce gave the line one of the most memorable identities among starters. Competitively, the bird's final stage has a long history of dominance. Its speed boost ability allowed it to snowball quickly, making it a staple on offensive teams. Even after numerous nerfs and bans, it remained relevant across generations, proving its strength was more than a passing trend. Ultimately, Torchic and its line represented transformation from innocence to power. Beginning as a small, fluffy chick, it grew into a blazing martial artist defined by speed and ferocity. For trainers who chose this fire starter, the journey was about growth, determination, and the ability to rise from humble beginnings into unmatched strength. The water companion for Hoenn was Mudkip, a small blue amphibian with a large fin on its head and stubby limbs built for wetlands. Its design was inspired by mud skippers, creatures that thrive both in water and on land, which gave the starter a natural connection to Hoenn's marshes and rivers. With its wide smile and cheerful eyes, it quickly became one of the most endearing companions of the generation, sparking long-lasting popularity even beyond the games. As it evolved, the amphibian gained bulk and sharper features, eventually becoming a hulking, swamp-dwelling titan in its final stage. The line's growth emphasized resilience and sheer physical strength, with powerful limbs that allowed it to move easily through wetlands, while striking down opponents with overwhelming force. This transition from a playful, smiling creature into a colossal guardian reflected the dual nature of water as both gentle and destructive. Typing for the line was pure water at first, but shifted dramatically in the final stage with the addition of ground. This made the swamp creature one of the strongest starters ever designed, as it gained immunity to electric attacks, traditionally one of water's greatest weaknesses. The combination gave it both offensive flexibility and defensive resilience, ensuring its place as one of the most strategically significant water starters in the franchise. In battle, the amphibian line thrived as both a wall and a powerhouse. With moves like Earthquake, Surf, and Ice Beam, its coverage was excellent, allowing it to answer a wide variety of opponents. The ability Torrent boosted its water attacks when weakened, while its Mega Evolution later emphasized raw physical strength and bulk, turning it into an unstoppable force in competitive play. The anime showcased this water starter as one of Brock's companions, often portrayed as practical, resourceful, and occasionally comedic with its high-pitched cry. Its role in the show gave it personality beyond the games, reinforcing its image as a dependable and versatile partner. Many fans remember its appearances as symbols of loyalty and humor. Merchandise surrounding the swamp creature capitalized on its iconic smile. Plushes, figures, and trading cards often emphasized its cheerful personality, while depictions of its final stage leaned into power and intimidation. This duality of cute and strong helped it remain one of the most marketable water starters ever created. The shiny version of the line shifted its colors dramatically, turning its body a vivid purple with orange accents. This striking palette contrasted sharply with the original blue design, making shiny hunters especially eager to seek it out. Its final stage in shiny form stood as a massive purple behemoth, a design so bold that it became one of the most popular shinies in the starter category. Design inspiration, rooted in mudskippers and amphibians, blended with creative exaggeration to create a creature that felt both familiar and fantastical. The fin on its head symbolized sensitivity to its surroundings, while the bulk of its later forms emphasized dominance in its natural environment. This balance between realism and imagination gave the line a memorable identity. Competitively, the swamp creature's line has a long legacy. Its ground typing allowed it to stand out as a water type immune to electricity, and its Mega Evolution turned it into one of the most feared physical attackers. Across generations, it remained a consistent threat, a rare example of a starter maintaining competitive viability long after its debut. Ultimately, Mudkip represented adaptability and resilience. From a cheerful amphibian to a mighty swamp guardian, it symbolized water's ability to nurture and overwhelm. For trainers who chose this water starter, the journey was about both charm and strength, a balance that made it unforgettable in the world of Pokemon. The grass option in Sinnoh was Turtwig, a small turtle with a sprout growing from the top of its head. Unlike the sleek reptile of Hoenn or the gentle dinosaur of Johto, this starter carried an earthy, grounded presence, representing stability and nature's endurance. Its body was described as being made partly of soil, a detail that emphasized its close connection to the earth. As it grew, the grass turtle gained bulk and sharper features, its sprout beginning to resemble a small sapling. By the time it reached its final form, a massive tree had grown from its shell, transforming it into a creature that resembled a living island. This dramatic evolution reinforced the theme of natural growth, taking it from a tiny sprout to a towering embodiment of earth and forest. Typing for the line began as pure grass, but shifted to grass and ground in the final stage. This combination gave it powerful offensive tools like Earthquake and Woodhammer, but left it with a notable vulnerability to ice. The duality of immense power and glaring weakness became one of its defining traits, reflecting the balance between strength and fragility in nature. In battle, the creature was built for raw physical force and endurance. Its high attack and defense allowed it to dominate slower opponents, while its access to moves like Stealth Rock gave it a role in shaping the battlefield. Trainers who valued toughness often chose it as a cornerstone of their teams, despite its clear elemental weaknesses. The anime gave this grass starter a memorable spotlight as one of Ash's companions in the Sinnoh series. Initially playful and loyal, it later evolved into a more serious and battle-ready partner, mirroring Ash's growth as a trainer. Its final form was portrayed as a powerful anchor in battles, reinforcing its identity as a reliable giant. Merchandise surrounding the line leaned into both sides of its personality. Plushes and figures highlighted the small, cute Sprout Turtle stage, while trading cards emphasized the island-like design of the final evolution. The imagery of a living mountain with a tree on its back made it one of the most distinctive starter designs, easily recognizable even outside of the games. The shiny form of the line shifted its palette to a more muted, autumnal green and brown. This gave it a natural, earthy tone that contrasted with the vibrant original colors. Fans appreciated the subtlety of the shiny, as it resembled the fading leaves of late autumn, adding to its connection with nature's cycles. Design inspiration for the line drew from myths of world turtles creatures that carry the earth or even entire worlds on their backs. By giving the final form a tree and landscape elements, the designers tied it directly to this ancient imagery, blending mythology with Pokemon creativity. This mythic quality elevated it beyond just another grass starter, giving it cultural weight. Competitively, the Grass Turtle's final stage found roles as a bulky attacker and hazard setter. While its ice weakness was a constant issue, its ability to punish slower teams and set up key entry hazards made it valuable in certain formats. Trainers who built around its strengths could turn its raw bulk into an advantage, though it was never without risk. Ultimately, Turtwig and its line represented the endurance of nature. From a small sprout on a turtle's back to a colossal living island, it symbolized the slow but unstoppable growth of the earth. For those who chose this grass starter, the journey carried themes of patience, resilience, and the power of nature itself. The fire choice for Sinnoh was Chimchar, a lively little monkey with a flame burning at the base of its tail. Its design was rooted in playful energy, balancing mischievous charm with the symbolism of fire as passion and vitality. Much like the fiery lizard from Kanto, the flame on its body carried a life force connection, described as never going out, even in the rain. This detail added a touch of myth to the small creature, making it feel both fragile and extraordinary at the same time. As it evolved, the fire monkey grew leaner and more athletic, embodying the energy of a martial artist. Its middle stage gained longer limbs and a more focused expression, while the final form became a fiery warrior with a blazing crown-like flame on its head. This transformation emphasized both discipline and ferocity, turning a playful companion into a determined fighter. Typing for the line began as pure fire, but gained the fighting type in its second stage. This dual typing continued a trend that had started in Hoenn, combining fiery offense with martial arts-inspired combat. While the overlap drew some criticism in later years, The combination fit the creature's design and personality perfectly, making it a natural extension of its fiery spirit. In battle, the line excelled with high speed and offensive power. Access to strong moves like Close Combat, Flare Blitz, and Mach Punch gave it the ability to strike quickly and decisively. Its ability to set up with moves like Swords Dance made it a flexible threat, while its fiery personality shone through in its aggressive playstyle. The anime gave this fire starter an especially dramatic arc. Ash's companion was initially mistreated by a cruel trainer and abandoned. When taken in, the monkey became a symbol of perseverance, overcoming trauma and finding new strength through kindness and trust. Its eventual evolution into a fierce warrior was one of the most emotional storylines in the series, and many fans still regard it as a highlight of the Sinnoh era. Merchandise emphasized both its cuteness and its eventual fierceness. Plushes and toys captured the playful early form, while trading cards often highlighted the fiery crown of its final stage. Collectors prize these depictions for their ability to capture the duality of innocence and ferocity within a single line. The shiny palette of the Fire Monkey line shifted from orange fur to a bright yellow, giving it an almost golden appearance. This alternate coloration was especially striking in its final stage, where the golden fur combined with the flaming crown to create a regal, almost divine impression. It became a favorite, shiny among collectors and hunters alike. Design inspiration for the line drew from mythological fire monkeys and martial arts legends. The final stage, in particular, has strong ties to the Monkey King, a character from Chinese folklore known for strength, agility, and a fiery spirit. By tying the design to such a legendary figure, the line gained additional layers of cultural resonance. Competitively, the fiery warrior enjoyed a strong reputation across multiple generations. Its high speed and versatile move pool made it a staple in offensive teams. While it sometimes struggled with durability, the sheer force of its attacks kept it relevant, and its role as a sweeper made it a constant threat on the battlefield. Ultimately, Chimchar and its line embodied the theme of rising from hardship to strength. From a playful monkey with a flickering flame to a crowned warrior blazing with fire, it symbolized resilience, discipline, and the triumph of spirit. For those who chose this fire starter, the journey carried lessons of courage, perseverance, and the strength found in overcoming adversity. The water option in Sinnoh was Piplup, a proud little penguin with a round body, tiny crown-like markings, and an air of confidence that belied its small stature. Unlike the playful crocodile from Johto or the amphibian of Hoenn, this starter was portrayed with a touch of arrogance, often refusing food or affection it did not want. This prideful personality gave the creature a unique identity among starters, making it both endearing and stubborn. As it evolved, the penguin grew taller and sleeker, with sharper feathers and a more serious expression. By its final stage, it transformed into an emperor-like figure, clad in dark plumage and adorned with a trident-shaped crest on its face. This regal design emphasized its theme of authority and command, turning a small, proud bird into a sovereign ruler of the sea. Typing for the line shifted in its final form, adding steel to its water typing. This gave the Emperor Penguin one of the most unique combinations in the series, granting it strong resistances but also weaknesses that required strategic play. The dual typing reflected the idea of a hardened ruler, unyielding like metal, yet fluid like water. In battle, the line specialized in durability and utility. With access to moves like Surf, Flash Cannon, and Stealth Rock, it could serve as both an attacker and a supporter. Its balanced stats gave it flexibility, allowing trainers to mold it into various roles depending on the situation. This versatility helped it maintain a steady presence across different competitive formats. The anime made this water starter particularly famous through Dawn, one of Ash's companions in the Sinnoh series. Her penguin was playful, dramatic, and often the source of comic relief, yet it also showed determination and bravery during contests. Its antics and loyalty made it one of the most beloved characters in the series, cementing its place in fan memories. Merchandise leaned heavily on the penguin's appeal. Plushes, toys, and promotional items often featured its round and cute first stage, while trading cards highlighted the imposing, emperor-like final form. This balance between adorable and regal gave the line broad appeal, making it a staple of Pokémon branding throughout the Sinnoh era. The shiny version of the penguin family shifted its body to a lighter blue, creating a softer, almost icy tone. While not as dramatic as some other shinies, the coloration fit the aquatic and regal theme perfectly. In its final stage, the pale blue body combined with its steel armor-like feathers to create a frosty, commanding appearance. Design inspiration for the line clearly drew from real-world penguin species, particularly the emperor penguin, blended with imagery of monarchy and authority. The trident-shaped crest of its final form resembled a royal crown, while its posture reflected confidence and dignity. This fusion of natural biology and regal symbolism made it one of the most creative water starter lines. Competitively, the Emperor Penguin carved out a niche as a sturdy supporter and hazard setter. Its unique typing let it withstand many attacks, while its move pool gave it reliable tools to help its team. Though it wasn't always the most powerful sweeper, its consistency and adaptability earned it respect among trainers. Ultimately, Piplup and its line represented pride and authority. From a small, stubborn penguin to a regal emperor of the seas, it symbolized growth through self-assurance and discipline. For trainers who chose this water starter, the journey was about carrying themselves with dignity, learning when to be stubborn and when to channel pride into strength. The grass option of Unova was Snivy, a slender serpent with a smug expression and a design rooted in elegance and nobility. Unlike the earthy turtle of Sinnoh or the gecko of Hoenn, this starter carried itself with refined composure, often portrayed as confident and aloof. As it evolved, the serpent shed limbs and grew into a regal, snake-like creature with a leafy collar, a design that reflected themes of royalty and sophistication. Its unique arc emphasized speed and precision in battle rather than brute force, and its hidden ability, contrary, later turned it into a devastating competitive threat when paired with Leaf Storm. The fire representative was Tepig, a cheerful piglet with large ears and boundless energy. Its round body and playful design contrasted with the fiery monkeys and lizards of previous regions, offering something warmer and more approachable. As it evolved, the pig grew bulkier and more imposing, eventually taking on a wrestler-inspired appearance with flames circling its body. While it followed the trend of gaining the fighting type, its role leaned toward heavy-hitting physical attacks. The line reflected a journey from innocence to strength, carrying themes of courage, loyalty, and determination. The water choice was Oshawott, a small otter carrying a shell on its belly. This shell, called a scalp chop, was central to its design and lure, serving both as a shield and as a weapon in battle. The creature's playful personality belied the seriousness of its evolution, as it grew into a samurai-inspired warrior in its final stage. The transformation from a clumsy otter into a proud swordsman symbolized discipline and growth through training. In later games, a regional variant expanded its lore further, turning it into a dark and ghostly warrior of the sea. Together, the serpent, the pig, and the otter reflected Unova's central theme of duality and growth. Each starter represented a distinct cultural or symbolic reference, royalty, strength, and discipline, and their designs emphasized individuality in ways that stood apart from earlier generations. In the anime, all three had unique personalities that matched their designs. The serpent was portrayed as calm and confident, often battling with elegance. The pig was loyal but sometimes insecure, showing how strength can emerge from vulnerability. The otter was clumsy yet lovable. Its attachment to its scalchop often played for humor, but also serving as a symbol of its determination. These portrayals gave fans of the Unova era rich characters to connect with. Shiny forms for the trio carried subtle but distinct color shifts. The serpent gained a more muted, autumnal green, while the pig took on a deeper orange with golden accents. The otter's palette shifted to shades of teal and cream, giving it a fresher aquatic look. Collectors often admired these shinies for their understated but thematic beauty. Competitively, the three followed different paths. The serpent, with Contrary, became a staple in higher tiers, able to turn its own stat drops into boosts. The pig, though criticized for its typing overlap, carved out a niche as a powerful wall breaker. The otter's final form, while slower than many others, offered strong mixed offense and a striking design that resonated with fans of Japanese culture. Design inspiration for the trio blended real-world animals with cultural archetypes. The serpent echoed images of royal figures and divine snakes. The pig drew from sumo wrestlers and warriors of strength. The otter embodied the spirit of the samurai, turning a playful animal into a disciplined fighter. These inspirations tied more closely to human traditions than natural ones, marking a unique departure in starter design philosophy. Ultimately, Snivy, Tepig, and Oshawott formed a trio that symbolized elegance, courage, and discipline for those who journeyed through Unova. These starters were not just companions, but reflections of cultural values, personal growth, and the balance between playfulness and responsibility. The grass choice of Kalos was Chespin, a small hedgehog-like creature with a tough brown shell and a mischievous grin. At first glance, it seemed more comical than intimidating, but its line grew progressively more armored, culminating in a final stage resembling a knight clad in thick green armor. The design highlighted themes of protection and strength, making the creature a symbol of resilience in battle. Its role in gameplay often revolved around physical defense and utility, standing apart from faster or more offensive grass lines. The fire option was Fennekin, a fox with tall ears and a fiery personality. Its connection to folklore was clear, drawing inspiration from magical foxes that wield fire as a mystical force. As it evolved, the fox transformed into a sorcerer-like figure, robes of fur flowing around its slender body, and in its final stage, it carried a wand-like stick that it used to channel flames. This made it one of the most distinctly magical starter lines, embodying wisdom and mysticism more than raw physical power. The water starter of Kalos was Froakie, a small blue frog covered in bubble-like foam. Its modest design hid the fact that it would become one of the most celebrated starters of all time. Through its line, the frog grew leaner and faster, culminating in a final form resembling a ninja cloaked in flowing water shrouds. This transformation represented discipline, stealth, and speed. In both the anime and competitive play, it became iconic, recognized as one of the most popular starters in franchise history. In Alola, the grass representative was Rowlet, a round owl with a leafy bow tie and a reputation for cuteness. As it evolved, the owl gained a darker, more serious design, eventually becoming a hooded archer whose leafy wings formed a cloak. This blend of archery and stealth gave it a unique identity as both playful and mysterious, a balance that resonated strongly with fans. The fire option of Alola was Litten, a small black kitten with a stoic expression. Its line grew into a muscular, tiger-like creature, gaining wrestling inspirations that tied directly into the region's theme of sport and performance. The tiger embodied power and showmanship, often using flashy moves that mirrored professional wrestling techniques. This final form divided opinion, but remained memorable for its bold personality. The water starter of Alola was Poplio, a cheerful sea lion pup with a clown-like appearance. Initially underestimated by many, the sea lion evolved into a graceful performer, eventually reaching a final form resembling a mermaid draped in elegant fins. This transformation highlighted themes of artistry and performance, tying into the cultural focus on music and theater within Alola. In Galar, the grass choice was Grookey, a small monkey with a stick that it used as both a toy and a tool. Over time, the monkey grew into a drummer, its final form pounding a massive set of drums to produce sound-based attacks. This creative design tied it to music, emphasizing rhythm and energy as part of its combat style. The fire option was Scorbunny, a fast and fiery rabbit with long legs built for speed. From the moment it appeared, the rabbit embodied enthusiasm, playfulness, and boundless energy. As it evolved, it gained the appearance of a soccer player, with its final stage focusing on precision kicks and athleticism. This tied directly to Galar's cultural motif of sports, giving the line a strong regional identity. The water starter was Sobble, a timid lizard with the ability to vanish into water. Its shy personality and teary eyes made it instantly relatable, as it embodied themes of anxiety and emotional growth. When fully evolved, the lizard became a secret agent-like figure, sleek and calm, with water abilities used for stealth and sniping. This transformation, from nervousness to professionalism, made it one of the most unique journeys among starter lines. Finally, in Paldea, the grass representative was Sprigatito, a small green kitten with leafy fur. Its line leaned into mysticism, evolving into a magician-like figure whose floral powers emphasized illusion and trickery. This gave the cat an aura of elegance and cunning, tying it into themes of artistry and deception. The fire option of Paldea was Fuecoco, a plump red crocodile with a joyful personality. Though clumsy and slow at first, the crocodile grew into a fiery singer whose final stage embodied theatrical performance, complete with flame-filled spectacles. Its design reflected the region's emphasis on culture and entertainment, blending humor with strength. The water choice was Quaxley, a duck with a slick hair tuft and a serious demeanor. Initially stiff and proper, the duck evolved into a flamboyant dancer whose final stage embraced rhythm and showmanship. With sweeping movements and aquatic flair, it symbolized confidence, artistry, and flamboyant performance. Together, these modern starters highlighted how designs evolved to reflect not just animals or elements, but broader cultural and artistic themes. From musicians and athletes To magicians and performers, they embodied creativity as much as combat, ensuring each new generation brought fresh identities to the starter tradition. From the earliest days in Kanto to the latest journeys in Paldea, the role of the starter has always been the same. It is the very first partner, the creature chosen at the beginning of the adventure, and the companion that shapes the way the journey unfolds. Whether grass, fire, or water, the starter acts as a reflection of the trainer's personality and a symbol of growth. Each generation has offered new designs, yet the core bond between trainer and first partner has remained timeless. Across the regions, starters have embodied cultural and creative themes unique to their worlds. In Johto, the trio represented cycles of nature and balance, while Hoenn leaned into elemental extremes of land, sea, and sky. Sinnoh's companions drew from mythology and discipline, and Unova's trio reflected human traditions of royalty, strength, and artistry. Alola emphasized performance and spectacle, while Galar tied its choices to sports and modern identity. Most recently, Paldea highlighted expression and creativity, with themes of musicianship, magic, and dance. Together, these designs show how starters are more than companions. They are windows into the culture of each region. The grass starters have often symbolized growth and patience. From the dinosaur-like companions of early regions to regal snakes, archers, and leafy magicians, they remind players of nature's endurance and the quiet strength of life itself. The fire starters, on the other hand, carry passion and determination. Whether martial artists, wrestlers, or athletes, they embody action, courage, and energy. Water companions bring adaptability, resilience, and versatility, from playful crocodiles and penguins to disciplined warriors and flamboyant dancers. Together, the trio of elements ensures that each journey begins with balance, offering different ways to express playstyle and personality. The anime has amplified the legacy of starters by giving them unique stories and personalities. From Ash's bond with a small fire monkey overcoming hardship, to the pride of a penguin that demanded respect, or the playful antics of a water crocodile always chomping too hard, each story highlighted not just strength, but character. These portrayals made the creatures feel alive, teaching audiences that growth was about more than battles. It was also about trust, loyalty, and friendship. Merchandise and trading cards further cemented the importance of starters. Plush toys captured their earliest, cutest stages, while trading cards often depicted final evolutions locked in dramatic poses. The contrast between innocent beginnings and powerful outcomes made the starter lines favorites among collectors. Even decades later, cards of early starters remain some of the most sought after, proving how deeply they've embedded themselves into fan culture. The competitive scene also gave many starters a second life. Some, like the ninja frog of Kalos or the fiery rabbit of Galar, became staples at the highest levels of play, reshaping strategies entirely. Others carved out smaller niches as supporters, walls, or gimmick specialists. Even those less suited for battle maintained loyal fan bases, as their personalities and designs carried meaning beyond raw statistics. Shiny forms offered yet another layer of fascination. From golden monkeys to autumn-colored dinosaurs, these alternate palettes turned familiar companions into rare treasures. For many players, the hunt for a shiny starter became a deeply personal quest, one that tested patience but rewarded them with a bond even stronger than usual. These altered forms highlighted the idea that no two journeys were the same, even if trainers chose the same partner. Design inspirations for starters have come from across the world, From ancient myths of world turtles and fire monkeys to samurai otters, regal penguins, and mischievous geckos. Each design blended real-world biology with cultural storytelling, reminding players that Pokémon was never just about battles, but about how creatures reflect human imagination and history. Through this lens, the starters are less fictional characters and more cultural icons, embodying creativity, folklore, and nature itself. At the heart of it all, the role of the starter has remained unchanged. It is the first step into adventure. For many players, memories of their earliest journeys are tied to these creatures the moment they picked up a Pokéball and met their very first partner. That bond continues through every generation, uniting millions of players across the globe with a shared ritual of beginning. Ultimately, the starters are more than just choices on a screen. They are companions, storytellers, and mirrors of culture. They carry themes of loyalty, growth, and perseverance, reminding players that every journey begins with a small step and a trusted friend. Across decades and countless adventures, the grass, fire, and water partners have remained the truest symbols of Pokemon's enduring magic. From the very beginning of every adventure, the choice of a starter has shaped how countless journeys unfold. Whether it's a tiny sprout, a flickering flame, or a splash of water, these companions have carried trainers through battles, triumphs, and discoveries. In this video, we'll drift through 148 soothing facts about starter Pokemon, exploring their designs, stories, and legacies across every region. Settle in, relax, and let their tales guide you gently toward rest. In the long history of Pokemon, there exists a small, carefully chosen group that stands apart from all other creatures, known as pseudo legendaries. The term wasn't coined by the developers themselves, but by fans who noticed patterns across each generation. These rare beings share a consistent set of traits. They are always part of a three-stage evolutionary line. They reach the highest possible base stat totals outside of true legendaries, and they often appear late in the story, requiring patience, skill, and dedication to obtain. For many players, they represent the ultimate prize within a regional Pokédex, not mythical gifts from events, not untouchable legendaries tied to grand myths, but companions who can be raised from humble beginnings into titans rivaling gods. The very first of these titans was Dragonite, the unexpected final form of an otherwise unassuming evolutionary line. Starting from the tiny Dratini, a serpent hidden in remote waters, the journey to raising this dragon was itself a test of persistence. Dratini was notoriously rare, found only in isolated corners of the world, and often requiring the patience of hours of fishing. Its second form, Dragonair, was elegant and mystical, embodying serenity and grace. Then came the surprise. At the end of this line was not a slender, ethereal serpent, but a massive orange dragon with wings, a creature that looked entirely different from its earlier forms. For children playing the original games, this sudden transformation felt almost like a secret, a reward for dedication that reshaped expectations of evolution. The dragon's design carried cultural weight. In Japan, dragons are often seen as symbols of wisdom, guardians of nature's balance, or deities of water and skies. In Western traditions, dragons are usually portrayed as destructive beasts, hoarding treasure and spewing flame. Dragonite merged these ideas into something new. Its gentle expression and rounded form suggested kindness, yet its overwhelming stats and abilities showed devastating strength. It was both a guardian of the skies and a powerhouse on the battlefield, embodying a balance between ferocity and compassion. This duality became a hallmark of pseudo-legendaries. Each would stand as both terrifying and awe-inspiring, powerful yet often tied to deeper lore or unexpected traits. In battle, the dragon quickly earned a reputation as one of the most dominant companions in the original generation. Its move pool was vast, allowing it to learn devastating techniques from multiple types, and its sheer bulk meant it could withstand blows that felled others. While the game's early mechanics left its typing vulnerable, skilled trainers knew that raising it could change the tide of any encounter. The creature became a mark of prestige. If someone had one fully trained, it showed patience, commitment, and mastery of the game. For children in playground battles, simply sending it out felt like a statement of pride. The anime reinforced its legendary aura. One of its earliest appearances showed the dragon towering over a lighthouse, portrayed as a giant whose size dwarfed all others. This depiction left a lasting impression. Here was a creature that blurred the line between ordinary Pokémon and true legends, a guardian of the seas and skies, whose mere presence was awe-inspiring. Later episodes depicted it as kind-hearted and noble, a contrast to its destructive potential, reminding viewers that true power often comes with restraint. The trading card game also captured its mystique. Early holographic cards of the dragon became coveted treasures, their shimmering foil and vibrant design making them stand out among collections. Owning one was not just about gameplay, it was about holding a symbol of status, a reminder that this pseudo-legendary was something special. Even today, rare prints of its cards fetch high prices, valued as much for nostalgia as for competitive utility. Culturally, the dragon also reflected a shift in the franchise itself. Before Dragonite, there was no template for what a pseudo-legendary should be. By giving players a creature hidden away, hard to raise, and ultimately devastating in power, the designers set the mold for future generations. Each new era would include its own pseudo, a creature not tied to myths or gods, but to effort and reward, a titan born from patience. Dragonite became not just a strong addition, but the blueprint for what was to come. An often overlooked detail about the dragon's role in the original games is how it subtly encouraged community discovery. Because Dratini was so rare and difficult to obtain, many players first heard rumors about it on playgrounds or from friends. For some, the dragon was not discovered through gameplay, but through whispered secrets. There's a hidden dragon in the Safari Zone, or fish in this spot long enough, and you'll find something rare. This sense of mystery added to its allure, making it feel like a true legend, even though it was technically obtainable by any dedicated player. Over the years, Dragonite's role evolved alongside the franchise. Later generations gave it new moves, new abilities, and eventually competitors in the pseudo-legendary category. Yet despite being the first, it has never lost its sense of uniqueness. Its design remains distinct, more cartoonish and approachable than later pseudos, which leaned toward ferocity. Its lore remains memorable, tied to both Eastern and Western traditions, and its place in competitive and casual play continues to be one of respect. For many, it is the original pseudo-legendary, not just by technical definition, but by emotional weight, the first to prove that raising a rare companion could feel just as rewarding as catching a legendary. As the story of pseudo-legendaries begins with this dragon, so too does the fascination with what makes them special. From its humble beginnings as a rare catch, to its shocking final form, to its role as both powerhouse and guardian, Dragonite set the standard for everything that followed. It showed that with patience, effort, and care, Even the rarest of companions could become legends in their own right, not by divine origin, but by the bond between trainer and Pokemon. The second generation of Pokemon brought with it darker themes, a greater emphasis on legacy, and a region built on duality. Within this world of towers, myths, and rebirth, players discovered a new pseudo-legendary Tyranitar, a towering monster that felt like a force of nature more than a companion. Unlike the skybound gentleness of Dragonite, this new titan was destructive, armored like a living mountain, and inspired by kaiju, the giant monsters of Japanese cinema. For many children, it was the first time a Pokemon felt directly connected to those colossal beasts seen in movies, a nod to Godzilla itself. The journey to raising one was difficult by design. Its first stage, Larvitar, was notoriously rare and hidden away in the caves of the region. Trainers who found one discovered that its early power was underwhelming, forcing patience and dedication. Through persistence, Larvitar evolved into Pupitar, a strange cocoon-like form that hinted at the immense strength locked within. Only at the final stage did the effort pay off, when the towering beast emerged as one of the most powerful creatures of its generation. For many players, finally obtaining it felt like conquering a mountain after a long and grueling climb. Its design was striking. Covered in jagged armor with a stance of dominance, the creature looked less like a wild animal and more like an apex predator sculpted from stone. Spikes and scales suggested durability, while its sharp tail and claws emphasized destructive power. Unlike Dragonite, which had warmth and approachability, this titan looked fearsome. It wasn't a guardian of skies or waters, but an embodiment of natural disaster, a walking earthquake, a creature whose mere presence reshaped its surroundings. In battle, it quickly established itself as a powerhouse. Its ability to summon sandstorms reflected its role as a landscape-altering presence, one whose environment changed simply by existing. These storms didn't just add visual flair, they had competitive implications, damaging opponents while bolstering its own resilience. This mechanic tied perfectly to its identity as a creature of mountains and deserts, a being that carried its environment wherever it went. Few Pokemon before it felt so thematically tied to their ability in battle. The trading card game embraced this destructive aura. Early cards often showed it stomping through cities, surrounded by rubble and sand. The art drew heavily from kaiju cinema, making it feel less like a Pokemon and more like a mythic monster whose arrival spelled doom. These cards became highly sought after, both for their power and their dramatic artwork. Even outside of gameplay, the mere image of this titan left an impression, an unstoppable force encased in armor, roaring across ruined landscapes. The anime portrayed it with similar intensity. Episodes showed the Titan as almost uncontrollable, feared even by experienced trainers. Its destructive tendencies mirrored its in-game lore, which described it as capable of reshaping mountains and destroying entire landscapes with ease. These depictions cemented the idea that the pseudo-legendary of the second generation was not a gentle giant, but a terrifying force of raw strength, one that inspired both awe and fear. Cultural inspirations deepened this identity. Drawing from Godzilla and other kaiju, the creature represented humanity's age-old fascination with giant beasts of destruction. In Japanese culture, kaiju often symbolize nature's wrath, reminders of how fragile human constructs are against forces beyond control. By embodying this theme, the Titan became more than just another strong Pokemon. It became a cultural symbol within the franchise, tying childhood imagination to larger-than-life monsters seen on screen. Despite its destructive nature, raising it created a bond of pride. Trainers who managed to evolve it understood the effort required to tame such a beast. It wasn't easily obtained, nor was it forgiving in its early forms, but by the time it stood at full strength, it became a companion that represented endurance, patience, and triumph. The relationship between trainer and titan mirrored the themes of the region itself: growth through trial, strength earned through persistence. In later generations, its reputation only grew. Competitive play often revolved around its presence, with sandstorms becoming a defining mechanic of entire battle formats. It wasn't just a pseudo-legendary, it was a centerpiece of strategies, a force so dominant that entire teams were built around it. Its influence on competitive battling highlighted one of the defining qualities of pseudos. They weren't just powerful in lore, they shaped the way people played the games themselves. Even today, the Mountain Titan remains a symbol of what pseudo-legendaries represent. It is not tied to divine myths or cosmic legends, but to human fascination with monsters, disaster, and strength. It showed that pseudos could embody not just raw stats, but themes and cultural influences that resonated deeply with players. Where Dragonite embodied wonder and guardianship, this creature embodied destruction and dominance. Together, they set the stage for all pseudo-legendaries to come diverse in design, united in awe. By the time the third generation arrived, fans had come to expect each new adventure to reveal a hidden titan, a pseudo-legendary, tucked away in the late game, waiting for the most determined trainers to uncover. This time, the designers took a different approach, creating a creature whose very existence told a story about dreams and transformation. That creature was Salamence, a dragon that symbolized the impossible wish of flight. The journey began with Bagon, a small and frustrated dragonling found deep within caves. Lore described it as a creature that hurled itself against rock walls in futile attempts to fly, chipping its body and hardening itself with each crash. For players, this small detail was striking. Here was a Pokemon defined not just by its strength, but by its longing, a creature whose entire identity revolved around the desire to soar. As it grew into Shelgon, the dream seemed further away, its body encased in a shell that made flight impossible. But patience and persistence paid off when fully evolved. The beast spread its wings at last, transforming into a dragon that embodied freedom itself. The story of its evolution made Salamence feel personal. Unlike previous pseudos, which emphasized power and dominance, this one was about longing fulfilled. Players who raised Bagon felt they were part of that journey, guiding a creature from frustration and limitation into triumph. The moment it finally spread its wings was not just a gameplay milestone, but a narrative one, a payoff for both trainer and Pokemon. Design choices reinforced this theme. Its wings were massive and curved, designed to look aerodynamic and powerful. Its sleek body, sharp horns, and ferocious gaze combined to create a creature that looked every bit the apex predator of the skies. Unlike Dragonite, which balanced ferocity with warmth, this dragon leaned into menace. Its red wings and deep blue body carried an aura of dominance, leaving no doubt that it was a hunter. In this way, it reflected a different interpretation of what a dragon could be, not a guardian, but a conqueror of the skies. In battle, the creature quickly proved itself a powerhouse. Its high attack and speed allowed it to dominate opponents, while its versatile move pool gave it tools to crush nearly any foe. Competitive players quickly recognized it as one of the most threatening pseudos ever created, capable of sweeping entire teams when left unchecked. Its reputation in tournaments cemented the idea that pseudo-legendaries were not just lore-rich or aesthetically striking, but genuine pillars of competitive play. The anime highlighted its power and majesty. Episodes that featured it often portrayed it as a terrifying opponent, overwhelming even skilled trainers. In films, it appeared as a symbol of destruction, swooping through skies with devastating attacks. Yet at the same time, its story of flight was sometimes referenced, reminding viewers that beneath the ferocity lay the same dream that began with Bagon's futile leaps. This balance of menace and inspiration made it one of the most layered pseudos in the series. The trading card game captured both sides of its identity. Some cards depicted it in mid-flight, wings spread wide as if dominating the skies, while others emphasized its ferocious attacks with fire and dragon energy swirling around it. Collectors prized these cards not just for gameplay utility, but for their striking artwork. To hold one was to hold a piece of the dream of flight itself, crystallized in shimmering foil. Cultural inspirations behind this beast are worth noting. Western dragons are often depicted as destructive forces that rule the skies, and Salamence drew directly from this tradition, where Dragonite embodied a gentler, Eastern-inspired dragon. This creature leaned heavily into the idea of dragons as predators, apex hunters feared across mythologies. By embracing this side of dragon lore, the designers gave the pseudo-legendary roster more diversity, showing that not all dragons had to be noble or wise. Some could be fearsome, untamed forces of nature. One fascinating detail is how its story ties directly into the theme of the third generation itself. The Hoenn region emphasized nature, weather, and balance between land, sea, and sky. Salamence perfectly embodied the sky's role in this triad, a creature that symbolized the freedom and danger of open air. Just as Groudon and Kyogre represented extremes of land and sea, this dragon reflected the wildness of the skies. It wasn't a legendary bound to myth, but its presence carried symbolic weight nonetheless. For trainers, raising it was a badge of honor. Bagon's rarity meant that not every player even found one, and those who did had to endure its long path to evolution. The payoff, however, was worth it. When the dragon finally emerged, trainers felt that they had guided it through its frustration and limitations into triumph. This sense of shared journey made Salamence one of the most rewarding pseudos to raise, reinforcing the idea that these creatures were more than just strong. They were companions with stories. In the years since, the beast has remained iconic. Its mega evolution later amplified its identity, curving its wings into crescent shapes that made it look like a living scythe cutting through the air. This form reinforced its role as a predator of the skies, pushing its design into even more terrifying territory. Fans debated whether this evolution made it look sleeker or stranger, but there was no denying that it emphasized the same theme, a creature that had achieved its dream of flight and now ruled the skies with dominance. Ultimately, Salamence showed how pseudo-legendaries could embody more than raw power. It represented longing, persistence, and fulfillment. From a small dragon hurling itself against cave walls to a predator ruling the skies, its journey was both inspiring and intimidating. It reminded players that dreams are not achieved easily. They require patience, struggle, and perseverance. But when they are achieved, they can change everything. Not every pseudo-legendary embodies dragons, storms, or beasts of destruction. In the third generation, players discovered something entirely different, a titan of steel and thought, a creature designed to resemble not only power, but intellect. That being was Metagross, a mechanical guardian that blurred the line between Pokemon and machine, where Salamence represented the skies and Dragonite symbolized guardianship. This new Pseudo was calculation itself, an artificial-looking being of alien design. The journey began with Beldum, a small and odd creature that seemed more like a floating magnet than a living being. Its simplicity was deceptive, because behind that steel shell was a foundation for one of the most advanced designs in the series. As it evolved into Metang, the mechanical look became more obvious. Its body was angular, its face emotionless, and its movements precise. The true reward came at the final stage, when the creature's body became a cross-shaped juggernaut, 4 legs pounding like pistons, and a glowing red eye peering from its core. It was as if a machine of war had taken on life, intimidating in every sense. Design inspiration for the Titan is often connected to supercomputers and artificial intelligence. Its Pokédex entries describe it as having 4 brains that work together, computing battle strategies with terrifying speed. When it evolved into its final form, those brains fused, turning it into a being of flawless logic. Unlike other pseudos, which symbolized instinct or raw might, this one was intellect sharpened into weaponry. Its steel armor reflected resilience, while its psychic typing represented calculation. This unique combination set it apart from all other pseudos before or since. In battle, the creature was a fortress and a weapon at once. Its bulk allowed it to withstand devastating blows, while its offensive stats gave it the ability to crush opponents with frightening efficiency. Moves like Meteor Mash not only reflected its steel typing, but also emphasized its precision attacks delivered with the force of meteors and the accuracy of calculation. For many competitive players, raising one felt like having a perfect soldier on their team, unfeeling, unstoppable, and relentless. The trading card game emphasized its alien-like qualities. Many cards depicted the machine in outer space, floating against the stars as if it belonged to another world. Its holographic cards often shimmered with metallic light, reinforcing the idea that it was less an organic creature and more an artificial intelligence given form. Collectors prized these cards not only for their rarity, but also for their striking, futuristic design. To own one was to hold a piece of the Pokemon world that looked forward rather than back, a vision of what evolution could mean in an age of technology. The anime showcased its destructive power vividly. One of the most memorable portrayals came from Steven, the champion of the Hoenn region, who used the mechanical titan as his signature companion. Its presence in battle scenes emphasized his calm, strategic nature. Just as Steven was a calculating, thoughtful trainer, his companion reflected that identity, overwhelming opponents not with reckless force but with methodical strikes. This pairing reinforced the idea that the machine was as much about intellect as it was about strength. Cultural inspirations for the creature reach beyond kaiju or myth. It draws heavily from the imagery of mecha, Japanese robots, and mechanical suits that have long fascinated media and storytelling. The 4-legged stance, the glowing red eye, and the sharp, angular design all tie it to depictions of mechanical guardians. By embracing this aesthetic, the designers gave the pseudo-legendary category new variety, showing that these titans didn't all need to be dragons or beasts. Some could be the embodiment of progress, industry, and cold logic. Its cry in the games reinforced its alien identity. Unlike roars or growls, Its sound was metallic and echoing, as though grinding steel and machinery were colliding. Hearing it made players feel uneasy, reminding them that this was not a natural beast, but something stranger, perhaps unnatural. This added to its mystique, making encounters with it feel distinct compared to other pseudos. For trainers, raising one was not easy. Beldum was notoriously difficult to catch, with a catch rate among the lowest in the series. Even after capture, it was frustrating to raise because of its limited move pool in its early stages. Patience was required, and many players struggled with it. But those who persisted found the reward more than worth it. By the time it evolved into its final form, the mechanical giant was one of the strongest creatures in the entire region. It became a badge of honor, not only for its power, but for the effort required to nurture it into existence. In later generations, its mega evolution further emphasized its alien qualities. The mechanical guardian grew additional limbs, its X-shaped cross glowing brighter, and its body looked even more intimidating. The mega form made it float without legs, hovering ominously as if pure willpower and psychic force kept it aloft. This transformation cemented its image as a futuristic weapon, less a Pokemon, more a living war machine. Ultimately, Metagross demonstrated how pseudo-legendaries could break the mold. It didn't rely on myths of dragons or natural disasters, but on intellect, technology, and mechanical strength. It was proof that pseudo-legendary status wasn't about fitting one archetype, but about embodying themes of awe, power, and mastery. For players, it represented progress, the meeting point between living beings and artificial creation, between nature and machine. It showed that strength could come not only from instinct, but from intelligence sharpened into perfection. When the fourth generation of Pokemon arrived, fans wondered what form the next pseudo-legendary would take. They had seen dragons that symbolized dreams, titans of steel that embodied intellect, and monsters drawn from kaiju lore. The newest edition, however, felt unlike anything before. A predator that combined the traits of a dragon and a shark, designed to embody speed, ferocity, and dominance. That being was Garchomp, a creature that would go on to define not only its generation, but also competitive battling for years to come. The journey to raising it began with Gible, a small, round, almost playful-looking dragon found in caves and deserts. It seemed harmless at first, but its design hinted at sharper instincts, with small fins and teeth that suggested the predator it would become. As it evolved into Gabite, the playful appearance gave way to something more aggressive, its fins sharper, its stance more menacing. Finally, at full strength, it transformed into a landshark dragon with wings that allowed it to glide at blinding speeds. The evolution line captured the idea of a creature maturing from playful youth to apex predator, a design choice that made the final stage all the more impactful. Its design was unique in how it blended inspirations. The landshark concept gave it the appearance of a predator equally at home in deserts and skies, its body shaped for both cutting through sand and slicing through air. The wings weren't for traditional flight, but for high-speed gliding, giving it the image of a stealth fighter jet. This blend of animal and machine-like imagery made the beast stand out among pseudos, giving it a modern, almost militaristic edge. In battle, it quickly earned a reputation as one of the strongest Pokemon ever created. With incredible speed and attack power, it was capable of sweeping entire teams with ease. Its typing gave it both offensive and defensive versatility, while its move pool included devastating options like Earthquake, Outrage, and Fire Fang. What truly cemented its reputation, however, was how it dominated competitive formats. In certain generations, it was considered so powerful that it was banned to higher tiers of competitive play, a rare honor that underscored just how overwhelming it could be. Few pseudos before or since have shaped the competitive scene as much as this desert predator. The trading card game captured this dominance vividly. Card artwork often showed the beast lunging forward with teeth bared, fins slicing the air, and backgrounds filled with motion lines to emphasize its speed. Some rare cards depicted it clashing with other legendaries, reinforcing its role as a pseudo that rivaled even gods. Collectors valued these cards for their aggressive imagery, a stark contrast to the more serene or mystical artwork given to other pseudos. The anime also highlighted its destructive potential. In one of the most memorable portrayals, Cynthia, the champion of the Sinnoh region, used the predator as her signature partner. This pairing instantly made it iconic. The strongest trainer in the region wielded the strongest pseudo, a perfect reflection of its identity. The way Cynthia's companion dominated battles emphasized not only its strength, but also its elegance, fighting with both speed and overwhelming power. To viewers, it became a symbol of championship-level excellence, an image that still resonates whenever discussions of the anime's greatest battles arise. Cultural inspirations behind the creature draw heavily from predators that instill fear. Sharks have long symbolized danger in oceans, while dragons represent dominance in myth. By combining the two, designers created a creature that tapped into primal fears and admiration simultaneously. Its body, shaped like a jet, also reflected modern imagery of speed and warfare, tying it not only to nature, but to technology and human ideas of power. The result was a pseudo that felt both timeless and contemporary. One fascinating detail lies in how its Pokédex entries describe its speed. Some entries claim it can fly faster than the speed of sound, slicing through air like a jet. While clearly exaggerated, this lore reinforced the idea that it wasn't just another dragon, it was the embodiment of velocity itself. For players, this made sending it into battle feel exhilarating, as if they were unleashing a force of nature that no opponent could outrun. For trainers, raising one was a rewarding yet challenging experience. Gible was rare, often hidden deep within caves that required effort to explore. Its early stages were not especially strong, requiring patience to nurture, but once fully evolved, the payoff was enormous. The landshark became not only a powerhouse, but a badge of honor, proof that the trainer had endured the trials of its growth to wield one of the most powerful companions in the series. Its mega evolution in later generations amplified its ferocity even further. Spikes grew sharper, fins extended, and its overall form became more menacing, though some fans joked that the mega design looked almost excessive. Regardless, its role in battle became even more overwhelming, cementing its reputation as one of the deadliest pseudos in existence. Whether in its base or mega form, the beast remained a symbol of dominance. Ultimately, Garchomp exemplified everything that made pseudo-legendaries so compelling. It was powerful, rare, tied to cultural inspirations, and capable of reshaping both lore and gameplay. Where Dragonite represented guardianship, Tyranitar destruction, Salamence dreams, and Metagross intellect, this desert predator embodied raw speed and dominance. It proved that pseudos weren't just strong additions to the Pokédex, they were defining symbols of each generation, creatures that players remembered long after the credits rolled. Every pseudo-legendary tells a story, not just of power, but of what its generation wanted to explore thematically. In the 5th generation, the region of Unova introduced a creature unlike any seen before, one that carried with it myths of monsters from ancient tales. This was Hydreigon, a 3-headed dragon whose design and lore leaned heavily into darker themes than its predecessors. Where others represented dreams, intellect, or natural disaster, this one embodied chaos and destruction itself. The journey began with Dino, a small blind dragon that stumbled through caves, guided only by instinct. Its 2nd stage, Zweilous, grew into a 2-headed beast whose heads constantly fought with one another, symbolizing conflict and instability. Only when it fully evolved did its form stabilize, transforming into a Hydra-like dragon with 3 heads, 1 dominant, and 2 auxiliary that devoured everything in its path. This progression told a story of growth not toward harmony, but toward overwhelming hunger, a direct inversion of the patience-driven narratives tied to earlier pseudos. Design inspiration came directly from the myth of the Hydra, the many-headed serpent of Greek legend. In those stories, the creature could regenerate lost heads, making it nearly impossible to defeat. The Unova dragon doesn't regrow lost parts, but its 3 heads emphasize relentless destruction, a monster that overwhelms through sheer volume of attacks. Its dark typing reinforced this idea it wasn't just a dragon, but a shadowy force of ruin, feared rather than revered. In battle, the Hydra became infamous for its overwhelming special attack power. With access to devastating moves like Draco Meteor and Dark Pulse, it was capable of obliterating opponents with frightening efficiency. Its bulk and typing gave it resilience, while its move pool included options from fire to electric coverage, allowing it to crush would-be counters. At its peak, it was one of the most feared pseudos in competitive play, a reputation that fit perfectly with its lore as a destructive force. The trading card game emphasized this identity with dramatic artwork. Many cards depicted it emerging from shadows, its 3 heads gnashing, wings spread like a curtain of darkness. Holographic prints gave its scales a shimmering, ominous quality, making it a favorite for collectors who loved darker, more fearsome designs. These cards often showed the Hydra consuming energy or unleashing waves of destruction, visually reinforcing its role as the embodiment of chaos. In the anime and films, the creature often appeared as a threat, overwhelming trainers with sheer power. Unlike Dragonite, which was portrayed as gentle, or Salamence, which was shown as majestic, this dragon was typically depicted as uncontrollable, a beast that instilled fear. Its appearances leaned into its dark typing, presenting it as something closer to a monster than a partner, an unusual choice that made it stand out among pseudos. Cultural context helps explain why Unova's pseudo leaned into this darkness. The 5th generation marked a shift in tone for the series, with themes of truth, ideals, and conflict between opposing forces. Hydreigon embodied the destructive side of that equation, an unstoppable beast that consumed without reason, reminding players that not all power comes with grace. By creating a pseudo that symbolized unchecked chaos, the designers gave the roster of pseudos more variety, expanding their roles beyond simple guardians or predators. Its Pokédex entries reinforced this terrifying image. Many described it as devouring everything it sees, leaving nothing behind in its path. Unlike earlier pseudos, which often included hopeful or noble qualities, this dragon was unambiguously destructive. That choice made it one of the most feared Pokémon in lore, a creature parents might have warned children about in bedtime stories. This level of menace was unusual for the franchise, yet it fit perfectly with Unova's more ambitious storytelling. For trainers, raising one was a challenge, not just because of its rarity, but because of its level curve. Dino required extraordinary patience to evolve, and even Zuelos struggled due to its unusual dual-headed nature. Only at very high levels did it finally become Hydreigon, making it one of the most demanding pseudos to raise. But for those who endured, the reward was immense, a powerhouse that felt nearly unstoppable once trained. That difficulty reinforced its identity as something dangerous and rare, not to be taken lightly. Over time, its reputation mellowed slightly. Later competitive formats balanced its dominance, and newer pseudos took the spotlight. Yet the Hydra remains one of the most iconic pseudos, remembered not just for its strength, but for its design rooted in mythology. It was proof that pseudo-legendaries could push into darker themes, exploring the line between legendary guardians and monstrous nightmares. Ultimately, Hydreigon reminded players that pseudo-legendaries don't always represent ideals or triumphs. Sometimes they embody chaos. Its three heads symbolized not balance but conflict, not wisdom but hunger. For players, it was both a challenge and a reward, a beast that felt truly dangerous in a way few Pokemon ever had. In doing so, it added a new layer to the tapestry of pseudos, ensuring that the category would never grow predictable. Not every pseudo-legendary is designed to look menacing or destructive. When the sixth generation introduced its new candidate for the role, fans were surprised to find a creature that looked less like a predator and more like a friend. That being was Goodra, a dragon covered in smooth, glistening skin, whose soft features and kind-hearted nature set it apart from its predecessors. Where earlier pseudos leaned heavily into intimidation, this one carried warmth, proving that overwhelming strength could also be paired with compassion. The line began with Gumi, a tiny, gelatinous creature that seemed almost laughably weak. Often described as one of the frailest dragons in existence, it was mocked by some fans as being too fragile for its typing, but this was part of the design's intent. Gumi's appearance encouraged trainers to overlook its power, only to be surprised by what patience could unlock. When it grew into Sliggoo, its body stretched and developed more defined features, though it still carried a somewhat awkward appearance. Finally, with dedication and careful training, it evolved into the mighty yet gentle dragon that carried the legacy of Kalos's Pseudo. The creature's design took inspiration from mythical slimes and mollusk-like beings. Its antennae, rounded face, and dripping goo emphasized softness rather than harshness. Yet despite this appearance, it was anything but weak. Lore described it as fiercely loyal and protective, especially toward trainers who showed it kindness. This mixture of cuteness and power made it one of the most unusual pseudos, a being that looked approachable but hid immense strength within. In battle, the dragon proved itself a formidable tank. Its high special defense allowed it to withstand devastating attacks, while its wide move pool gave it versatility in return. Moves like Dragon Pulse and Thunderbolt made it unpredictable, while its gooey body ability could slow down faster opponents. Competitive players quickly learned that appearances were deceiving. Beneath the soft exterior was a creature capable of anchoring entire teams. This role as a defensive pseudo contrasted sharply with others, which often focused on offense, making it unique in its approach to strength. The anime showcased its personality beautifully. One of the most memorable portrayals came when Ash trained a Goodra of his own. Unlike the terrifying dominance of Cynthia's Garchomp or the chaos of Hydreigon, this dragon was gentle, emotional, and deeply bonded with its trainer. Scenes showed it protecting friends and standing bravely against powerful foes, not out of aggression, but out of loyalty. This depiction made fans fall in love with it, proving that pseudos didn't need to be fearsome to be iconic. The trading card game also reflected its gentle aura. Artwork often depicted the dragon in bright, colorful settings, surrounded by nature rather than destruction. Holographic cards shimmered with pastel tones, emphasizing beauty instead of menace. Collectors appreciated this softer take, which made it stand out among the darker, sharper pseudo designs. For many, owning one of these cards was like holding a reminder that strength can be kind as well as powerful. Its Pokédex entries reinforced this dual identity. Some described it as affectionate, even hugging its trainer with gooey arms, while others emphasized its strength in battle. This blend of tenderness and might made it feel more human-like than many pseudos, as if it carried emotions that others lacked. For younger players especially, it became a favorite because it looked less intimidating and more like a friendly partner who just happened to be incredibly strong. Cultural inspirations may also play a role in its uniqueness. The designers were likely influenced by folklore surrounding slimes and soft-bodied creatures, often depicted as harmless but surprisingly resilient. By turning such a concept into a dragon, they inverted expectations, reminding players that power doesn't always come in the form of fangs and claws. Instead, sometimes it can come from adaptability, loyalty, and endurance. For trainers, raising one was a rewarding process. Gumi was rare and often found only in specific weather conditions, such as rain, reflecting its connection to nature. Its unusual evolution method, requiring rain or a wet environment, added an extra layer of mystery, making the journey feel more immersive. By the time it reached its final stage, trainers who had nurtured the tiny blob could look with pride at a dragon that embodied both tenderness and strength. Over time, this pseudo gained even more variety. In the Hisui region, it received a regional form where its gooey body hardened into a metallic shell, creating a new balance between softness and armor. This version further emphasized its versatility, showing that even among pseudos, it could adapt to different environments while retaining its core identity of loyalty and resilience. Ultimately, Goodra proved that pseudo-legendaries don't all need to follow the same mold. It wasn't a kaiju, a predator, or a mechanical weapon. Instead, it was a guardian of loyalty and kindness, a dragon whose greatest strength lay in its heart as much as in its stats. For players, it stood as a reminder that power takes many forms, and sometimes the most unassuming companions can become the most dependable legends. Each pseudo-legendary carries the weight of its region's themes. In Alola, a land shaped by islands, tradition, and ritual, the role was filled by a creature that embodied the spirit of a guardian warrior. That creature was Kommo-o, a dragon covered in metallic scales, its body echoing both armor and ritual regalia. Unlike the gentle aura of Goodra or the chaotic destruction of Hydreigon, this pseudo was designed as a disciplined fighter, a being tied to combat, honor, and protection. The journey began with Kommo-o, a small dragon found only in isolated areas, hidden away in cliffs and valleys. Its earliest lore described it as a creature that constantly trained, striking its scales together in practice, preparing for the battles to come. This theme of training carried through its evolution into Kommo-o, where its body gained more scales and its stance became that of a martial artist. Finally, after dedication and perseverance, it reached its final form. A dragon cloaked in shimmering plates, a living symbol of discipline and resilience. Design inspirations for the warrior were drawn from multiple sources. Its scales, which clattered like cymbals, were inspired by both traditional Hawaiian hula instruments and samurai armor. This gave the creature a cultural grounding in both the real traditions of Alola's inspirations and the broader idea of warriors bound by code. The golden hue of its scales suggested prestige, while its hunched yet powerful stance conveyed readiness, as though every step it took was measured and purposeful. In battle, the dragon proved as disciplined as its lore suggested. Its move pool included powerful techniques like clanging scales and its signature Z move, Clangorous Soul Blaze, which allowed it to unleash both offense and symbolic flair. These moves reinforced its identity as a fighter whose very body was an instrument of power, ringing out in battle like a war drum. Competitively, it often struggled against faster or more versatile opponents, but in the hands of skilled trainers, it demonstrated a balance of resilience and power that few others could match. The anime depicted the warrior as a protector and a challenge, often appearing as a guardian within trials. Its presence was intimidating, but not monstrous. Instead, it was shown as honorable, as if every battle it fought was not for chaos, but for testing the strength of others. This depiction tied directly into Alola's theme of trials and rites of passage, making it feel like more than a pseudo, it was an embodiment of the region's spirit. The trading card game embraced its martial identity. Many cards depicted the dragon mid-strike, scales glowing, its body twisted in dynamic combat poses. The holographic treatments often emphasized the shimmer of its scales, making them appear like actual armor flashing under sunlight. Collectors appreciated this artistic direction, which gave the warrior a sense of motion and intensity even when frozen on a card. One of the most fascinating details about this pseudo lies in its lore connection to protection. Pokédex entries often described it as defending those it considered worthy, shielding others with its scales. This narrative diverged from the destruction-focused pseudos of earlier generations, offering instead a creature whose strength was meant to guard. By making its role that of a protector rather than a predator, the designers added variety to the category, ensuring that pseudo-legendaries could reflect many different philosophies. For trainers, raising one was a demanding but rewarding experience. Kommo-o was rare and difficult to find, tucked away in remote areas that required exploration and persistence. Its evolution line required significant dedication, but the final reward was a partner that felt like a true warrior companion. When it stood at full power, scales ringing with every move, trainers could feel the weight of its heritage, a guardian dragon shaped by ritual and combat, loyal to those who trained alongside it. Culturally, the warrior also tied into broader themes of honor and discipline found in both Eastern and Polynesian traditions. By combining elements of samurai armor, Hawaiian hula instruments, and martial arts imagery, its design became a blend of influences that celebrated both strength and cultural richness. This made it not just another strong dragon, but a thematic reflection of Alola's unique identity. Later games expanded on its reputation by highlighting its role as a trial guardian, reinforcing its connection to Alola's traditions. In these roles, the dragon wasn't portrayed as a random wild Pokémon, but as part of a ritualized challenge, one that tested trainers' readiness for greater journeys. This gave it a mythic quality within the region, elevating it from a rare powerhouse to a symbolic protector. Ultimately, Kommo-o demonstrated that pseudo-legendaries didn't need to embody chaos, destruction, or ferocity alone. They could also represent discipline, honor, and protection. Its shimmering scales, ringing like cymbals, reminded players that strength could be musical as well as violent, disciplined as well as devastating. For trainers who raised it, the warrior stood as a testament to patience and respect a dragon whose legacy lay not in fear, but in the honor it carried into every battle. Every pseudo-legendary carries a sense of wonder, but few blend mystery and menace as seamlessly as the one introduced in Galar. This was Dragapult, a spectral dragon that looked both ancient and futuristic, both ethereal and mechanical. Its design suggested a creature caught between worlds, one foot in the realm of ghosts and the other firmly planted in the skies. Among all pseudos, it was perhaps the most unusual, a being that embodied stealth, speed, and spectral strangeness. The journey began with Dreepy, a tiny ghost dragon that seemed more like a playful spirit than a fearsome predator. Lore described it as haunting battlefields from ages past, a remnant of a species long gone, returning in ghostly form. As it grew into Dracloak, it carried younger Dreepy on its head like a guardian, a detail that immediately set it apart from any other line. This image of an older dragon protecting its young created a sense of community within its design, a rare trait for pseudos. When it finally evolved into its final form, the creature became sleek and streamlined, its head shaped like the nose of a jet fighter, with spectral Dreepy loaded and launched from its body like living projectiles. The design was striking in its fusion of ancient myth and modern technology. Its spectral origins tied it to ghosts of the past, while its aerodynamic shape suggested modern stealth aircraft. The combination created something unique, a Pokémon that felt as though it belonged to multiple eras at once. It looked like a phantom fighter jet, a dragon weaponized by its own body, blurring the line between predator and machine. In battle, the Phantom quickly became one of the most feared pseudos ever created. Its blistering speed and wide move pool made it a nightmare to counter. Moves like Dragon Darts, its signature attack, emphasized its uniqueness by using the Dreepy it carried as living ammunition, a concept both playful and unsettling. Its ghost typing added further versatility, letting it slip past opponents' defenses with spectral strikes. Competitive players found it to be one of the most dominant forces in Galar, a pseudo that rivaled even older legends in sheer utility. The anime highlighted its playful yet eerie qualities. Episodes often depicted it carrying Dreepy with care, but when battle began, it launched them with frightening precision. This balance of nurturing and menace made it an especially memorable pseudo, one that embodied both familial bonds and predatory instincts. Its duality resonated with fans, reminding them that even the strangest designs could become beloved when tied to strong storytelling. The trading card game also leaned into its unique design. Many cards depicted the dragon with glowing spectral trails, launching Dreepy into battle against swirling night skies. Its holographic prints often emphasized the eerie mix of ghostly aura and aerodynamic sharpness, making them stand out in collections. For collectors, these cards became symbols of the Galar region itself, sleek, modern, and filled with mystery. Its Pokédex entries reinforced its spectral origins. Many described it as a remnant from ancient times, a dragon that once ruled battlefields before fading into ghostly existence. The lore added that it protected its offspring fiercely, even as it used them in battle, blurring the line between nurturing and combat. This storytelling gave it depth beyond stats, making it feel like a cultural myth within the region, a phantom that carried both history and future in its form. Cultural influences likely stemmed from both yokai spirits and modern technology. Its ghost typing ties it to wandering spirits in Japanese folklore, while its jet-like body is reminiscent of stealth bombers and fighter planes. By combining the supernatural with the technological, the designers created a pseudo that resonated across multiple layers of symbolism. It felt both otherworldly and terrifyingly modern, a creature that could haunt both the skies and human imagination. For trainers, raising one was both a challenge and a delight. Dreepy was notoriously rare, often hidden away in remote areas. Its early stages were fragile, requiring patience and persistence. But once it reached its final form, the reward was enormous. A dragon that outsped nearly anything, striking with ghostly force before opponents could react. Owning one became a mark of prestige, a signal of dedication, and a reward for patience. Its presence in Galar's champion, Leon's team, further cemented its reputation. Seeing the strongest trainer in the region wield the Phantom gave it immediate cultural weight. Just as Cynthia's Garchomp became tied to Sinnoh's competitive identity, Dragapult became inseparable from Galar's. Its role as the champion's ace reflected its balance of power, speed, and mystique, a true symbol of the region's themes of modernity and tradition. Ultimately, Dragapult demonstrated that pseudo-legendaries could embrace strangeness while still being awe-inspiring. It wasn't just a dragon or a predator, it was a spectral fighter jet, a fusion of past and future, of myth and machinery. For players, it was a reminder that the category of pseudos was never limited by expectations, but defined by awe. By blending nurturing bonds with haunting power, the Phantom carved a place for itself as one of the most unique pseudos ever created. Each new generation brings with it the anticipation of discovering the next great pseudo-legendary, and in the Paldea region, that honor went to a dragon unlike any seen before, covered in icy plates and wielding power drawn from both myth and modern imagery. Baxcalibur became the latest entry in a long line of legendary-level companions. Where earlier pseudos embodied chaos, intellect, or compassion, this one stood as a frozen juggernaut, a towering beast whose design echoed both prehistoric reptiles and fantastical monsters of ice. The line began with Frigibax, a small, spiny creature that hinted at its icy nature but didn't yet command respect. As it grew into Arctibax, its body gained sharper edges and larger fins, its cold aura becoming unmistakable. Finally, after the dedication required to bring it to full strength, it transformed into its final form, a massive bipedal dragon, scales glittering like frozen armor, with a dorsal blade resembling the spine of a sword or even a weaponized fin. This evolutionary journey carried it from humble beginnings to one of the most fearsome titans of its era. Design inspirations for the icy beast are multifaceted. Many fans note its resemblance to Godzilla, particularly in its upright stance, jagged backplates, and overall bulk. The icy twist adds another layer of symbolism, connecting it to legends of frozen titans that emerge from glaciers or slumbering mountains. Some interpretations even see its dorsal fin as a nod to medieval weaponry, making it appear like a living blade. By combining kaiju motifs with ice element aesthetics, the designers created a pseudo that felt both familiar and new, a chilling reimagining of the monster archetype. In battle, the frozen colossus established itself as a powerhouse. Its immense attack stat allowed it to crush opponents with devastating moves, while its unique signature attack, Glaive Rush, emphasized its identity as a relentless warrior. This move forced the beast to commit fully to its strike, lowering its own defenses afterward, symbolizing the risk and reward of unleashing overwhelming force. Trainers who used it well discovered that it could swing entire battles with a single, decisive blow, cementing its reputation as one of Paldea's most dangerous threats. The anime and other media highlighted its intimidating stature. Episodes often depicted it towering over opponents, its icy breath freezing landscapes, and its blade-like dorsal fin glowing with cold energy. Unlike gentler pseudos such as Goodra, this dragon leaned into intimidation, its very presence meant to overwhelm. Yet there were also moments where it was shown as loyal to its trainers, reinforcing the balance that defines pseudos beings of immense power who nonetheless bond deeply with those who raise them. In the trading card game, the icy juggernaut quickly became a fan favorite. Holographic cards often portrayed it unleashing glaive rush, icy shards scattering across the artwork. Other prints leaned into its Godzilla-like imagery, showing it roaring amidst frozen mountains or standing tall against crumbling landscapes. Collectors appreciated not just its power in gameplay, but also its striking design, which captured the essence of a kaiju reborn as a dragon of ice. Its Pokédex entries added layers of lore that deepened its mystique. Some described it as using its dorsal fin like a blade, striking with a chilling slash that could cleave opponents in two. Others emphasized its endurance, noting that its icy body allowed it to withstand extreme environments. These descriptions painted it not only as a predator, but as a survivor, a dragon capable of thriving in places where few others could endure. Culturally, the frozen titan draws on themes of resilience and unstoppable force. Just as earlier pseudos like Tyranitar embodied mountains and destruction, this creature represented the immovable weight of ice and cold. It evoked images of glaciers, slowly reshaping landscapes, an unstoppable natural phenomenon that cannot be rushed or resisted. By tying its identity to ice, the designers gave it a distinct elemental role within the pseudo family, the first to claim the power of frozen landscapes as its own. For trainers, raising one was no small feat. Frigibax was rare and often hidden in secluded, snowy environments. Even after capture, its growth required persistence, as its early stages were fragile compared to the might it would later achieve. But those who endured found themselves with a partner that felt monumental, a dragon that embodied both loyalty and devastation. To stand beside the frozen colossus was to feel like one commanded the weight of a glacier itself. In competitive play, it quickly carved a niche. Though not as fast as some pseudos, its raw attack power and unique move options made it unpredictable. Some trainers leaned on its tanky bulk, while others used its ability to unleash massive damage in short bursts. Regardless of strategy, its presence always demanded respect, forcing opponents to prepare specifically for it. This respect mirrored the pseudos always commanded a recognition that they were no ordinary Pokémon, but apex figures of their respective generations. Ultimately, Baxcalibur solidified the legacy of pseudo-legendaries by proving that even in the 9th generation, the designers could still surprise players with fresh concepts. It was a dragon that drew from kaiju, mythology, and the chilling force of nature wrapped together into a design that felt imposing yet noble. For players, it was both a challenge and a reward, a partner whose presence on a team elevated the entire journey. In the Frozen Colossus, trainers found a reminder that strength can be as cold and unstoppable as ice, and just as awe-inspiring. Across the decades, each generation of Pokémon has introduced its own pseudo-legendary, a creature designed not just for raw strength, but to embody the essence of its era. From the Dragon of Dreams in Kanto to the frozen Colossus of Paldea, these titans have become milestones in the history of the franchise. They represent patience, triumph, and dedication rewards for trainers willing to raise rare and difficult partners into legendary level companions. What unites them all is the journey they demand. None are easy to find, and none evolve quickly. From the caves hiding Larvitar to the snowy slopes concealing Frigibax, Pseudos test a trainer's persistence before rewarding them with power. This shared pattern creates a narrative through line across generations. True strength requires patience, and only the most dedicated achieve it. The fact that each Pseudo carries a demanding evolution line is no accident. It is the core of their identity. Design-wise, these creatures serve as reflections of their cultural and regional inspirations. Dragonite embodied Eastern dragon imagery, benevolent and guardian-like. Tyranitar echoed kaiju cinema, a mountain-shaking beast of destruction. Salamence symbolized the Western dream of flight, a predator ruling skies. Metagross fused intellect and machinery, inspired by mecha and supercomputers. Garchomp embodied modern speed and predation, a land shark shaped like a fighter jet. Hydreigon tapped into mythology, the multi-headed Hydra feared for its chaos. Goodra defied expectations by showing strength through gentleness. Kommo-o honored discipline, its scales clattering like ritual drums. Dragapult blended ghostly folklore with the sleek shape of stealth aircraft. And Baxcalibur tied itself to kaiju once again, but with a frozen twist, a glacier given form. This variety demonstrates how pseudo-legendaries are more than powerful Pokemon. They are reflections of the themes of their regions. Each design is not random, but a mirror of the generation's cultural and narrative direction. In this way, they stand apart from ordinary Pokemon, occupying a symbolic space closer to legendaries themselves. The competitive scene has also cemented their importance. Nearly every Pseudo has found a place in high-level play, shaping strategies and forcing opponents to account for their presence. Garchomp's speed and power dominated entire formats. Metagross became a staple of balanced teams, offering resilience and precision. Dragonite and Salamence both thrived with versatile move pools. Hydreigon overwhelmed with special attacks, while Goodra became a wall of endurance. Even Pseudos less dominant in competitive play retained reputations as dangerous threats. This legacy shows how the category has remained consistent. Pseudos are not just lore-driven, but gameplay-defining. The trading card game has echoed this prestige. Pseudos often receive dramatic artwork, roaring across ruined landscapes, soaring through skies, or shimmering with holographic brilliance. Collectors see them as treasures, not only for their rarity, but for what they represent, the pinnacle of non-legendary strength. Owning a card of a Pseudo feels like holding a piece of that region's story, a reminder of the long journey it takes to raise one in the games. The anime, too, has highlighted their importance. Champions and Elite Four members often wield Pseudos as their signature partners. Cynthia's Garchomp, Steven's Metagross, Lance's Dragonite. These pairings are burned into the memories of fans. By tying Pseudos to the most powerful trainers, the anime reinforced their identity as creatures that stand just below legendaries, companions of those at the peak of skill. Yet despite these shared traits, what makes Pseudos fascinating is their diversity. Each one tells a different story about strength. Some embody chaos, like Hydreigon. Others symbolize loyalty, like Goodra. Some emphasize intellect, like Metagross, while others reflect primal forces of nature, like Tyranitar or Baxcalibur. This range ensures that every generation adds a new flavor to the roster, preventing the category from growing stale. Trainers can always look forward to discovering not just a new powerhouse, but a new story about what strength means. There's also the emotional element of raising them. Players often remember their first time nurturing a weak Gibble, a fragile Goomy, or a clumsy Jangmo-o into a titan that could topple champions. This journey creates bonds that feel distinct from legendaries, which are often caught fully formed. A legendary might be awe-inspiring, but a pseudo is personal, earned through patience and effort. This distinction makes pseudos some of the most beloved Pokemon in the franchise, resonating deeply with players' childhood memories. Another fascinating aspect is how pseudos blur the line between myth and reality. Many of them could easily be mistaken for legendaries if not for their evolutionary lines. Their lore often elevates them to near mythic status, and their power frequently rivals legendary creatures. Yet they remain obtainable within the ordinary flow of the game, making them feel like legends that belong to the player rather than distant figures in the story. This accessibility gives them a unique charm. They are both mythical and personal at once. Ultimately, pseudo-legendaries are not defined only by their stats or designs, but by the role they play in the story of Pokemon itself. They are the challenges that test persistence, the companions that reward patience, the titans that mirror their regions, and the bridges between myth and reality. From the benevolent dragon of Kanto to the frozen colossus of Paldea, they form a lineage that spans decades, each one adding to a shared legacy. Together, they tell a story about growth, strength, and the beauty of dedication, a story that players around the world carry with them long after the journey ends. From the earliest days of Pokemon, pseudo-legendaries have stood apart as creatures that symbolize the dedication, patience, and triumph of trainers. They are not simply powerful partners hidden in caves or mountains. They are cultural milestones that echo across games, anime, trading cards, and even playground conversations. Each generation has introduced one of these titans, and together they form a living history of how Pokemon itself has grown and evolved. At their heart, pseudos are designed to embody the concept of reward. The games present them as rare, often elusive creatures that require determination to raise. They begin weak or unremarkable, whether it's a tiny larvitar hiding in caves, a fragile Goomy that can barely hold its own in battle, or a Dreepy that drifts along like a playful ghost. The player who chooses to nurture these companions undertakes a journey of persistence. By the time the final evolution emerges, be it the mountain-breaking Tyranitar, the sky-slicing Salamence, or the frozen juggernaut Baxcalibur, the trainer has not just caught a strong Pokemon, but proven their own endurance. That emotional bond between player and partner is what makes pseudos so beloved. Their cultural impact reaches far beyond gameplay. In the trading card game, pseudos are consistently given special attention. Their cards often receive dramatic artwork that highlights their immense power, cities crumbling under Tyranitar's feet, Hydreigon emerging from swirling shadows, Dragapult soaring with Dreepy in tow. These visual depictions cement their identity as creatures of awe and respect, making them highly sought-after collectibles. Children who held a holo card of one of these beasts felt like they possessed a piece of the franchise's mythos, a treasure that linked them to the stories unfolding in games and shows. The anime has been just as important in elevating pseudos to legendary status. Lance's Dragonite, Steven's Metagross, Cynthia's Garchomp, and Leon's Dragapult became more than just powerful teammates, they became symbols of mastery. When champions and elite trainers wield pseudos, it reinforces the idea that these are not ordinary creatures, but companions worthy of the greatest trainers in the world. For many fans, the first time they saw one of these dragons animated on screen left an impression that never faded. Competitively, pseudos often define eras. Garchomp became so dominant that it reshaped entire formats. Metagross anchored balanced teams with its resilience. Hydreigon terrified opponents with its versatility, while Goodra found its niche as a special wall. Even pseudos that struggled to shine consistently in battle still carried reputations that forced opponents to prepare for them. Their presence in competitive play ensured that they weren't just narrative titans, but also practical forces that shaped how the games were played. Beyond mechanics, pseudos carry symbolic weight. Each one reflects the themes of its generation: Dragonite as a guardian of wonder, Tyranitar as destruction incarnate, Salamence as the dream of flight, Metagross as intellect, Garchomp as predation, Hydreigon as chaos, Goodra as compassion, Kommo-o as discipline, Dragapult as spectral mystery, and Baxcalibur as icy resilience. Together, they form a tapestry of ideas about what strength means, not just physical power, but emotional, cultural, and symbolic weight. This diversity ensures that every trainer can find a pseudo that resonates with them, whether they admire loyalty, chaos, speed, or intellect. The emotional stories players attach to these creatures also cannot be overlooked. For many, their first pseudo was a turning point in their childhood adventure. The thrill of finally evolving a long-struggling companion, the pride of sending it into battle against a champion, and the satisfaction of knowing they raised it from weakness to might. These memories remain some of the most cherished in Pokemon history. Unlike legendaries, which are often caught fully formed, pseudos embody growth, making them feel deeply personal. Even myths and rumors have surrounded them. Tyranitar's kaiju inspirations sparked discussions about Godzilla. Hydreigon's dark Pokédex entries fueled debates about whether Pokémon could ever be too frightening. Dragapult's spectral fighter jet design led to theories about ancient wars and ghostly remnants. Fans turned these details into playground legends, extending the mystique of pseudos beyond what the developers explicitly wrote. As cultural giants, pseudos also serve as a bridge across generations. Parents who grew up raising Dragonite or Salamence now introduce their children to newer pseudos like Dragapult or Baxcalibur. This continuity keeps the fascination alive, ensuring that each era has its own titanic companion to define it. In this way, pseudos are more than powerful. Pokemon, they are traditions, passed down like myths from one generation to the next. Ultimately, pseudo-legendaries are proof of how much thought and care Game Freak has put into balancing gameplay with narrative, design, and culture. They are the crown jewels of each region's Pokédex, not only because of their stats, but because of what they represent. They remind players that true strength requires patience, that growth comes with struggle, and that even the smallest beginnings can lead to legendary triumphs. From the benevolent dragon of Kanto to the icy juggernaut of Paldea, pseudos have shaped how fans experience Pokemon not just as a game, but as a cultural phenomenon. They are the stories we tell, the cards we collect, the champions we admire, and the companions we remember. They stand as monuments within the franchise, not divine legends beyond reach, but partners earned through time, care, and dedication. And that is why, for so many, Pseudo-legendaries are not just powerful Pokemon, they are the heart of what makes the journey unforgettable. And so, the journey through the world of pseudo-legendary Pokemon comes to a close. From the benevolent dragon that once guided the skies to the frozen titan that slumbers in glaciers, each of these companions carries with them not only strength, but stories. Stories of patience, of growth, and of bonds formed between trainer and partner. They are reminders that greatness is rarely instant. It is built step by step, from the smallest beginnings to the proudest triumphs. As you rest, imagine standing at the edge of a wide landscape, the echoes of these mighty creatures lingering in the air. Their roars, once fearsome, now fade into gentle hums that blend with the rhythm of your breath. Each dragon, each titan, each guardian leaves behind not battle cries, but whispers of endurance, telling you that all journeys, even your own, can lead to greatness if you walk them with patience and care. Let the memory of these titans guide you deeper into calm. The skies above, the mountains below, the frozen peaks, the dark caves, and the endless oceans, all quiet now, all at peace. Just as every region has its guardian, every night has its rest. Allow your thoughts to settle, like sand after a storm or snow upon a mountain, and drift slowly into sleep. The world of Pokemon waits for you again tomorrow, but for now, your journey is complete. Close your eyes and let the legends carry you into dreams. The concept of shiny Pokemon was first introduced in the second generation, when developers at Game Freak wanted to add a rare visual difference to certain encounters. These alternate colored versions were not stronger mechanically, but their rarity alone made them a phenomenon. The odds of finding one in gold and silver were 1 in 8,192, astronomically slim compared to modern standards, ensuring that any discovery felt like stumbling upon buried treasure. This rarity defined shinies from the start, making them prized not for utility, but for the story of encountering them. One of the earliest guaranteed shiny encounters was the famous red Gyarados at the Lake of Rage. It was placed deliberately into the game so that every player would know such creatures existed, preventing shinies from becoming nothing more than rumors. This encounter became so iconic that it influenced the anime, merchandise, and even future event distributions. By showing children that rare forms were real, the developers created a new layer of playground mythology, where stories of shimmering creatures spread like wildfire. The reason shinies existed at all came down to programming. When a Pokemon's hidden values, known as IVs, in the early coding, lined up in a particular way, the game swapped its colors. This was not originally designed for glamour, but for technical depth. Yet, out of this mechanical quirk, a cultural phenomenon was born. In later generations, the process became more deliberate, with dedicated coding for alternate palettes, but at first, it was nothing more than a clever exploitation of the system's numbers. Many of the earliest shiny palettes were chosen quickly, often by swapping color values without deep artistic review. This is why certain shinies from the second generation had odd hues, such as murky greens or neon blues that did not always look natural. Over time, Game Freak became more intentional, designing shinies to better reflect symbolism, contrast, or thematic resonance with the original design. What began as simple color swaps evolved into some of the most iconic alternate forms in the series. Despite their rarity, shinies were not always prized in the competitive scene. Because stats and abilities remained identical to normal forms, their value was mostly aesthetic. However, their presence in tournaments still carried a psychological effect. Opponents who saw a shiny on the field often assumed the trainer had invested significant time or effort, which added a layer of intimidation. This subtle mind game made shinies a badge of dedication, even when they offered no direct gameplay advantage. Fan myths quickly developed around shinies, especially in the early days of the internet. Rumors circulated that specific buttons pressed during encounters could increase the odds of finding one, or that certain areas were more likely to generate shinies. None of these were true, but the persistence of these beliefs showed how desperately players wanted control over something designed to be nearly impossible to predict. These myths became a kind of folklore, adding to the mystique of shinies as hidden treasures within the games. The sound and sparkle animation that triggered when encountering a shiny became a sensory memory for many players. That distinct chime, paired with a glittering effect, marked the moment of discovery. For some, it happened once in a lifetime on the original cartridges, cementing the association of shinies with moments of awe and disbelief. Game Freak's decision to add that audio-visual flourish ensured that players knew instantly when they had found something extraordinary. Certain shinies stood out immediately as fan favorites. The black form of Charizard, the golden sparkle of Dragonite, and the striking white of Metagross were widely celebrated. These colorations offered not just rarity, but an alternate identity, transforming familiar companions into symbols of prestige. Over time, these standout shinies became staples of online discussions, fan art, and trading boards, cementing their place in the wider culture of the franchise. As the games evolved, so too did the ways to obtain shinies. Breeding methods, such as the Masuda method introduced in later generations, drastically increased the odds when Pokémon from different language games were paired. This innovation gave players a structured way to hunt shinies, turning the process from pure luck into a test of patience and strategy. With each new mechanic, shiny hunting evolved from a passive miracle into an intentional challenge. The early shiny era also created lasting memories of disappointment. Many children would encounter a shiny but accidentally fainted, run from the battle, or lack Pokeballs to capture it. These tragic stories became part of playground lore, shared almost as ghost stories about the one that got away. The pain of missing such an improbable encounter often drove players to dedicate themselves even harder to shiny hunting later on, proving that loss could fuel devotion just as much as victory. When the third generation arrived on the Game Boy Advance, shiny odds remained the same, astronomical 1 in 8,192, but the way they were calculated changed. Instead of relying on IV values, like in gold and silver, the games introduced a separate personality value system, which included shiny determination as part of a much larger hidden code. This change ensured consistency while making shinies a permanent part of the game's identity, no longer just a quirky side effect of earlier coding. Unlike the second generation, which offered the guaranteed red Gyarados, the third had no mandatory shiny encounters. For many players, this meant they might go their entire adventure without ever seeing one. This absence reinforced the idea that shinies were meant to be mythical, existing in whispers and rumors rather than in everyday gameplay. It was a decision that made shiny ownership an even rarer badge of honor. The fourth generation introduced a mechanic that quietly revolutionized shiny hunting: the Masuda method. Named after director Junichi Masuda, this method boosted shiny odds when breeding two Pokemon from different language games. The odds improved dramatically, dropping from 1 in 8,192 to 1 in 1,365. For the first time, players had a reliable way to increase their chances, and shiny hunting shifted from random encounters to intentional breeding projects. Another new feature in the fourth generation was the Poke Radar, a device in Diamond and Pearl that allowed chaining encounters. By encountering the same species repeatedly, players could increase the odds of finding a shiny dramatically. Skilled hunters mastered the system, while others found chaining frustratingly fragile, since even a small mistake could break the chain. Despite the difficulty, the Poke Radar cemented shiny hunting as a dedicated playstyle, complete with guides, communities, and competitive bragging rights. Heart Gold and Soul Silver brought back a guaranteed shiny with the return of the Red Gyarados. Its reappearance honored the legacy of the original encounter, while also reminding new players of what shinies were. By placing such an iconic event in a remake, Game Freak ensured that the cultural memory of shinies as something magical and universal would never be forgotten. The fifth generation maintained the traditional odds but expanded methods of encountering shinies. For example, the introduction of the shiny charm provided a permanent boost to shiny odds once a player completed the National Pokédex. This reward gave dedicated trainers a way to be recognized for their efforts, while also tying shiny hunting to a sense of ultimate achievement. Suddenly, hunting was no longer just about luck. It was also about dedication to mastering the entire game. In Black 2 and White 2, shiny encounters could even be enhanced through hidden mechanics. Double grass and rippling water increased chances, giving hunters more tools to control their odds. These small adjustments made shinies feel more attainable without stripping away their rarity. They encouraged exploration, rewarding players who noticed subtle changes in the environment and capitalized on them. The sixth generation brought the odds down significantly, cutting them in half to 1 in 4,096. This change reflected Game Freak's recognition that players wanted shinies to feel like a realistic goal, not an unattainable miracle. Coupled with features like Friend Safari, which further improved odds, shiny hunting became more mainstream. For the first time, dedicated hunters could realistically aim for entire collections of shinies, turning the practice into a popular sub-hobby within Pokémon. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire reintroduced the concept of guaranteed shinies in a new way. Shiny Beldum was distributed through an event tied to the game's launch. This marked a shift towards special distributions as a way to give fans shinies without requiring them to rely solely on chance. These distributions carried prestige, often tied to specific promotional campaigns or events, ensuring that shiny hunting expanded beyond gameplay into community-wide experiences. With each generation, shiny hunting grew more structured and intentional. What began as a hidden rarity in the second generation had become a system of odds, tools, and rewards. Whether through chaining, charms, breeding, or events, players now had choices in how they pursued shinies. This shift not only made shinies more accessible, but also created a new culture of dedicated hunters, communities, and even competitions centered entirely around these alternate colored companions. The anime was quick to recognize the cultural power of shinies, weaving them into storylines that emphasized their rarity. One of the earliest examples was the Red Gyarados, which not only appeared in the Johto arc, but also mirrored the guaranteed in-game encounter. By showcasing it on television, the anime reinforced the idea that shiny Pokémon were more than a programming quirk. They were living legends within the world itself. This dual presence in both media forms helped cement shinies as part of the Pokémon mythos. Later in the anime, shinies became a way to mark special trainers or unique story arcs. When a character encountered one, it was always framed as extraordinary, highlighting the rarity even in a world filled with extraordinary creatures. For example, when a shiny Metagross appeared, its silver body became a visual shorthand for strength and prestige. These cameos were subtle reminders that shinies were meant to be admired, not just collected. The trading card game also embraced shinies, though in a slightly different way. Early sets introduced shining cards with special foil treatments and unique color palettes. These cards were some of the most coveted collectibles, mirroring the allure of shinies in the games. Just like their digital counterparts, these cards had no mechanical advantage. Their appeal was purely visual and symbolic of rarity. Owning one was as much about status as it was about gameplay. As the card game evolved, alternate color Pokemon continued to appear in premium sets, often as chase cards with unique holographic patterns. Collectors hunted them with the same dedication as shiny hunters in the games, tearing open booster packs in search of glittering treasures. The fact that shinies carried their mystique across multiple formats, games, anime, and cards showed how deeply they resonated with fans across generations. Outside of official media, shinies became the subject of fan art and online forums, where entire communities formed around hunting and showcasing them. Early message boards in the late 1990s and early 2000s featured threads dedicated to shiny bragging rights, where players would recount their improbable encounters. These spaces became some of the first digital communities to celebrate alternate forms, turning shinies into a communal phenomenon rather than a solitary experience. The rarity of shinies also gave rise to scams and rumors in both playgrounds and online spaces. Children would claim they knew secret codes or button combinations to force shinies to appear, preying on the desperation of others. Online, some traded fake screenshots or hacked Pokemon disguised as authentic shinies. These stories reflected not only the passion for shinies, but also the vulnerabilities of a fan base so eager to believe in miracles. Fan myths stretched into elaborate conspiracy theories. Some claimed that certain cartridges were lucky and had higher shiny odds, while others insisted that specific times of day or phases of the moon influenced encounters. None of these theories held up, but they gave children and communities a sense of control over an otherwise unpredictable system. In a way, these myths were just as important as the actual odds, because they deepened the emotional engagement with shinies. One unique cultural impact was how shinies became associated with patience and dedication in the fandom. Trainers who showcased a shiny Umbreon or Charizard weren't just showing off a rare alternate color, they were signaling hours, sometimes weeks, of grinding. This association gave shinies symbolic weight. They became shorthand for persistence and loyalty, qualities celebrated in both the games and the community. Over time, shiny hunting videos became a genre of their own on YouTube. Entire channels were built around live hunts, reactions, and compilations of shiny encounters. The appeal wasn't just in seeing the alternate colors, but in sharing the suspense of the hunt itself. Watching someone finally encounter a shiny after hours of effort mirrored the communal storytelling of the playground days, proving that shinies remain just as magical in the digital age. The presence of shinies across anime, trading cards, fan communities, and digital platforms transformed them from rare curiosities into cultural cornerstones of the Pokemon franchise. Their role extended far beyond the mechanics of games, embedding themselves in art, stories, and even childhood rumors. This multifaceted presence showed how something as simple as a color swap could ripple outward into an entire fandom identity. The sixth generation on the Nintendo 3DS marked a turning point for shiny accessibility, with the odds permanently reduced to 1 in 4,096. The rare phenomenon felt more achievable than ever. This change was coupled with the return of tools like the Shiny Charm, which further boosted odds and gave long-term players a clear incentive for completing the Pokédex. For the first time, shinies transitioned from mythical occurrences to realistic goals, sparking the rise of dedicated shiny hunting communities worldwide. Friend Safari in X and Y offered a new method that made shinies more attainable. Each friend added to a player's list granted them access to a special zone containing select species, with boosted shiny odds baked into the system. This feature transformed hunting into a social experience as players exchanged codes and built networks to expand their hunting possibilities. It was a quiet acknowledgement that shinies weren't just about rarity, but about community and shared excitement. The Dex Nav in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire introduced chain hunting with a modern twist. By sneaking up on the same species repeatedly, hunters could increase their odds of encountering a shiny. This system rewarded stealth, patience, and careful play, while also providing opportunities for rare moves or abilities. The Dex Nav quickly became one of the most beloved hunting methods, celebrated for its balance of skill and chance. Generation 7 introduced another unique mechanic in the form of SOS battles. When a wild Pokémon called for help, a chain of encounters could begin, and longer chains increased the odds of shininess. This system created moments of tension as hunters managed multiple enemies on the field while hoping for that distinct sparkle. Though divisive for some players, SOS chaining offered a fresh way to engage with shinies, turning battles into extended hunts. Sun and Moon also added the Ultra Wormhole feature, where players could travel into alternate dimensions to encounter rare species. Deeper runs into wormholes increased the chances of shinies, effectively gamifying the hunting process through exploration. The surreal visuals and sense of discovery made shiny encounters here feel especially magical, as if the alternate colors were tied to the strangeness of the worlds themselves. With Sword and Shield, shiny hunting evolved once again through the concept of Dynamax adventures. These cooperative raids allowed players to battle a sequence of powerful Pokémon, culminating in the chance to catch legendaries. Every encounter within the raid carried boosted shiny odds, and because players could see 4 encounters in one run, the efficiency skyrocketed. Dynamax Adventures quickly became a favorite, not only for its odds, but for the communal thrill of seeing a sparkle after a grueling raid. The introduction of overworld shinies in Sword and Shield was another landmark change. For the first time, shinies sparkled visibly before battle, eliminating the uncertainty of random encounters. This shift made shiny hunting more immersive, as players could watch alternate colored forms roam naturally in the environment. It also allowed for dramatic surprises. Spotting a golden creature sprinting across the wild area became a thrill that defined the generation. Community response to these changes was immense. Shiny hunting became not just a hobby, but a streaming phenomenon, with platforms like Twitch showcasing hunts that could last hundreds of hours. The appeal wasn't simply in the reward, but in the shared journey, as viewers celebrated with hunters at the moment of discovery. The tension of not knowing when the sparkle would appear turned long hunts into some of the most watchable Pokémon content online. Events in Generation 8 also highlighted shinies as community treasures, Limited time raids with boosted odds or distributions of specific shiny legendaries became major cultural moments. Players logged in worldwide to participate, and social media flooded with screenshots of shimmering catches. These events reflected how shinies had grown from personal prizes into shared celebrations, reinforcing their role as symbols of community connection. By the end of Generation 8, shiny hunting had transformed from a background rarity into a full-fledged pillar of gameplay. Odds had become manageable, methods were varied and engaging, and entire subcultures formed around the pursuit. What started as a hidden quirk in the coding of the second generation had now become a mainstream activity, a testament to the enduring power of alternate colors to inspire dedication, patience, and joy. The ninth generation introduced a true open-world environment, which radically changed how shinies appeared and were hunted. Because all encounters now spawned visibly in the overworld, the thrill of random battles was replaced by the surprise of spotting a differently colored creature in the wild. Unlike Sword and Shield, there was no sparkle or chime until after the battle began, which meant hunters had to train their eyes carefully. This subtle change gave hunting a new kind of tension. Shinies blended into the landscape, and only sharp observation could reveal them. Sandwich recipes became the centerpiece of shiny hunting in Paldea. By combining specific ingredients, players could activate powers that boosted shiny odds dramatically, reducing the chance from 1 in 4,096 to as low as 1 in 500. This system gave hunters direct control over odds in a way never seen before, turning food preparation into one of the most valuable mechanics in the game. Entire communities quickly built and shared recipe charts, reflecting how central sandwiches had become to the shiny hunting lifestyle. Mass outbreaks also played a major role in Generation 9 shiny hunting. These events spawned dozens of the same species in concentrated areas, multiplying the chances of encountering a shiny. When combined with sandwiches and the shiny charm, outbreaks offered some of the highest odds in the history of the series. Players flocked to these events, often resetting outbreaks to find the species they wanted, creating a loop that made shinies more achievable than ever. One unique twist was the reappearance of the Let's Go mechanic, which allowed Pokemon to auto-battle in the overworld. Interestingly, this feature had an unintended use in shiny hunting. A companion would refuse to attack a shiny, alerting observant players to its presence. This built-in safeguard meant hunters didn't accidentally knock out their target while grinding, showing how even side mechanics could support the culture of shinies. Unlike earlier generations that tied shinies to luck alone, Generation 9 introduced strategy as a dominant factor. Players meticulously planned routes, recipes, and outbreak resets, turning shiny hunting into a structured activity rather than passive exploration. Guides and videos emerged to optimize every possible encounter, with entire spreadsheets dedicated to maximizing efficiency. This shift reflected the maturity of shiny hunting as both a hobby and a science. Community reactions to the new hunting methods were mixed but passionate. Many celebrated the accessibility, as shinies became more common than ever before. Others argued that the reduced rarity diluted the magic, making shinies less special. Yet even with easier odds, the excitement of spotting an alternate color in a wide, natural landscape gave shinies a sense of wonder that balanced convenience with discovery. Some shinies in Paldea stood out immediately, becoming instant fan favorites. A particular example was a bright golden evolution line whose sparkling hue was easy to spot even from a distance. Others, however, were criticized for being nearly indistinguishable from their regular forms, frustrating hunters who spent hours staring at hordes of nearly identical creatures. This disparity in design sparked debates about how shinies should be handled in future games. Events in Generation 9 also celebrated shinies in new ways. Limited time distributions of rare forms and global raids often featured boosted shiny odds, encouraging participation across the world. These events tied shiny hunting directly to community engagement, creating moments where players from different continents could share in the same excitement. Once again, shinies functioned as cultural glue, uniting fans in shared celebration. The open-world nature of Paldea also introduced unique challenges. Because shinies could despawn if a player moved too far away, hunters had to remain cautious and attentive. Many stories circulated online of players who unknowingly passed by a shiny without realizing it. This fear of missing out added intensity to exploration, reminding hunters that the world was full of mysteries, some fleeting and fragile. By the end of Generation 9, shiny hunting had become more than just a rare thrill. It had become a fully fleshed out activity, supported by systems, items, and community infrastructure. Sandwiches, outbreaks, and overworld encounters turned what once felt like a miracle into an intentional practice, while still leaving room for the shock and joy of discovery. It showed how far shinies had come since the days of the Red Gyarados, evolving alongside the franchise while never losing their place as one of its most captivating features. When shinies were first introduced in the second generation, their designs were often the result of simple color palette swaps. Because the Game Boy Color hardware was limited, developers had to reuse existing color data rather than create brand new shades. This is why some early shinies appeared in unusual hues, murky greens, neon pinks, or washed out yellows that seemed almost accidental. These early quirks gave shinies their reputation as unpredictable, with some designs loved for their oddity and others dismissed as unappealing. As the franchise matured, shiny palettes became more intentional. In later generations, developers used alternate colors to highlight contrast and symbolism. For instance, a bright golden form might represent rarity and prestige, while a black recolor could suggest mystery or menace. This more thoughtful approach helped shinies stand out, transforming them from technical oddities into deliberate artistic statements. Certain shinies became cultural icons specifically because of their color schemes. A well-known example is the black form of Charizard, which turned a familiar starter into something sleek and intimidating. Another fan favorite is Umbreon, whose shiny shifts its rings to a striking blue. These designs became shorthand for coolness and rarity, ensuring that some shinies would always be remembered as special, even among hundreds of alternates. Symbolism played an increasing role in shiny design. Many legendary shinies, for example, were given palettes that tied directly to their lore. A Dragon of Time, when shiny, takes on a softer hue that some fans interpret as a reflection of alternate dimensions. A being tied to life and death glows in colors that suggest balance and rebirth. These palettes reinforce the mythic qualities of legendaries, making their alternate forms feel like hidden layers of story rather than mere recolors. In some cases, shinies leaned into humor or playful subversion. A common example is a creature whose shiny form shifts from blue to green, earning it the nickname the Shrek Shiny among fans. Others, like certain bug types, swap into colors that mimic their real-world insect counterparts more accurately. These playful touches showed that not all shinies were meant to be dramatic. Some were simply meant to be fun surprises for observant hunters. Design philosophy also considered visibility. Because shiny odds were so low, developers wanted shinies to be noticeable at a glance. This is why many successful shinies use high contrast palettes like bright golds, stark blacks, or icy whites. However, not all succeeded, and some shinies ended up so subtle that players could barely distinguish them. These muted alternates often sparked debates about whether shinies should always be bold or if subtlety had its place. Fan reactions heavily influenced shiny design in later generations. When certain shinies became universally beloved, developers began intentionally creating palettes in that spirit. Black, white, and gold shinies, in particular, were repeated across multiple species because of how positively fans responded. This feedback loop showed the unique relationship between Game Freak and its community, where player passion helped shape future design choices. Events and distributions also influenced design philosophy. Some shinies were released through official promotions, meaning developers carefully selected forms that would look visually striking in marketing. A shiny legendary distributed through an event was often chosen because its alternate palette looked especially regal or powerful, ensuring that even casual fans would be impressed. These curated choices helped shinies maintain prestige across generations. Beyond aesthetics, shiny palettes sometimes revealed unused ideas. For example, data mining of older games shows that certain shinies used colors that may have been considered for their normal forms, but were swapped late in development. These alternates gave players a glimpse into the design process, suggesting what might have been had different creative decisions been made. In this sense, shinies sometimes functioned as windows into the franchise's history. Overall, shiny design has evolved from random swaps into deliberate storytelling. Early quirks gave them unpredictability, while later generations transformed them into symbolic, cultural, and even playful elements of the Pokémon world. This evolution reflects the growing care Game Freak put into treating shinies not just as statistical rarities, but as meaningful extensions of each species' identity. In the early years of competitive battling, shinies had no direct impact on gameplay. Their stats, moves, and abilities were identical to their standard counterparts, meaning they didn't offer any real advantage. But their rarity made them symbols of prestige, and seeing one appear on the battlefield carried psychological weight. Trainers who brought a shiny into a match were instantly recognized as dedicated hunters or collectors, adding an unspoken intimidation factor. Tournaments in the third and fourth generations occasionally featured players using shinies, but they were uncommon due to the time investment required. Breeding competitive-ready Pokémon with the right stats, natures, and moves was already challenging. Doing it while hunting for shininess was exponentially harder. When someone managed it, it became an unmistakable flex, a signal to their opponents that they had gone above and beyond. The introduction of breeding mechanics like the Masuda method made shiny competitive teams more attainable, with odds improved to 1 in 1,365. Determined trainers could produce shinies with viable stats. This development marked the start of shiny Pokémon becoming more visible in competitive play, though they were still relatively rare compared to standard forms. Hacking, however, created controversy around shinies in tournaments. Because shinies were so rare, some players resorted to external tools to generate perfect shiny Pokémon with flawless stats. Tournament organizers had to implement strict rules and checks to weed out these fakes, and discussions of legitimacy became heated within the community. While hacked shinies looked the part, their presence undermined the dedication of genuine hunters, creating a rift in competitive culture. In the official video game championships, VGC, shinies were allowed as long as they were legitimate. This meant that competitive hunters began showcasing them deliberately, not for advantage, but for style. A shiny Garchomp or Metagross, for instance, might be no stronger than a normal one, but the visual impact on spectators was undeniable. These moments added flair to tournaments, making matches more memorable for audiences. One unique problem arose with subtle shinies. Certain species had shiny palettes so close to their regular forms that opponents sometimes didn't even realize they were facing an alternate version. This reduced the psychological impact, as the flex only worked when the color difference was noticeable. Hunters often gravitated toward high-contrast shinies for this reason, ensuring their effort would be recognized in battle. Streaming culture amplified the appeal of shiny competitive play. Trainers who showcased their shiny teams on Twitch or YouTube drew attention not only for their skill, but also for their dedication. Watching a shiny sweep through an opponent's team became more than a victory. It was a performance. This performative aspect turned shinies into status symbols, shaping the aesthetics of competitive play as much as its mechanics. Event-distributed shinies sometimes had an outsized role in competitive play. For example, distributed shiny legendaries could be used in restricted formats, giving hunters a unique chance to wield visually distinct powerhouses on the official stage. These rare distributions added another layer of prestige, since only those who participated in the events had access to them. Shiny usage thus became tied not just to effort, but to timing and opportunity. The intimidation factor of shinies extended beyond tournaments into casual online battles. On platforms like Pokemon Showdown or Wi-Fi battles, shiny teams became shorthand for dedication. Even when the palette offered no advantage, the psychological effect lingered. Opponents often assumed someone who had invested the time to build an entire shiny team must also be skilled, reinforcing shinies as tools of mind games as much as aesthetics. In the end, shinies in competitive play remained less about power and more about personality. They became statements of patience, dedication, and style, turning battles into stages for self-expression. From the flex of a rare shiny in VGC to the spectacle of a streamer's shiny sweep, alternate colored forms proved that in Pokemon, prestige could be just as impactful as raw strength. The red Gyarados remains the most famous shiny in the franchise's history. By placing this guaranteed encounter in the Lake of Rage, Game Freak ensured every player would experience the thrill of discovering an alternate color. Its crimson body contrasted so sharply with the familiar blue that it instantly etched itself into memory. Beyond the games, it also appeared in the anime and merchandise, becoming the poster child for shinies as a concept. Another iconic shiny was released through a special event during the 4th generation, shiny legendary beasts tied to the 12th Pokemon movie. These alternate colored Raikou, Entei, and Suicune were distributed globally, each linked to unlocking the mythical Zoroark in black and white. For many fans, this event was their first time owning a shiny legendary, transforming what was once a statistical miracle into a cultural milestone. In the same era, a shiny Pichu became a point of fascination. This event-exclusive distribution was tied to Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver, and it carried the nickname Spiky-Eared Pichu when used to trigger a special in-game cutscene. The design was simple, but its status as an official shiny distribution made it memorable. It symbolized how shinies weren't just about luck anymore, they were also about shared global experiences. Shiny legendaries like Rayquaza gained a reputation as cultural icons due to their striking palettes. The jet black form of Rayquaza became a fan favorite, often regarded as one of the best shinies ever designed. When distributed through events or hunted in later generations, it consistently ranked among the most sought-after alternates. Its sleek appearance highlighted how intentional design could elevate shinies from curiosities to masterpieces. Another legendary, Dialga, received a shiny event distribution in celebration of Pokemon's anniversaries. Its teal and green coloration surprised fans with how distinct it looked compared to its usual form. Shiny distributions like this highlighted how Game Freak carefully curated palettes for maximum visual impact, ensuring that event shinies would feel truly special. These moments built anticipation around every new shiny reveal. Some shinies became famous for their scarcity rather than their design. Early shiny events in Japan, such as the Space Sea Deoxys or certain promotional shiny Jirachi, were nearly impossible to obtain outside of their original distributions. These elusive treasures became legends in their own right, traded for years across global communities. Even players who never owned them remembered hearing about them, reinforcing shinies as symbols of prestige. In competitive play, certain shinies achieved recognition through tournament appearances. When a shiny Metagross appeared on the world stage in silver and gold armor, it became a fan favorite. Not only was it visually striking, but its presence in high-level battles reinforced the prestige of owning and training a shiny with viable stats. These rare public appearances gave individual shinies a spotlight that extended their legacy beyond rarity. Another fan favorite was Umbreon, whose shiny form shifts its yellow rings to a bright blue. This subtle but striking change quickly made it one of the most beloved shinies, inspiring fan art, merchandise, and countless shiny hunts. Its popularity showed how certain palettes resonated deeply with fans, transforming a rare alternate form into a cultural phenomenon. Special giveaways often amplified Shiny's fame. During Pokemon X and Y's launch period, Shiny Gengar was distributed with its Mega Stone, allowing fans to use a uniquely colored version of the popular Ghost type. Its pale white appearance stood out dramatically, making it one of the most memorable shiny promotions. Events like this demonstrated how shinies could carry marketing weight, drawing players back into the games. Ultimately, certain shinies transcended rarity to become cultural icons. Whether through guaranteed encounters like Red Gyarados, carefully chosen event distributions, or beloved designs like Black Rayquaza and Blue-Ringed Umbreon, these alternates shaped the collective memory of the fandom. They proved that shinies weren't just a mechanic, they were milestones that defined eras of Pokemon history. The appeal of shinies begins with rarity. From the earliest days of Gold and Silver, the odds of encountering a shiny were so slim that the very possibility became a thrill. Human psychology is wired to find value in scarcity, and the 1 in 8,192 chance tapped directly into that instinct. Even though shinies carried no mechanical benefit, the sheer improbability of finding one made them feel priceless. Colors themselves played a major role in their allure. A familiar partner suddenly appearing in a completely different hue triggered surprise and wonder. This emotional jolt created lasting memories, especially for children whose first shiny often stood out as a once-in-a-lifetime discovery. The fact that shinies did not always follow predictable logic made them even more exciting. Their unexpected shades defied expectations, fueling a sense of mystery. Shinies also appealed to the collector's mindset. For players driven to catch them all, alternate colors represented a new layer of completionism. Owning a shiny wasn't just about filling the Pokédex, it was about possessing something rare that others likely never had. This competitive edge, even in casual communities, gave shinies their status as social trophies. Stories of encountering them became just as valuable as the shinies themselves. The emotional pull of shinies often stemmed from chance encounters. Many players vividly remember stumbling across a shiny while doing something mundane, like training in tall grass or fishing. These moments felt like fate, creating deeply personal connections. Because the odds were so stacked against it, players often interpreted shinies as gifts, signs, or even lucky charms. This sense of destiny contributed to their mystique across generations. The pursuit of shinies also ties into persistence and patience. Hunting for hours without success tests endurance, and finally seeing the sparkle creates a rush of accomplishment. This journey mirrors broader human experiences of striving for rare rewards, making shinies more than just alternate colors. They became metaphors for dedication, reminders that effort and resilience could eventually lead to triumph. Interestingly, shinies highlight the tension between effort and luck. Some players encounter one on their very first route, while others spend hundreds of hours without success. This disparity fuels discussions about fairness, but it also reflects life's randomness. For many, the thrill of hunting comes from knowing that the next encounter could be the one, no matter how long it takes. The hope of possibility keeps players going. Social recognition magnified the emotional impact. Showing off a shiny to friends, whether on a school playground or online, brought admiration and envy. Screenshots, videos, and live streams allowed players to share their victories, transforming solitary hunts into communal celebrations. The sparkle wasn't just personal, it was proof of achievement in a shared cultural space. The bond between trainer and shiny Pokémon often ran deeper than with regular partners. Because the encounter was so rare, many players chose to keep shinies on their teams, regardless of competitive viability. The emotional attachment wasn't tied to strength, but to the story of how they were found. A shiny caught in childhood could carry sentimental value for decades, becoming a companion tied to memory as much as gameplay. The unpredictability of shinies also created unique narratives. Missing a capture, fainting a shiny, or accidentally running away became stories told with equal passion as successful hunts. These tales of loss added another layer to the culture, teaching players that rarity could bring both joy and heartbreak. This emotional duality ensured that shinies remained unforgettable, no matter the outcome. Ultimately, the psychology of shinies lies in their ability to turn simple moments into extraordinary ones. A slight palette change, combined with near impossible odds, transformed everyday encounters into lifelong memories. Whether through luck, effort, or shared recognition, shinies captured the imagination of millions, proving that rarity alone can shape culture, community, and personal meaning. As shinies grew from obscure coding quirks into widely recognized treasures, communities formed around the shared pursuit of hunting them. Early internet forums in the late 1990s and early 2000s became hubs where players compared odds, shared stories, and posted grainy screenshots of their discoveries. These spaces turned shiny hunting from a solitary experience into a communal celebration, laying the foundation for a subculture that would thrive for decades. Live streaming elevated shiny hunting to a global spectacle. Platforms like Twitch allowed trainers to broadcast their hunts in real time, drawing audiences who tuned in for the suspense of long encounters. Viewers shared in the highs and lows, experiencing the same adrenaline when the screen finally flashed with sparkles. The reactions, laughter, gasps, and even tears became just as famous as the shinies themselves, showing how much emotional weight these hunts carried. Dedicated YouTube channels also carved out niches focused entirely on shiny hunting. From compilation videos of best reactions to tutorials on odds and methods, shiny content became its own genre. The most popular hunters built loyal fan bases, where fans followed ongoing hunts, like serialized stories. Each new capture felt like the next chapter in a long-running adventure, connecting creators and audiences through shared patience and reward. Challenges emerged as another way to deepen the culture. Some hunters pushed themselves to collect entire living dexes of shinies, one of every species in alternate colors. Others designed shiny lock runs, where only shinies could be used in playthroughs, dramatically raising the stakes. These self-imposed restrictions turned shiny hunting into a test of both endurance and creativity, proving that the pursuit was flexible enough to fuel countless unique experiences. Events also became part of shiny culture. Community marathons like Shiny Week or Shiny Races invited players worldwide to hunt simultaneously, comparing results in real time. These events fostered camaraderie and friendly rivalry, transforming shiny hunting into something bigger than individual effort. The joy wasn't just in the sparkles themselves, but in the collective excitement of thousands of trainers chasing the same dream. Technology also shaped the culture. Tools like counter apps, custom overlays, and capture cards allowed hunters to track odds and display progress visually. Viewers could watch a hunt climb into the thousands of encounters, heightening the suspense. These tools turned shiny hunting into a performance art where the numbers themselves became part of the drama. Social media amplified shiny culture even further. Twitter and Reddit filled with posts showcasing sparkles, often accompanied by stories of improbable odds. Memes and jokes spread, such as the heartbreak of encountering a shiny in the wrong evolution line, or the relief of finally catching one after weeks of effort. These shared experiences built a language of humor and empathy, uniting hunters across continents. Merchandise reflected the cultural rise of shinies as well. Fan-made pins, shirts, and plushies of alternate colored forms became popular, giving hunters physical tokens of their digital achievements. Some creators even sold custom art of fans' shiny catches, transforming personal victories into keepsakes. This blending of digital and physical worlds showed just how much shiny hunting had transcended the games themselves. One defining feature of shiny culture is its balance of joy and suffering. Hunters often joke about the pain of long odds, yet that struggle is part of the appeal. Enduring endless encounters before the sparkle finally appears builds suspense that no guaranteed event can replicate. This shared hardship has become a badge of honor, reinforcing shiny hunters as a community bonded through patience. Ultimately, shiny hunting culture represents how players transformed a mechanic into a lifestyle. From playground myths to global live streams, shinies evolved into a phenomenon that shaped friendships, communities, and entire fandom identities. The sparkle at the end of a long hunt isn't just about color, it's about connection, endurance, and the joy of celebrating the improbable together. One of the most fascinating quirks of shinies is how they were determined in the second generation. In Gold and Silver, shininess was linked to a Pokemon's IVs. If the right combination of hidden values was present, the creature would appear shiny. This meant that some species, like Unknown, had extremely limited shiny forms because their IVs were tied to their alphabet shapes. Players eventually discovered that not all combinations could exist, making certain shinies mathematically impossible. By the third generation, shininess was no longer tied to IVs, but to a new hidden code called a personality value. This change ensured consistency across the board, but it also introduced unusual quirks, like the ability to have shinies that looked different when transferred to later generations. For example, a Pokemon shiny in Ruby might not remain shiny if hacked incorrectly and moved to Diamond. This created early confusion about how shininess worked across systems. Shiny locks became one of the most controversial technical choices. Starting in Generation 5, Game Freak began intentionally coding some legendary Pokemon to be shiny-proof, meaning no matter how many times a player reset, the creature would never appear in its alternate color. The reason was to preserve story or event significance, but many hunters felt cheated. Locked Pokemon included figures like Reshiram and Zekrom in black and white, sparking years of debate about whether legendaries should always have a shiny form available. Cloning glitches in Emerald created another fascinating shiny phenomenon. Because of a timing exploit in the Battle Tower, players could duplicate Pokemon, including shinies, indefinitely. While controversial, this glitch gave rise to entire online economies where shiny Pokemon were traded like currency. For many, it was the first time shinies became accessible outside of impossible odds, though purists dismissed them as illegitimate. Hacked shinies also flooded the fan base during the DS era. External devices like Action Replay allowed players to generate perfect shinies with flawless stats, bypassing the need for hunting entirely. While some used these for casual fun, others tried to pass them off as legitimate in trades. The rise of hacked shinies created distrust in trading communities, forcing players to develop systems for verifying authenticity. Event distributions sometimes created confusion about legitimacy. For example, shiny Celebi and Victini were locked in their original games, but later distributed through official promotions. This meant that for years, rumors swirled about whether shiny versions of certain mythicals even existed. When events eventually released them, players who had claimed secret hunts were exposed as frauds, highlighting how technical restrictions could shape myths. Graphical glitches occasionally caused shinies to look broken. In early games, palette data was reused in unusual ways, leading to strange shiny sprites that appeared bugged rather than intentional. A few fan-favorite shinies, like Espeon's neon green or Garchomp's nearly unnoticeable shift, were the result of these odd coding quirks. While sometimes disappointing, these quirks became part of shiny identity, proof that alternate forms were born from experimentation as much as design. Another quirk was tied to generation transfers, because each new set of games calculated shininess slightly differently. Some older shinies had to be flagged as special to ensure they stayed shiny when moved forward. Without this safeguard, longtime collectors risked losing their rare treasures during transfers. Game Freak quietly patched this into transfer systems, ensuring that decades-old shinies remained valid across generations. The rise of online trading created new shiny-related scams. Because shinies were so desirable, some players would edit sprites or use misleading nicknames to trick others into unfair trades. These scams became so widespread that Nintendo had to issue reminders that shinies were purely cosmetic, urging players not to trade something valuable just for an alternate colored sprite. Still, the market for shinies thrived, with values assigned like real-world collectibles. Ultimately, technical quirks, glitches, and hacks became as much a part of shiny culture as legitimate hunts. From locks that frustrated players to glitches that multiplied them, shinies reflected the messy, fascinating relationship between coding and fandom. These quirks showed that even the smallest programming decisions could ripple outward into myths, markets, and decades of stories. When shinies debuted in the second generation, the odds of encountering one in the wild were set at 1 in 8,192. This number wasn't chosen for symbolism, but because of how the Game Boy Color handled values for Pokemon data. The calculation came from a simple check against IVs, and the result was a vanishingly small probability that ensured shinies felt like near mythical encounters. These odds remained unchanged through the third and fourth generations. Players across those eras often went entire playthroughs without ever seeing a shiny, which only strengthened their mystique. The rarity meant that most hunters heard about shinies through word of mouth or magazines long before they saw one themselves. That gap between knowledge and experience turned shinies into playground legends, as players debated whether they were even real. The Masuda method, introduced in the fourth generation, changed the math of breeding dramatically. By hatching eggs from parents of different language games, players could boost their odds from 1 in 8,192 to 1 in 1,636. This innovation made shiny hunting more intentional, rewarding players who invested effort into international trading. For the first time, shiny odds became something players could actively influence rather than passively endure. The shiny charm further shifted probabilities. First appearing in the fifth generation, this item rewarded players for completing the National Pokédex by increasing shiny odds across all encounters. With it, the standard rate dropped significantly, making shinies more accessible to dedicated collectors. The charm represented a milestone in shiny design philosophy, transforming them from sheer luck into a reward for effort and completion. Chaining methods in the fourth and sixth generations offered new ways to push odds even further. Whether through the Poke Radar in Diamond and Pearl, or the chain fishing of X and Y, these systems gave hunters increasingly favorable odds the longer they maintained their streaks. For example, chain fishing could reduce odds to nearly 1 in 200, creating some of the fastest hunts in history. These methods added strategy and skill to shiny hunting, shifting it away from pure chance. In Omega, Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, the DexNav introduced one of the most beloved math-based hunting methods. Each successful chain increased the likelihood of a shiny, with odds reaching levels as favorable as 1 in 200. The system was beloved because it balanced probability with player control, rewarding focus and precision. The combination of math and patience made DexNav hunts some of the most satisfying in the franchise. In Generation 7, SOS chaining pushed odds even higher. After about 30 chained calls for help, shiny odds improved dramatically, reaching 1 in 273 with the shiny charm. This system created tense encounters where players had to balance knocking out reinforcements while keeping the chain alive. The math rewarded persistence, turning prolonged battles into glittering payoffs. Sword and Shield introduced a complex hidden system that tracked how many of a species a player had defeated. The more defeats, the better the odds became. Though the system wasn't fully understood, until data miners uncovered the details. Combined with the shiny charm and breeding methods, odds could drop as low as 1 in 512. This complexity showed how deeply shiny hunting had become embedded in the game's design. The most dramatic odds came in Generation 9, where sandwiches, outbreaks, and charms stacked to create probabilities as favorable as 1 in 512 in the overworld. With outbreaks producing dozens of encounters at once, the math leaned in favor of hunters more than ever before. This shift sparked debates. Were shinies losing their magic because of accessibility, or was this simply the natural evolution of a beloved mechanic? Through all these changes, the math of shinies reflected the balance between luck and control. From the astronomical odds of 1 in 8,192 to the generous boosts of sandwiches and outbreaks, every adjustment reshaped how players approached shiny hunting. Whether rare miracles or calculated goals, shinies always carried the magic of numbers, invisible probabilities that made each sparkle feel like defying the impossible. One of the earliest shiny controversies came from subtle designs that barely differed from their regular forms. Creatures like Garchomp or Gengar had shiny palettes so faint that many players couldn't even tell the difference without side-by-side comparisons. This sparked debates about whether shinies should always be bold and noticeable, or if subtlety was part of their charm. For many, investing hours into a hunt only to receive a nearly identical color felt disappointing, fueling ongoing frustration. Event distributions created their own disputes. Some shinies, like Celebi or Victini, were shiny locked in their original games, but later distributed through official promotions. This meant that hunters, who had reset thousands of times for these creatures, were wasting their effort unknowingly. While the eventual distributions brought joy, the lack of transparency left lingering bitterness in the community. Players wanted clarity about which shinies were actually obtainable and which were forever locked. Hacked shinies became another major point of contention. During the DS and 3DS eras, external devices allowed players to generate perfect shinies with flawless stats instantly. These fakes flooded online trades, making it difficult to know which shinies were legitimate. Some communities developed strict verification rules, but distrust remained. For many, the existence of hacked shinies cheapened the value of genuine hunts, undermining the sense of accomplishment. The Masuda method and shiny charm, while popular, also stirred controversy. Some argued that reducing the odds of shinies made them less special, turning what was once a miracle into something routine. Others felt the accessibility was positive, making shinies more inclusive for casual fans. The divide reflected a core tension in shiny culture, were shinies meant to be rare treasures, or should they be achievable goals for everyone? Competitive play introduced further controversy. While shinies had no mechanical advantage, their presence in official tournaments often carried psychological weight. This raised questions about fairness. Was it appropriate to flex with something so rare in a competitive setting? Opinions varied, with some seeing shinies as harmless flair and others viewing them as unnecessary distractions. Distribution timing sometimes fueled frustration. Players who missed limited-time shiny events often had no legal way to obtain those forms again for years. This exclusivity turned shinies into symbols of privilege, where only certain regions or time frames granted access. The imbalance created resentment, especially in international communities, where not all events were evenly distributed. Design choices for certain shinies also drew criticism. For example, some fans disliked when alternate colors strayed too far from a species' identity, arguing that they looked unnatural or clashed with established themes. Others celebrated these wild shifts, enjoying the unpredictability. This debate over aesthetics showed how shinies were not just mechanical features, but artistic expressions subject to personal taste. The rise of shiny hunting streams sparked its own controversies. Some accused popular streamers of faking hunts or using hacked odds to entertain audiences. While most hunts were genuine, suspicion lingered, highlighting how shinies' rarity made them prone to skepticism. The pressure of public hunts only amplified these tensions, as audiences demanded proof of legitimacy. Accessibility changes in Generation 9 reignited old arguments. With sandwiches, outbreaks, and boosted odds, shinies became more common than ever. While many welcomed the convenience, others lamented the loss of rarity, saying shinies no longer felt as magical. This tension underscored the evolving identity of shinies, once mythical rarities, now structured hunts woven into the fabric of modern gameplay. Shiny controversies revealed just how deeply fans cared about these alternate colors. Whether debating subtle palettes, questioning hacked legitimacy, or arguing over accessibility, the passion surrounding shinies showed that they were more than pixels. They were cultural flashpoints, reflecting broader questions about rarity, value, and fairness in gaming. Anime was one of the first places outside the games where shinies took on a starring role. Early episodes featured shiny versions of familiar species, using their unique colors to emphasize rarity and mystery. The Red Gyarados episode, in particular, mirrored the Lake of Rage event from the games, cementing the concept in popular culture. Seeing alternate colors on screen brought shinies into the wider world of Pokémon storytelling. Over time, more shiny Pokémon appeared in the anime, often tied to special episodes or unique characters. A shiny Noctowl, caught by Ash, became one of the earliest examples of a shiny partner belonging to a main character. Its presence reinforced the idea that shinies were not just statistical oddities, but narrative tools, giving trainers a sense of uniqueness. These appearances inspired fans to seek their own shinies in the games, blending fiction with gameplay. The trading card game also embraced shinies. Early holographic cards experimented with alternate color schemes, introducing shiny versions that instantly became collector's items. Cards like the Neo Revelation, Shiny Magikarp, or Gyarados set a precedent for shiny-themed releases. These rare prints often mirrored the rarity of shinies in the games, making them highly sought after by both players and collectors. Special sets like Shining Legends and Hidden Fates expanded the concept even further. These collections featured shiny versions of dozens of popular Pokémon, allowing fans to own representations of alternate forms without needing to hunt them in the games. The cards often showcase dazzling foil treatments to mimic the sparkle of encountering a shiny. Their popularity showed how deeply shinies had embedded themselves into Pokémon culture. Spin-off games also made use of shinies, though in unique ways. In titles like Pokémon Go, shinies became central to community events, raid days, and global celebrations. Because the odds were often boosted during these events, shinies became both more accessible and more social. Players around the world shared screenshots of their finds, reinforcing the idea that shinies connected people across continents. Other spin-offs, such as Pokémon Mystery Dungeon, included shiny Pokémon as rare encounters. These alternate forms often added surprise and excitement to dungeon crawling, giving players unexpected goals. The presence of shinies in spin-offs ensured that the concept wasn't limited to mainline games, broadening their role in the franchise. Merchandise also celebrated shinies. Plushies, figures, and pins of alternate colored Pokemon became popular among collectors, often released in limited runs. These physical items gave fans a way to display their love for shinies outside of gameplay, turning digital rarities into tangible treasures. The fact that shiny merchandise often sold out quickly mirrored their desirability in the games. Fan creations amplified the role of shinies beyond official channels. Artists frequently depicted shiny forms in illustrations, comics, and fan fiction, exploring how alternate colors could influence storylines or personalities. Some fans even designed custom shiny versions of Pokemon that didn't exist officially, reflecting how powerful the concept had become as a source of creativity. Competitive card play also adopted shinies as status symbols. Owning shiny printed cards in tournaments was akin to using a shiny team in the video games, a flex of rarity and prestige. These cards didn't necessarily provide mechanical advantage, but they carried an aesthetic weight that made them desirable. Once again, shinies proved that rarity could influence culture beyond raw gameplay. Ultimately, the presence of shinies outside the main games reinforced their role as more than just alternate sprites. Whether in anime episodes, trading cards, spin-offs, or merchandise, shinies became cultural icons. Their sparkle transcended consoles and cartridges, embedding itself in nearly every corner of Pokemon media. From their introduction in the second generation, shinies captured imaginations in ways few other features ever could. What began as a statistical rarity tied to obscure coding values became a phenomenon that defined countless childhood memories. Players who first stumbled upon a shiny without even knowing what it was often carried that moment with them for life, proof that even the smallest detail in Pokemon could become monumental. Shinies shaped the way players talked about the franchise. For many, playground conversations revolved around whether anyone had seen one, fueling myths and speculation. These discussions mirrored the earliest rumors about missing No or Mew under the truck, cementing shinies as part of Pokemon's culture of mystery. They became campfire stories, retold endlessly, binding fans together through shared wonder. Over time, shinies came to symbolize dedication. The sheer effort required to hunt them, whether through thousands of encounters, endless eggs, or carefully maintained chains, turned shinies into badges of honor. Trainers who captured them demonstrated patience and persistence, qualities celebrated within the community. The sparkle on the screen became shorthand for determination, a visual marker of effort rewarded. Shinies also represented personal connection. Because each encounter was so improbable, every shiny came with a story: where it was found, how long it took, and what it meant to the player. These personal narratives gave shinies sentimental weight, transforming them from mere alternate colors into cherished companions. For many fans, a shiny caught years ago holds more emotional value than legendaries or mythicals, because it carries a piece of their own history. In broader fandom culture, shinies became symbols of creativity. Fan art, custom merchandise, and online showcases all revolved around alternate forms. Communities celebrated shinies not just for rarity but for beauty, elevating certain designs to near mythic status. Entire online trends emerged around showing off collections, reacting to hunts, or designing imagined shiny palettes for unreleased Pokemon. The legacy of shinies also lies in their role as cultural glue. Events like community hunts, streaming marathons, and shiny races united fans across continents. The sparkle wasn't just about pixels, it was about shared anticipation and celebration. Watching someone else succeed felt almost as satisfying as finding one yourself, a rare example of digital rarity fostering real-world togetherness. At the same time, shinies reflected the tension between luck and fairness. Their rarity made them precious, but also frustrating, sparking debates over accessibility. Were shinies meant to be exclusive trophies, or joys that everyone should experience? This ongoing debate highlighted the unique position shinies hold in gaming culture, where scarcity fuels both awe and division. The evolution of shiny hunting methods showed how the franchise adapted to fan passion. From unchanging 1 in 8,000 odds to boosted chances through charms, chaining, and sandwiches, the journey of shinies mirrored the growth of Pokemon itself, expanding, innovating, and responding to its audience. Each new generation brought not just new creatures, but new ways to pursue sparkles, reflecting the importance Game Freak placed on this feature. In many ways, shinies embody the heart of Pokemon: discovery, patience, and connection. They remind players that adventure is as much about the unexpected as the planned, and that even the smallest difference can feel extraordinary. The sparkle at the heart of a shiny encounter is more than light on a screen. It's the spark of joy that Pokemon has always promised. Ultimately, the legacy of shinies is timeless. Whether through stories of Red Gyarados, hunts streamed to thousands, or plushies of alternate-colored favorites, shinies became cultural icons woven into the very fabric of the franchise. They are proof that rarity and imagination, when combined, can create wonder that lasts for generations. Looking back across the history of shinies, it is remarkable how such a small feature grew into one of the most beloved aspects of the Pokemon franchise. What started as a coding quirk tied to hidden values in the second generation became a defining part of how fans experienced the series. The very first hunters often didn't even know what they had stumbled upon, yet those early sparkles planted the seeds for a legacy that would stretch across decades. One enduring truth about shinies is that they are equalizers. No matter how skilled a player is, or how many battles they've won, shinies come down to patience, persistence, and luck. That simple role of chance gave every trainer, from children on playgrounds to world champion battlers, the same possibility of encountering something extraordinary. In that way, shinies became a symbol of Pokemon's universal magic that anyone, anywhere, could share in the wonder. The stories tied to shinies are just as important as the shinies themselves. One player might recall the shock of finding their very first sparkle while fishing, while another might remember accidentally knocking out their prize in a moment of panic. These moments became tales retold years later, binding trainers together through shared emotions of joy, surprise, and even heartbreak. Each shiny wasn't just a rare alternate color, it was a story woven into personal history. Over time, shinies also highlighted the growth of the games themselves. In the early days, encountering one was nearly impossible, with odds set at 1 in 8,192. Today, through charms, outbreaks, and modern mechanics, the odds are far more generous. This evolution mirrors the franchise's shift from mystery to accessibility, from hidden miracles to shared experiences. Yet even as shinies became easier to obtain, their sparkle never lost its charm. The culture that formed around shiny hunting is one of the most unique aspects of the fandom. Entire communities arose around sharing hunts, live streaming encounters, and creating challenges that tested endurance. The sparkle became not only a goal, but a way to connect, to cheer for one another, and to celebrate persistence together. In this sense, shinies turned gaming into storytelling, with every capture adding another chapter to the collective memory of fans worldwide. Even the controversies surrounding shinies, whether over subtle designs, event locks, or hacked versions, underline just how important they are. Few other mechanics inspire such passionate debates. The disagreements themselves are proof of how deeply shinies matter, because they represent more than statistics. They embody fairness, beauty, and personal triumph, values that resonate differently with each trainer. Shinies also bridge the gap between fiction and reality. On screen, they sparkle as rare treasures. Off screen, they inspire art, merchandise, and cherished memories. They are plushies on shelves, prized cards and binders, and digital companions transferred carefully across generations. Their presence in culture proves that alternate colors are more than novelties. They are icons, symbols of wonder that extend far beyond pixels. Perhaps the most powerful legacy of shinies lies in the quiet patience they teach. Hours of hunting can feel endless, but then, in a single instant, the sparkle appears and everything changes. That fleeting moment of joy reminds players that persistence pays off, that small miracles are possible even in the most ordinary places. In that way, shinies echo one of Pokemon's deepest themes, the beauty of discovery. As the franchise continues to evolve, shinies remain constant. New mechanics, new regions, and new creatures will always arrive, yet the thrill of alternate colors endures. Trainers in future generations will still gasp at unexpected sparkles, still share their hunts with friends, and still treasure those personal stories. The sparkle is timeless, a thread that ties every era of Pokemon together. And so, as this journey through 160 shiny Pokemon facts draws to a close, it becomes clear that shinies are more than just alternate forms. They are symbols of patience, community, and wonder. They remind us that even in the most familiar worlds, surprises wait to be found. Like ripples on water or glimmers in the night sky, shinies carry a quiet magic, one that continues to guide trainers into dreams. Among the earliest beings to be known as legendaries, Articuno captured imaginations with its frosty wings. Articuno was introduced as the embodiment of icy winds and winter storms, a creature whose wings were said to chill the very air it passed through. Hidden away in the frozen caverns of the Seafoam Islands, it was deliberately placed in an environment that tested a trainer's ability to navigate treacherous currents and strength puzzles before earning the chance to even see it. The developers crafted this setting to symbolize endurance and patience, qualities associated with surviving cold extremes. Its cry, derived from a recycled Game Boy sound file, was altered slightly into an echoing whistle that quickly became iconic. Over the years, Pokédex entries turned it into a legend, exaggerating its ability to create blizzards at will. In the anime, its wings shimmer like crystal, refracting light in ways the early games could not show. These layered details transformed the bird into a symbol of serenity and power hidden among frozen peaks. Zapdos was designed as the counterpart of summer storms and untamed lightning. Its roost in the abandoned power plant carried symbolic meaning, representing technology reclaimed by nature. The flickering lights and broken generators that surrounded it created an eerie setting, as though the bird had claimed the ruins of human ambition. On the Game Boy, its cry came across as a burst of static, harsh and grating in a way that fit the theme of thunder cracking across the sky. Developers intentionally positioned it midway through the adventure so that players would feel a jolt of danger earlier than expected, breaking the rhythm of the journey. Later entries emphasized how storms follow wherever it flies, reinforcing the idea that lightning is unpredictable and never truly under control. Moltres served as the trial by fire, roosting deep inside Victory Road. Its presence just before the Elite Four symbolized renewal through hardship, the idea that glory comes only after enduring flame. The battle itself felt less like a wild encounter and more like a rite of passage fitting for a bird whose design drew from Phoenix mythology. Pokédex entries dramatized its ability to scatter sparks with every wing beat, turning it into an omen of volcanic eruption. Early concept art suggested glowing feathers surrounded by embers, but hardware limitations meant the sprite could only suggest its fiery presence. Later games finally realized this idea with animations that left trails of flame across the battlefield, showing what the artists had always envisioned. Together, the three elemental birds form a trio bound by more than just typing. Their names, ending with the Spanish uno, dos, and tres, were a deliberate Easter egg linking them as a set. Their placement across Kanto represented natural extremes, frozen caverns, abandoned machines, volcanic caves, giving balance to their lore. Originally, the developers never intended for them to have a master, but later regions introduced Lugia as the being that could calm them. This retcon tied Kanto's legends into a wider mythology, showing how older creatures were given new significance as the franchise expanded. Mewtwo stood apart from these natural forces, representing the dangers of human ambition. Created from scientific experiments that cloned Mew's DNA, it carried one of the darkest backstories in the series. The journals scattered throughout the abandoned Cinnabar mansion told fragments of its creation, forcing players to piece together a tale of scientists who overreached. This environmental storytelling was rare for the era, and it gave the game a sense of hidden tragedy. Its home in Cerulean Cave further reflected this theme. Only champions were allowed inside, and the dungeon was filled with some of the strongest wild encounters in the game. This design made the creature feel like an ultimate challenge, something beyond the normal flow of the journey. Developers even gave it a unique battle theme, composed to heighten tension and distinguish it from every other encounter. It became the first Pokémon to receive this treatment, setting a precedent for future legends. In competitive play, the psychic powerhouse was notorious. Its stats were so overwhelming in the original titles that it dominated nearly every team composition. At the time, the psychic type had almost no weaknesses, which left little room for counterplay. This imbalance became one of the driving forces behind the introduction of dark and steel types in the Johto generation, showing how a single Pokémon's design could reshape the entire battle system. The anime took its mystique even further, especially through the first feature film. Instead of portraying it as simply a boss battle, the story framed it as a being struggling with its own existence and purpose. Themes of identity, free will, and morality appeared in ways rarely addressed in children's entertainment at the time. The film's success cemented its place not just as a powerful Pokémon, but as a cultural figure with philosophical depth. Together, the birds and the clone represent Kanto's approach to legendaries, optional challenges hidden off the main path, embodying forces beyond ordinary creatures. They were placed not to advance the storyline, but to suggest that the world held mysteries far greater than the player's immediate journey. That template shaped every generation that followed, making legendaries not just rare encounters, but symbols of myth and meaning woven into the world of Pokémon. Raikou was introduced as the embodiment of lightning striking the earth, a beast whose roar echoed like thunder across the plains. Its design drew heavily from saber-toothed cats, with exaggerated fangs and a flowing mane that rippled like storm clouds. What set it apart mechanically was its role as one of the first roaming legendaries the moment players encountered it. The battle often ended immediately as it fled. Behind the scenes, its position was recalculated each time the player changed routes, giving the illusion of a creature constantly on the move. This mechanic created a sense of pursuit unlike anything seen before in the series. The Pokédex reinforced this theme by describing it as carrying the very essence of a thunderstorm on its back. With every appearance, it reminded trainers that lightning is wild and unpredictable, striking where and when it pleases. Entei, the second of the trio, was said to embody volcanic fury. Inspired by lions and legendary beasts of Japanese folklore, its flowing mane resembled plumes of smoke and ash. Its lore claimed that whenever it roared, a volcano would erupt somewhere in the world, exaggerating its connection to fire. Like Raikou, it roamed freely across the region, forcing trainers into cat-and-mouse hunts that could take hours or even days to complete. The unpredictability of these encounters left players anxious, never knowing when the beast would appear or escape. In the anime, it was portrayed as both a terrifying presence and a gentle guardian, particularly in the third movie, where it took on a fatherly role within a child's imagination. This duality of destructive fire and protective warmth gave it a depth beyond its role as simply another legendary encounter. Suicune, the third member of the trio, embodied the purity of water and the cleansing power of rain. Its sleek design and flowing ribbons gave it a majestic presence, reflecting an almost spiritual role among the beasts. Unlike the others, its connection to lore was expanded significantly in later games, where it became the focus of storylines involving purification and rebirth. The Lake of Rage encounter introduced the concept of shiny Pokémon to players, and it was no coincidence that Suicune's icy blue palette contrasted sharply against the red Gyarados found earlier. In terms of myth, it was said to run across the land purifying dirty waters, a reflection of the developer's intent to weave environmental themes into the series. Its elegant design and graceful animations helped it become one of the most beloved legendaries of all time. Together, Raikou, Entei, and Suicune formed the trio of beasts linked to the burned tower of Ecruteak City. Lore suggested that when lightning struck the building, fire consumed it, and rain eventually quenched the flames, a sequence mirrored in the elemental roles of the beasts themselves. Ho-Oh, watching from above, revived them from the ashes, forever connecting the three to the cycle of destruction and rebirth. This mythological framing was one of the earliest examples of Pokémon storytelling, leaning into symbolic narrative, blending gameplay with themes of mortality and restoration. Lugia was introduced as the guardian of the seas, yet it also served as the unseen master of the Kanto birds in the second Pokémon movie. Its design, with wing-like arms that resembled both feathers and fins, embodied the liminal space between sky and ocean. In gold and silver, it could be found deep in the Whirl Islands, hidden behind currents that required multiple HMs to navigate. This placement gave the encounter a sense of pilgrimage, as if players had to earn the right to meet the creature by mastering the elements of water themselves. Its battle theme was one of the first to use layered instrumentation on the Game Boy Color, pushing the hardware to create a soaring, mysterious soundscape. In the anime, its role as a parental figure to baby Lugia added another layer of depth, emphasizing its position not just as a guardian, but as a protector of family. Ho-Oh, the Rainbow Phoenix, symbolized eternal life and hope. Perched atop the Tin Tower, it was the counterpart to Lugia's hidden depths, existing in the open sky above a city steeped in tradition. Its feathers, described as glowing in 7 colors, were said to bring happiness to those who saw them. This tied directly to the legendary scene in the very first anime episode, when Ash glimpsed it flying overhead, a moment that foreshadowed years of adventure. In-game, its role extended beyond myth, as it served as the explanation for why the beasts existed at all. Revived by its divine flames, they became walking reminders of the bird's power. Pokédex entries often exaggerated its eternal lifespan, claiming it could live for thousands of years, while others suggested it would only reveal itself to pure-hearted trainers. This dual imagery of renewal and rarity made it one of the most spiritual Pokémon in the entire series. The legendary beasts and the twin birds together gave Johto a sense of mythological depth unseen in Kanto. They tied landmarks like the Burn Tower, Tin Tower, and Whirl Islands into a shared narrative about destruction, rebirth, and balance. Their designs drew from Japanese folklore, phoenixes, guardian lions, thunder gods, and sea spirits grounding their fantasy in cultural tradition. Mechanically, their roaming behavior and hidden dungeons pushed players to explore every corner of the map. Spiritually, their myths elevated the region into a place where history, legend, and gameplay were inseparable. Regice was introduced as one of the 3 ancient golems hidden deep within Hoenn. Its crystalline body was said to be formed from ice that never melts, even under extreme heat. Accessing its chamber required solving braille puzzles, a groundbreaking mechanic at the time that asked players to decode real-world writing. The puzzle itself referenced standing still for 2 minutes, an unusual gameplay demand that tested patience more than reflexes. Its Pokédex entries often highlight how the air surrounding it drops to freezing temperatures instantly, reinforcing the idea that it is less a creature and more a walking embodiment of ancient, unyielding ice. Regirock, the second of the trio, was built from stone that it could regenerate over time. In lore, it was said to rebuild its body using rocks from its environment, meaning its form could look slightly different depending on where it resided. This subtle idea hinted at a living construct rather than a natural being. Mechanically, it was introduced as a physical wall, contrasting with Regice's special defense. Its sealed chamber required players to use strength in a specific pattern after deciphering Braille, blending puzzle solving with traditional overworld mechanics. By forcing trainers to interact with both environment and language, it gave the impression that uncovering these creatures meant deciphering a forgotten civilization. Registeel completed the trio as the metallic sentinel. Unlike its rocky or icy counterparts, its body was said to be composed of a metal harder than any known substance, one that scientists in-universe could not replicate. Its resting place was hidden underground, reinforcing its theme of buried technology. The Braille puzzle required the use of fly within a sealed room, an odd mechanic that no other part of the game used. This demanded that players think outside normal expectations, rewarding creative experimentation. Lore suggested that Registeel's body stretched and shrank like liquid metal, hinting that it was not natural steel at all, but a mysterious alloy. Groudon represented the primal land itself. Introduced as one of the most powerful beings in the region's mythos, it was tied directly to volcanic activity and continental expansion. According to lore, its endless struggle against Kyogre caused cataclysmic shifts in the world's climate, requiring Rayquaza to intervene. Mechanically, It was the first legendary tied to a weather effect, drought, which altered battle conditions by intensifying sunlight. Its resting place, hidden in the depths of Magma Cavern, symbolized the power of Earth's core. Later remakes expanded this concept with Primal Reversion, where Groudon's design incorporated glowing magma lines that reflected the destructive essence of tectonic forces. Kyogre, its oceanic rival, embodied the vastness of the sea. Said to have created the oceans themselves, it represented endless rain and flood. Its ability, Drizzle, mirrored this myth by summoning storms immediately upon battle. In contrast to Groudon's subterranean lair, it could be found in the Marine Cave, a shifting location tied to tides, a clever design that reinforced its dominion over water. Later depictions gave it a glowing pattern across its body when it assumed its primal state, symbolizing bioluminescence and the mysteries of the deep. In both lore and gameplay, it stood as the ultimate counterpart to land, an unstoppable tide to balance Groudon's fiery expansion. Rayquaza soared above both, the arbiter of balance in Hoenn's mythology. Dwelling high within the Sky Pillar, it embodied the sky and atmosphere, an eternal presence keeping watch over the battles of land and sea. Its ability to quell the primal forces of Groudon and Kyogre elevated it to a divine role in the region's mythos. The climb to reach it was notoriously difficult, requiring mastery of the Mach Bike across cracked floors. This environmental challenge mirrored the effort needed to ascend into the heavens. In later remakes, it became the first legendary shown to Mega Evolve, and it required no Mega Stone, a reflection of its overwhelming connection to natural power. Latios and Latias, often grouped together, brought a different kind of legendary presence. Unlike the primal titans or ancient golems, these two were designed to feel personal and approachable. Their jet-like bodies suggested speed and modernity, contrasting with the ancient themes of the other legendaries. In lore, they were said to be able to sense human emotions, choosing to appear only to those they trusted. In the anime, they played central roles in Pokémon Heroes, protecting a city with self-sacrifice and compassion. In gameplay, they were among the first legendaries to be obtainable through roaming mechanics and event-based encounters, blending rarity with accessibility. Their mega evolutions later emphasized their role as sleek, streamlined guardians of the skies. The Hoenn legendaries together created one of the most ambitious mythologies in the series. The Regis represented forgotten civilizations and puzzles left behind by ancient humans. The primal trio of Groudon, Kyogre, and Rayquaza embodied elemental balance on a global scale. Latios and Latias brought the legends down to a personal level, emphasizing bonds between humans and Pokémon. With puzzles, weather mechanics, and climactic battles, the Hoenn region raised the scale of legendary design to new heights, laying the foundation for Sinnoh's even grander mythology. Uxie was introduced as the being of knowledge, one of the trio dwelling in Sinnoh's lakes. Its lore claimed that when it opened its eyes, it granted wisdom, though those who looked directly into them might lose their memory. Found in Lake Acuity after the main storyline, it stood as a quiet reminder that intellect was considered just as powerful as raw force in Sinnoh's mythology. The decision to place it within a remote, snow-covered environment mirrored the idea that knowledge is something hidden away, accessible only to those who make the effort to seek it. Its yellow crest and serene expression conveyed calm intelligence, while its battle stats emphasized endurance over offense, fitting its role as the embodiment of wisdom. Mesprit, known as the being of emotion, was tied to Lake Verity. Its legend suggested that it gifted humanity with feelings, and that when it departed, those emotions would vanish. In gameplay, it mirrored the roaming mechanic first introduced in Johto, fleeing from encounters once the player disturbed it. This design choice gave players a sense of chasing after something intangible, much like trying to hold on to emotions themselves. Its pink coloring and flowing head tails were meant to symbolize warmth and compassion, yet its battle role leaned on unpredictability, reflecting the volatile nature of feelings. The lore surrounding it emphasized the fragility of emotional balance, a theme rarely seen in games designed for children, yet deeply resonant. Azelf, the third of the trio, embodied willpower and determination. Found within Lake Valor, it was said to give humans the drive to act, even in the face of impossible odds. Unlike its siblings, Azelf remained stationary during its encounter, symbolizing resolve and an unshakable presence. In terms of design, its blue coloring and sharp gaze conveyed both calmness and unwavering focus. Its stats reflected speed and offensive pressure, reinforcing the idea of pushing forward without hesitation. Together, the Lake Trio formed a thematic cycle: thought, feeling, and action, each tied to the foundation of human experience. This storytelling approach elevated them beyond simple collectibles, turning them into mythological figures with symbolic meaning. Dialga stood as the embodiment of time itself. Introduced as one of the two central forces of Sinnoh, it was said to control the flow of moments, past, present, and future. Its steel plating and dragon form gave it an appearance both ancient and futuristic, reflecting eternity. Its roar was described as being able to distort time, a concept reflected in its signature move, Roar of Time. Placed within Spear Pillar, it could only be encountered after climactic battles that tied directly into the region's mythology. Its lore suggested that time began with its creation, elevating it to a near-divine status in the Pokémon world. Palkia, its counterpart, represented space and dimensionality. Its design, with pearl-like accents and long arms, was crafted to feel otherworldly and alien, fitting a creature that could bend spatial boundaries. Its signature move, Spatial Rend, mirrored this by slashing through dimensions. The contrast between Dialga and Palkia symbolized one of the grandest mythological conflicts in the series, elevating Pokémon storytelling into cosmic themes. Their presence at Spear Pillar, alongside interference from villainous teams, gave players a sense of witnessing something far greater than a regional dispute. It was a battle of universal forces. Giratina, the third member of the Sinnoh Dragon Trio, embodied antimatter and distortion. Unlike its siblings, it was hidden away in Turnback Cave, a location filled with randomized layouts that emphasized disorientation. Later games expanded its role with the Distortion World, one of the most unique areas in the series, where gravity and perspective shifted in surreal ways. Giratina's design, with ghostly wings that turned into claws in its altered form, reinforced the idea of a being that lived outside ordinary existence. Its mythology suggested it was banished for violence, a narrative echo of fallen angels in human culture. This blending of cosmic forces with moral storytelling gave it a darker and more complex role than most legendaries. Heatran stood apart from the divine dragons, embodying volcanic activity within Stark Mountain. Its design was more grounded, appearing as a creature tied to the earth rather than a cosmic force. Unique among legendaries, it had both genders, a small detail that distinguished it from most of its peers. In competitive battles, its unusual typing of fire and steel gave it both weaknesses and resistances that defined entire strategies. Lore suggested it clung to the walls of caves with its claws, lurking in the molten chambers of volcanoes. While less mythic than Dialga or Giratina, its presence tied Sinnoh's legendary roster to natural elements of the region. Cresselia represented dreams and peaceful sleep. Found on Full Moon Island, it served as a counterpart to the dark powers of nightmares embodied by Darkrai, though the latter is considered a mythical Pokémon. Its design emphasized grace and tranquility, with crescent moon shapes flowing from its body. In gameplay, encountering it mirrored Mesprit's roaming mechanic, as it fled immediately upon being disturbed. Its feathers were said to bring pleasant dreams, making it one of the most benevolent legendaries in the franchise. This balance between nightmare and dream added psychological depth to Sinnoh's lore. Regigigas tied together the legacy of the three Regis from Hoenn, hidden deep within Snowpoint Temple. It could only be awakened if the player had the other golems in their party. This design encouraged intergenerational connectivity, as players had to transfer the Regis from earlier games in order to unlock the encounter. Lore described it as having toed continents with ropes, a mythic exaggeration of strength that made it seem like a titan. Its slow start ability reflected this lore, beginning battles sluggishly before unleashing full power after a few turns. This clever link between story and gameplay reinforced the idea that legends could be expressed mechanically. Sinnoh's legendary roster pushed Pokémon mythology to unprecedented heights. The Lake Trio symbolized human existence. The Dragon Trio represented universal forces. Heatran and Regigigas grounded the world in natural and ancient power, and Cresselia added psychological and spiritual balance. Together, they showed how legendaries could be more than rare encounters. They could form the backbone of an entire world's cosmology. Cobalion was introduced as the leader of the Swords of Justice, a group inspired by the Three Musketeers. Its steel body and calm demeanor symbolized leadership, responsibility, and unwavering resolve. According to lore, it defended Pokémon from human aggression, embodying the theme of guardianship that runs strongly through Unova's mythology. Its placement in the game reinforced this role, as it stood in the front of its group's encounters, the first that players could meet. Its stat distribution leaned toward physical defense, representing an immovable shield for the team. This combination of lore, mechanics, and placement established it as a steadfast protector, consistent with its inspiration as the Musketeers' leader. Terrakion, the second of the trio, symbolized raw strength and destruction. With a massive boulder-like body, it was said to smash down walls and crush human constructions during wars between people and Pokémon. Its connection to courage was less about subtlety and more about sheer force of will. Mechanically, it had one of the highest offensive stats among its peers, serving as a powerhouse capable of overwhelming opponents. Lore tied it to legendary battles, where it defended the innocent by tearing through fortresses, making it a destructive but righteous figure. Its placement in caves emphasized its brute strength and its role as the hammer of justice in the group's dynamic. Virizion represented elegance and speed, a counterpart to Terrakion's brute force. Its graceful design, resembling a deer or antelope, carried inspiration from swiftness and agility. According to lore, it fought with blinding movements, impossible for opponents to track. Its in-game stats reflected this, leaning heavily on speed and special defense, making it difficult to take down quickly. Within the group, it embodied compassion and grace, qualities that balanced the destructive tendencies of its companions. Together, The Three Musketeer-inspired legendaries symbolized protection of Pokémon through strength, courage, and wisdom, each given a distinct identity in Unova's world. Tornadus, one of the first purely flying-type legendaries, embodied wild gales and storms. Its design drew from Japanese kami, wind gods depicted in folklore. In gameplay, it roamed across the region in Pokémon Black, constantly fleeing battles like the roaming beasts of Johto. Its ability, Prankster, later gave it an important role in competitive battles by granting priority to status moves, showing how mythological inspiration could translate into mechanical influence. Lore described it as creating storms simply by flying, uprooting trees, and scattering landscapes. Its chaotic presence across the skies mirrored the unpredictability of nature itself. Thunderous, paired with Tornadus, embodied lightning and destructive power. Introduced in Pokémon White, it shared the roaming mechanic, forcing players to chase after it across routes. In design, it was based on the same kami mythology, this time tied to thunder gods. Its lore painted it as more destructive than its counterpart, with Pokédex entries describing its habit of causing forest fires with its bolts. In competitive play, its special attack and versatile move pool gave it prominence, cementing its role as the offensive half of the kami duo. Together, the two represented unchecked natural forces, wind and lightning, foreshadowing the balance that Landorus would bring. Landorus acted as the trio's balancing figure, a guardian of fertility and harvest. Unlike Tornadus and Thundurus, it was praised for bringing life rather than destruction. According to myth, farmers in Unova worshipped it for blessing their fields, creating a strong cultural link between the legendary and human life. Mechanically, it became one of the most influential Pokémon in competitive history, with its incarnate and Therian forms dominating metagames for years due to its stats and move pool. Its orange coloration and grounded stance visually reinforced its role as the earthbound peacemaker. This balance of narrative benevolence and mechanical dominance made it one of the most memorable legendaries introduced in Unova. Reshiram represented truth, its body designed with flowing white feathers and a flame-like tail. In the games, it was tied directly to the main storyline, confronting the player alongside N, the region's central antagonist. Lore described its flames as capable of scorching the world into nothingness, yet also illuminating with clarity, symbolizing the pursuit of absolute honesty. Its unique typing of fire and dragon distinguished it from previous legends, adding an aura of purity and divine warmth. Its presence in the story gave it not just optional legendary status, but an integral role in the central narrative of Unova, a shift in how legendaries were integrated into gameplay. Zekrom, counterpart to Reshiram, embodied ideals and boundless energy. Its jet black design with a turbine-like tail reflected industrial power and futuristic technology. According to lore, it generated storms of lightning as it pursued those with strong ambitions. In the story, it paralleled N's vision, representing the struggle between ideals and truth, a philosophical debate woven into the very core of the game. Mechanically, it carried immense physical strength, contrasting with Reshiram's special dominance. The pairing of these two dragons represented one of the most nuanced conflicts in the series, where players were asked to reflect on abstract concepts through their journey. Kyurem completed the trio as the husk left behind when the two dragons split from a single original being. Its icy design emphasized incompleteness, with parts of its body appearing frozen and shattered. According to lore, It was the empty shell left when truth and ideals divided, a chilling metaphor for the cost of conflict. Later games introduced the ability to fuse it with either Reshiram or Zekrom, restoring fragments of its original form. This mechanic reflected themes of unity and loss, pushing the story beyond simple good versus evil dynamics. Its eerie presence in a frozen cavern reinforced the idea that it was something broken, waiting for balance that may never fully return. Unova's legendaries stood out for their deep mythological grounding and philosophical storytelling. The Swords of Justice drew from literature, the Kami trio from Japanese folklore, and the dragons from debates about ideals and truth. Together, they elevated the narrative stakes of the franchise, tying legendaries not only to nature and mythology, but also to human thought and morality. Xerneas was introduced as the embodiment of life itself, a stag with radiant antlers glowing in rainbow light. According to lore, it had the power to share eternal life, reviving forests and filling lands with vitality. Its design drew heavily from Norse mythology, particularly the great stag Eikthyr, which stood atop the world tree Yggdrasil. The rainbow antlers were intentionally exaggerated in the 3D models, using special effects to ensure they shone even against darker backdrops. Mechanically, it introduced the fairy type into competitive play with its signature move, Geomancy, which allowed it to dominate in battle by amplifying its stats. This combination of visual spectacle, mythological inspiration, and overwhelming power established it as one of the most iconic modern legendaries. Yveltal served as the direct counterpart, embodying death and destruction. Its bird-like design with outstretched wings formed a Y shape, reflecting both its name and its thematic alignment. According to Pokédex entries, when it reached the end of its lifespan, it absorbed all life energy around it before turning into a cocoon, awaiting rebirth. This cyclical theme echoed mythologies where death is not an end, but a reset. Its color scheme of black and crimson reinforced its role as the harbinger of ruin, and its signature move, Oblivion Wing, tied directly into this lore by draining the life of opponents to restore its own. Yveltal's role in the story emphasized the fragility of existence, balancing Xerneas's gift of life with the inevitability of death. Zygarde was introduced as the guardian of balance, the one meant to oversee both life and death. Hidden deep within Terminus Cave, it stood apart from the central storyline in X and Y, a mystery left unexplained until later generations. Its serpentine form was inspired by Jormungandr, the world serpent of Norse mythology, reflecting its role as a force that encircled and maintained the world. What made it unique was its multiple forms, introduced in later games, the 10% form as a canine, the 50% form as a serpent, and the 100% form as a towering golem. Lore described it as watching silently, only intervening when the balance between life and death was threatened. Mechanically, its ability Aura Break and later Power Construct reinforced this theme, turning it into a Pokémon that adapted based on environmental conditions. The trio of Xerneas, Yveltal, and Zygarde represented one of the most ambitious mythologies in Pokémon history. Drawing from Norse cosmology, they symbolized life, death, and the force that keeps them in check. Their designs, tied to the letters X, Y, and Z, also represented the dimensional axes of space, giving them both symbolic and scientific grounding. Unlike previous legendaries, they emphasized cycles rather than simple domination. One brought life, one reclaimed it, and one ensured the balance was never lost. In competitive history, these three also left a strong mark. Xerneas became infamous for its overwhelming power in restricted formats, forcing entire strategies to be built around countering it. Yveltal thrived as an offensive pivot, using its versatility to pressure opponents in both singles and doubles. Zygarde, particularly in its complete form, became a defensive powerhouse capable of reshaping team compositions. Together, they influenced not just lore, but also the evolving strategies of players worldwide. From a cultural perspective, the Kalos legendaries marked a shift into 3D design and storytelling. Their grand visuals, cinematic cutscenes, and mythological references elevated the sense of scale. For many players, encountering them was less about completing the Pokédex and more about experiencing a piece of narrative art where every detail carried symbolic weight. Tapu Koko was introduced as the guardian deity of Melemele Island, a lightning-fast being tied to thunder and protection. Its design drew from Polynesian totems, with its shell-like arms resembling a bird mask that opened during battle. In the story, it was one of the few legendaries that actively interacted with the player, even saving them at the beginning of their journey. This made it feel less like a distant god and more like a watchful protector, intervening when needed. Mechanically, it introduced the ability Electric Surge, which instantly summoned electric terrain, a mechanic that reshaped competitive play. Its lore described it as fickle, sometimes helping humans and other times testing them harshly, embodying the unpredictability of a true guardian spirit. Tapu Lele, the guardian of Akala Island, represented psychic energy and healing. Its pink coloration and butterfly-like design conveyed delicacy, yet its Pokédex entries hinted at a far more dangerous side. It was said to scatter scales that could both heal and harm, reflecting a dual nature of blessing and curse. Its ability, Psychic Surge, created psychic terrain, boosting psychic attacks while protecting grounded Pokémon from priority moves. This mechanic emphasized its role as both nurturer and trickster. The duality of kindness and cruelty made it one of the most morally complex guardians, capturing the ambivalence of deities drawn from Hawaiian and Polynesian folklore. Tapu Bulu, guardian of Ula Ula Island, embodied nature and vegetation. Its design evoked a bull with horns shaped like a bell, symbolizing both brute force and agricultural fertility. According to lore, it could cause plants to grow rapidly or wither at will, making it both a protector and a destroyer of the land. Its ability, Grassy Surge, generated grassy terrain, which restored health and empowered grass-type moves. This mechanic emphasized its role as the force of flourishing earth. Its mischievous yet lazy personality was noted in Pokédex entries, describing how it often conserved its strength until roused to action, a detail that made it stand out among the quartet. Tapu Fini, guardian of Pony Island, tied water and mist to themes of purity and challenge. Its design resembled both a fish and a shell, with flowing ribbons that conveyed elegance. According to myth, it generated a dense fog that forced people to face visions of their own nature, granting blessings only to those who endured. Its ability, Misty Surge, brought misty terrain into battle, protecting Pokémon from status conditions and weakening dragon-type attacks. This mechanic reflected its role as both healer and barrier. In the story, it was portrayed as the most enigmatic of the four, appearing only to those who proved themselves worthy, embodying the idea that purity must be earned. Together, the Tapu Quartet represented Alola's deep cultural ties to guardian deities. Each brought a unique terrain mechanic, reshaping battles and symbolizing control over different aspects of nature. Their designs, inspired by Hawaiian totems, grounded them in real-world cultural imagery, while their dual personalities, protectors but also tricksters, reflected the complexity of gods in Polynesian tradition. Solgaleo, the lion-like legendary, represented the sun. Its radiant mane and steel typing emphasized both brilliance and durability, tying it to light and strength. According to lore, it was said to devour the sun, not as destruction, but as an act of sustaining cosmic balance. Its ability, Full Metal Body, prevented its stats from being lowered, reinforcing its image as a steadfast guardian. In the storyline, it was directly tied to the player's journey, evolving from Cosmog under specific circumstances. This link made it feel less like a distant deity and more like a companion whose destiny unfolded alongside the player. Lunala, counterpart to Solgaleo, embodied the moon and darkness. Its bat-like design spread wings that formed a crescent, glowing with ethereal patterns during attacks. Lore described it as drawing power from moonlight, capable of opening ultra wormholes to other dimensions. Its ability, Shadow Shield, reduced damage when at full health, reinforcing its role as a protector cloaked in mystery. In gameplay, it served as the opposite to Solgaleo, emphasizing special attack and spectral power. The pairing of sun and moon mirrored cultural myths of balance and duality, turning the two into cosmic symbols of day and night. Necrozma represented the hidden force behind light itself. Unlike Solgaleo and Lunala, it was not tied directly to a single celestial body, but instead represented light as an elemental concept. Lore described it as once being a radiant being that lost its brilliance, now seeking to steal light from others. This myth was dramatized in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, where it absorbed either Solgaleo or Lunala to assume new forms, and eventually transformed into Ultra Necrozma, a radiant dragon of pure energy. Its story emphasized tragedy, a fallen guardian struggling to reclaim its lost brilliance, and its battle mechanics reinforced this with prism armor, which reduced damage from super effective moves. Cosmog, the small nebula Pokemon, tied all of this lore together. Known affectionately as Nebby in the storyline, it began as a tiny, seemingly fragile creature. Lore suggested that ancient peoples saw it as a child of the stars, capable of calling forth wormholes even in its infant form. Its evolutionary line was unique among legendaries, transforming first into Cosmo-o and then into either Solgaleo or Lunala, depending on the version of the game. This branching evolution tied it directly to the theme of cosmic choice, making it one of the most narratively important legendaries in Pokemon history. Cosmo-o, the cocoon stage, embodied patience and transformation. Its design resembled a small, golden seed encased in a crystalline shell, described as heavier than some mountains, despite its tiny size. In gameplay, it had almost no offensive capability, symbolizing a stage of dormancy and waiting. Yet lore painted it as holding immense potential, eventually blossoming into one of the great celestial beings. This progression from Cosmog to Cosmo-o to either Solgaleo or Lunala reinforced themes of growth, destiny, and cosmic cycles, echoing myths of creation and rebirth across cultures. The Alola legendaries together represented one of the most mythologically rich sets in the franchise. From guardian deities tied to land and nature to cosmic beings tied to light, sun, and moon, the region fused cultural traditions with cosmic storytelling. By tying legendaries directly into the player's journey, it created a sense of intimacy and grandeur, making Alola's myths feel both personal and universal. Zacian was introduced as the heroic sword wielder of Galar, a wolf draped in royal colors with a blade clenched in its jaws. According to lore, it once partnered with its sibling to save the region from disaster, and it came to symbolize chivalry and valor. Its fairy and steel typing reinforced its role as both elegant and indestructible, while its signature move, Behemoth Blade, doubled in power against other legendaries, underscoring its role as a knight that cut down even the mightiest threats. In its crowned sword form, the gleam of the blade carried the weight of ancient battles, reminding players of the myths that shaped Galar's identity. Zamazenta, its counterpart, embodied protection and shields. Draped in crimson and gold, it appeared as a wolf carrying armor across its body, representing defense and guardianship. Like its sibling, it was tied to the legend of saving Galar from catastrophe, embodying loyalty and sacrifice. Its steel and fighting typing gave it resilience, and its signature move, Behemoth Bash, carried the same legendary slaying power as Zacian's blade. In competitive battles, it became one of the most reliable defensive presences, often serving as the backbone of teams. In story, it symbolized the other half of knighthood courage, tempered by the duty to defend others at any cost. Eternatus stood apart as something alien, a dragon-like being tied to Galar's darkest moment, known as the Darkest Day. Its design was skeletal and jagged, emphasizing unnatural power, with colors that glowed ominously in battle. According to lore, it fell from space and corrupted the region with its immense energy, forcing the twin wolves to rise against it. Mechanically, it introduced the concept of Eternamax, a form so large and powerful it dwarfed the battlefield, a state uncatchable and purely symbolic of apocalyptic danger. Its signature move, Dynamax Cannon, punished Gigantamaxed foes, further tying its existence to the new mechanics of Galar. This creature symbolized what happens when unchecked energy overwhelms natural balance, a reflection of human fears of industrial excess. Calyrex was a softer counterpoint, a small rabbit-like figure wearing a regal crown of greenery. It was said to rule over Galar's past as a benevolent king of harvests, though forgotten by modern people. This narrative of a forgotten deity reflected real-world myths of gods who lose followers but remain powerful. In the Crown Tundra, it interacted directly with the player, even speaking through a villager to tell its story, something rarely done with legendaries before. Its ability to fuse with either Glastrier or Spectrier reflected its adaptability, merging with beings of ice or shadow to reclaim fragments of its lost might. In this way, it embodied both memory and endurance, a god rediscovered through human connection. Regieleki was introduced as one of the newest Regis, a construct of pure electricity. Its design emphasized speed and volatility, with glowing circuits across its body. According to lore, ancient humans feared its power so much that they sealed it away with protective bands. In gameplay, it became the fastest Pokemon ever created, with a blistering base speed that shaped competitive strategies instantly. Its design echoed the fusion of technology and legend, appearing as both ancient and futuristic. Regieleki's presence reminded players that even in a modern world, legends could evolve into forms reflecting humanity's growing reliance on electricity. Regidrago, the counterpart to Regieleki, embodied the concept of dragon power housed in a golem-like body. Its design featured a dragon's jaw encasing its head and torso, making it appear as though it carried a fossilized dragon within itself. Lore suggested it was created by humans attempting to harness dragon energy, tying it into the mythology of artificial legendaries. Mechanically, its high HP and dragon typing gave it durability, contrasting with the speed of Regieleki. The pairing of these two new Regis linked Galar back to Hoenn's mythology, expanding the narrative of constructs shaped by ancient civilizations. Together, Zacian and Zamazenta embodied nobility and protection, while Eternatus reflected apocalyptic fear. Calyrex symbolized forgotten gods and the endurance of memory, while Regieleki and Regidrago expanded ancient myths into new elements. These legendaries tied Galar to themes of history, balance, and the dangers of unchecked power. By linking modern mechanics like Dynamax and regional folklore into their stories, the Galar roster demonstrated how legends could evolve to reflect the concerns of each new generation. Koraidon was introduced as the ancient guardian of Paldea, a primal creature embodying raw, untamed energy. Its design drew from feathered dinosaurs and mythical serpents, giving it both prehistoric and sacred qualities. Unlike many legendaries, it directly accompanied the player throughout their journey, serving as both transport and eventual battle companion. Lore described it as a paradox form, existing as a relic from a distant past, which explained its rugged organic features. Its ability, Orichalcum Pulse, summoned harsh sunlight, tying it to the raw power of nature and the cycle of life driven by the sun. This direct integration into gameplay made it feel more like a partner than a distant deity, a living connection between ancient legends and the present. Miraidon, counterpart to Koraidon, embodied the futuristic path of Paldea. Its design fused dragon-like traits with mechanical features, such as jet-like antennae and glowing neon lines. According to lore, it was a paradox form of the distant future, its existence tied to technological advancement and synthetic life. While Koraidon relied on organic strength, Miraidon's ability, Hadron Engine, summoned electric terrain, reinforcing its futuristic, machine-driven identity. Like its counterpart, it traveled with the player as a companion, evolving from a trusted ride into a climactic battle partner. This balance of past and future made the two dragons living metaphors for the choices humanity faces, to embrace tradition or to march into innovation. Wo-Chien, one of the treasures of ruin, embodied envy and decay. Its design resembled a snail, with its shell formed from ancient wooden tablets inscribed with curses. According to myth, it was born when the grudges of those betrayed by tyrannical rule seeped into the tablets, giving rise to a living embodiment of resentment. Its dark and grass typing reflected both its sinister nature and its connection to growth twisted by malice. In gameplay, it specialized in special defense, acting as a wall that withstood assaults, much like grudges that linger through time. Its presence in the lore emphasized the darker side of history, where pain and betrayal left scars that lived on as curses. Qianpao, another of the treasures, symbolized destruction born from hatred. Taking the form of a snow leopard with blades of ice for fangs, it was said to have been born from the resentment of countless people, its body forming from shattered swords. Its design balanced elegance and menace, embodying a predator fueled by the bitterness of humanity. In battle, it became a physical sweeper, embodying the swift, relentless nature of vengeance. The idea of swords turned into fangs carried a symbolic weight, violence perpetuating violence, with history's weapons leaving scars that never truly faded. Ting-Lu represented fear and despair, a massive moose-like beast with a vessel of cracked earth resting on its head. Lore claimed it was born from the dread of humanity, curses seeping into the soil and shaping it into a living colossus. Its immense bulk translated into one of the highest defensive stats in the game, an unmovable wall reflecting the weight of fear itself. Its design fused natural imagery with cursed relics, a reminder of how human emotions can shape monsters in myth. The idea of a vessel carrying despair tied it to cultural traditions, where containers trapped malevolent forces, turning human fear into a physical presence. Chi-Yu, the final of the treasures, embodied ruin through fire and envy. Designed as a small goldfish with burning beads for eyes, it contrasted with its devastating lore. Legends said it was born from the envy of people fighting over riches, the beads igniting into flames that consumed entire lands. Despite its diminutive size, it represented the idea that ruin can come from even the smallest spark of greed. In gameplay, it served as a special attacker with overwhelming firepower, a reminder that appearances can be deceiving. Its design symbolized the duality of beauty and destruction, where glittering treasure masked devastation. Terapagos, the final legendary of Paldea, was tied directly to the mysteries of terrestrial energy. Its turtle-like design carried a crystalline shell that reflected the colors of every type, symbolizing unity across the Pokemon world. Lore described it as the source of terastallization. Unlike most legendaries, it had multiple forms, from its small normal state to its majestic stellar form, a transformation that embodied the limitless potential of crystals. Its mythology tied it to exploration and discovery, as its very existence explained the region's strange new phenomenon. This blending of game mechanics with myth placed it among the most important legendaries in modern Pokemon storytelling. Together, the legendaries of Paldea reflected themes of past, future, and the lingering scars of human emotion. Koraidon and Miraidon embodied the paths of time itself, while the treasures of ruin gave shape to curses born of betrayal, envy, fear, and greed. Terapagos, by contrast, symbolized new beginnings, tying the region's identity to discovery and unity. This set of legends balanced darkness and hope, showing once again that the world of Pokemon thrives on mythologies as varied and complex as the cultures that inspire them. Mewtwo was one of the earliest legendaries to capture the imagination of players worldwide, not just because of its power, but because of its origin. Unlike most legends tied to myth and nature, it was an artificial creation, born from human attempts to manipulate Mew's DNA. Its lore raised questions about humanity's ambition and its limits, portraying science as both wondrous and dangerous. In competitive play, it dominated early formats with its overwhelming stats and versatile move pool, forcing the creation of special rules just to keep battles balanced. Its presence across games, anime, and films emphasized that mankind's pursuit of control often produces forces beyond what it can handle. Lugia, introduced in the second generation, represented balance over the legendary birds of Kanto. With wings said to be able to calm storms, it embodied a guardian presence, keeping nature in equilibrium. Interestingly, it was designed originally for the anime film Pokémon, the movie 2000, before being integrated into the games, one of the rare instances where media outside the games shaped a central legendary. Its hidden lair deep in the Whirl Islands reinforced its role as a mysterious protector. Its lore painted it as solitary, hiding from humanity despite its great power, reflecting the theme that true guardianship sometimes comes from distance. Its placement in the sky pillar reinforced this myth, requiring effort and perseverance to reach it. When Mega Evolution was introduced, it became the first legendary to harness it without the need for a stone, emphasizing its closeness to natural power. In myth, it symbolized harmony achieved through restraint and authority, a reminder that true strength often lies in calming chaos rather than creating it. Giratina from Sinnoh added a darker layer to the concept of balance, embodying antimatter and distortion. Its exile to the distortion world suggested that even gods could be cast aside for violence. Unlike other legends, it was less a protector and more a reminder of consequences, existing in a realm where the normal rules of space and physics broke apart. Its two forms, altered and origin, emphasized duality, one constrained in the physical world, the other free in its natural distorted dimension. This storytelling made it more than a counterpart to Dialga and Palkia. It became a symbol of what happens when unchecked power collides with morality. Necrozma represented tragedy on a cosmic scale. Once said to have been a radiant being of light, it lost its brilliance and turned into a creature of hunger, seeking to reclaim luminosity from others. This theme of fallen divinity was rare in Pokémon, drawing on myths where gods lose their splendor due to betrayal or time. In Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, its ability to absorb Solgaleo or Lunala symbolized its parasitic desperation, culminating in the radiant Ultra Necrozma form. Mechanically, its ability Prism Armor reflected its role as a fractured but enduring presence, reducing super effective damage as though clinging to its lost strength. Eternatus from Galar symbolized apocalypse, the embodiment of unchecked energy overwhelming the world. Said to have fallen from space, it introduced the idea that not all legendaries were benevolent protectors. Some were existential threats. Its Eternamax form, unreachable in normal gameplay, served as a purely symbolic reminder of scale, a force too large to be controlled. In competitive battles, its restricted form wielded unique tools like Dynamax Cannon, punishing overextension by players. In myth, it echoed the dangers of industrial excess, where the hunger for power leads to ruin, tying Pokémon's storytelling to modern human anxieties. Across generations, these legendaries served not only as guardians, but as narrative anchors. Mewtwo questioned science, Lugia embodied distant guardianship, Rayquaza calmed natural disasters, Giratina reflected exile and distortion, Necrozma embodied fallen brilliance, and Eternatus reminded players of cosmic threats. Together, they highlighted the franchise's ability to weave mythology not just region by region, but across the entire Pokémon world. What made these figures unique was how they transcended their regions. Mewtwo appeared in remakes and tournaments across decades. Lugia's film cemented its status as cultural icon. Rayquaza bridged both Hoenn's games and global competitive history. Giratina reshaped Sinnoh's narrative with its distortion world. Necrozma's tragedy deepened Alola's cosmic lore, and Eternatus tied Galar's modern mechanics to ancient fears. Each one showed that legendaries were not static myths, but living stories adapted for every new generation of players. In their designs and stories, they also reflected human culture, the ambition of cloning, the solitude of guardianship, the harmony of divine mediators, the exile of the violent, the fall of radiant gods, and the fear of apocalypse. These were not simply creatures to be caught, but mirrors of humanity's greatest questions, woven into a world that asks players to both conquer and respect the power of legends. The legendary birds of Kanto were the first trio introduced in Pokemon, setting the standard for generations to come. Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres embodied elemental mastery of ice, electricity, and fire. Their designs emphasized majestic simplicity with color schemes that made them instantly recognizable. In-game, they were placed across different corners of the map, encouraging exploration to encounter each one. Their shared typing of flying gave them unity, while their secondary elements differentiated them. Lore suggested they maintained the balance of natural forces, and their presence in the second movie elevated them beyond game mechanics into cultural icons. This created a sense of mystery and discovery unmatched by earlier legendaries. Their designs emphasized elemental purity, as though they were constructs born from the earth itself. The later addition of Regieleki and Regidrago expanded their mythology, turning the Regis into a broader pantheon of elemental titans. Together, they reflected human fascination with golems and the idea of guardians locked away for millennia. The weather trio of Hoenn expanded legendary storytelling into cosmic conflict. Groudon, Kyogre, and Rayquaza embodied land, sea, and sky, forces that clashed violently until balance was restored. Their lore was tied to primal forces, making them feel more like deities than simple Pokemon. In Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, their primal reversion forms emphasized their godlike status even further. The placement of Rayquaza as mediator elevated it to mythic proportions, making it not just a regional legendary, but one of the most important figures across the franchise. This trio symbolized natural disaster, divine intervention, and the balance between them. The late guardians of Sinnoh, Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf, represented knowledge, emotion, and willpower, each one tied directly into human psychology, making them more symbolic than elemental. Their presence emphasized Sinnoh's theme of myth and philosophy, suggesting that human existence itself was a gift of the legendaries. The trio's placement across the three lakes reinforced their symbolic balance, while their designs reflected simplicity and otherworldliness. This was one of the clearest moments where Pokemon transitioned from natural myths to explorations of human thought and existence. The Tao trio of Unova Reshiram, Zekrom, and Kyurem represented a new depth of mythology. Reshiram embodied truth, Zekrom ideals, and Kyurem the emptiness left when the two split apart. This narrative of unity and division tied directly into the game's central theme, making the legendaries an integral part of the story rather than optional encounters. The ability for Kyurem to fuse with either dragon reinforced the lore, making the trio a metaphor for compromise and conflict in human society. This was one of the most ambitious mythological arcs ever attempted in Pokemon. The forces of nature, Tornadus, Thundurus, and Landorus, drew directly from Japanese kami mythology. Each one embodied a natural force, with Landorus acting as the balance to the chaos of Tornadus and Thundurus. Their designs were tied to traditional depictions of wind and thunder gods, blending cultural roots into Pokemon mythology. In later games, they received Therian forms, expanding their imagery into animals and deepening their cultural ties. Their roaming mechanics reinforced their roles as forces beyond human control, bringing storms and fertility across the land. The Aura trio of Kalos Cernius, Yveltal, and Zygarde represented life, death, and balance. This trio pulled directly from Norse mythology, tying Pokemon's storytelling to a real-world mythological framework. Their connection to the letters X, Y, and Z gave them not only symbolic, but also mathematical grounding, representing dimensions of existence. Their lore emphasized cycles rather than static roles, suggesting a universe constantly in flux. This philosophical underpinning made them one of the most abstract and ambitious trios in Pokemon history. The Tapus of Alola represented guardianship, protection, and duality. Tapu Koko, Tapu Lele, Tapu Bulu, and Tapu Fini each embodied their respective islands, blending elements of trickster gods with protective spirits. Their shared mechanic of creating terrain effects in battle gave them unity, while their distinct personalities created contrast. Their designs drew from Polynesian totems, grounding them in real-world cultural imagery. Collectively, they symbolize the complex relationship between deities and mortals, both protectors and challengers, gifts and trials. The crowned beasts of Galar Zacian and Zamazenta marked a rare legendary duo tied directly to one another. Representing the sword and the shield, they symbolized offensive might and defensive resilience. Their story emphasized cooperation as they joined forces to repel the destructive Eternatus. Their designs reflected knighthood, making them metaphors for human ideals of courage and protection. This pairing emphasized that legendaries could embody not just natural forces, but also cultural symbols of valor. Duos and trios across the franchise demonstrated Pokemon's ability to weave myth into patterns. From the simple elemental trio of Kanto to the philosophical dragons of Unova and the divine wolves of Galar, these groups reflected humanity's endless fascination with balance, opposition, and unity. Each set reinforced the idea that the world of Pokemon is built on forces that must coexist even when they clash. Regigigas was introduced in Sinnoh as the master of the Regis, a towering figure said to have towed the continents into place with ropes. Its lore tied directly to creation myths, suggesting it was responsible for shaping the land itself. Unlike its subordinates, it was not tied to a single element, but instead represented pure strength and mastery. Mechanically, it was defined by the ability Slow Start, which halved its attack and speed for the first few turns, a balancing factor against its overwhelming stats. This design choice emphasized the idea that even world shapers could be restrained, turning it into a legendary defined by both grandeur and limitation. Heatran was unusual for being one of the only legendaries with a gender, male or female, despite its mythological origins. Found in volcanic environments, it represented the molten core of the earth, tying it to themes of fire and magma. Its spider-like design emphasized its role as something alien and primal, dwelling deep within volcanic caves. Lore described it as dwelling in lava chambers, embodying the destructive yet creative power of magma. Its presence reinforced the theme of legendaries, embodying natural forces, and in competitive play, its typing of fire and steel made it uniquely resilient, securing its place as both mythic and practical. Cresselia represented dreams, a luminous lunar swan said to bring peaceful sleep. Its counterpart, though not always paired directly in lore, was Darkrai, which embodied nightmares. Cresselia's role was more benevolent, tied to soothing and healing. In the games, it often appeared during events tied to the lunar cycle, reinforcing its celestial connection. Its design emphasized elegance and serenity, contrasting with the darker imagery of many legendaries. Cresselia's role in battle, with moves focused on recovery and support, mirrored its mythological role as a bringer of peace and protection. Darkrai, often considered alongside Cresselia, carried a far darker myth, Described as spreading nightmares simply by being near, it symbolized fear, anxiety, and the inevitability of darker emotions. Yet, lore also suggested it acted out of instinct rather than malice, giving it a tragic complexity. In-game, its move Dark Void became infamous in competitive play for forcing sleep on opponents, reinforcing its nightmare identity. Its presence balanced Cresselia's benevolence, creating a mythological pairing where dreams and nightmares coexisted as natural dualities, reminding players that peace often comes with shadows. Shaymin, while sometimes categorized alongside mythicals, functioned in lore as a small solitary legendary tied to gratitude. Known for cleansing polluted air and restoring flowers, it symbolized the healing of the natural world. Its land form appeared as a small hedgehog-like figure, while its sky form shifted into a reindeer-like creature, emphasizing transformation and hope. Its event-driven appearances in-game tied it to celebratory or healing themes. While not a powerhouse in battle, its lore left an impression of quiet resilience, an emblem of renewal and kindness. Latias and Latios, the Eon duo, occupied a unique space between legendary duos and solitary guardians. Their designs emphasized sleekness and connection, with lore painting them as empathetic beings able to bond directly with humans through telepathy. Found often soaring across the skies, they symbolized guardianship and compassion. Their appearance in the movie Pokémon Heroes elevated their status, portraying them as self-sacrificing protectors of a city. In battle, their dragon and psychic typing gave them a unique niche, reinforcing their dual identity as mystical yet practical figures of protection. Hoopa was introduced as a mischievous figure tied to dimensional rifts. Its lore emphasized its ability to pull objects, even entire islands, through its golden rings. The confined form reflected control and limitation, while the unbound form represented unleashed chaos, a genie-like being of nearly godlike power. Its event distribution in the games emphasized its mythical status, but its story tied it to the idea of curiosity and excess, reflecting myths of beings punished for their trickery. Hoopa's dual nature made it both playful and dangerous, a reminder that even joy can tip into catastrophe. Deoxys was introduced as an extraterrestrial, one of the first legendaries explicitly tied to outer space. Born from a virus exposed to a laser in space, its origin represented themes of mutation and evolution. Its multiple forms, normal, attack, defense, and speed, emphasized adaptability, making it one of the most versatile legends in gameplay. Lore described it as an alien invader, its crystalline body glowing ominously. Deoxys brought science fiction fully into Pokemon mythology, expanding the range of what a legendary could represent beyond earthly myths. Kyurem, though often considered part of the Tau trio, also stood alone in its representation of incompleteness. Lore described it as the empty husk left after Reshiram and Zekrom split from their original whole. Its frozen, broken body symbolized emptiness and loss, themes rarely addressed in Pokemon storytelling. In later games, its ability to fuse with the other dragons gave it narrative depth, but at its core, it represented absence. This concept of a legend embodying what was lost rather than what was gained made Kyurem one of the most haunting solitary legendaries. Zarude, a more recent addition, was tied to themes of wilderness and community. As a dark and grass-type primate, it represented a clan-like existence, living in hidden tribes deep within jungles. Lore emphasized its bond with its own kind, while The Secrets of the Jungle film depicted it learning to care for outsiders, reflecting themes of growth and family. Unlike many legendaries tied to cosmic or natural forces, Zarude's mythology was grounded in social structure, highlighting Pokémon as both wild and communal. Its solitary nature came not from being aloof, but from existing in hidden enclaves. Taken together, these solitary legendaries added texture to Pokémon mythology. Some embodied forces too unique to fit into trios, like magma, dreams, or outer space. Others symbolized incompleteness, trickery, or hidden communities, while trios and duos emphasized balance. These standalone legends reminded players that not all myths fit neatly into groups. Some stories stand apart, enigmatic and singular, yet no less essential to the world's lore. Lugia was one of the earliest legendaries to owe its existence directly to the anime. Originally designed for Pokémon, the movie 2000, it was later woven into the games as a central legendary of the Johto region. Its association with the sea and storms gave it a natural majesty, but in the movie it also became a figure of harmony, uniting humans and Pokémon to calm conflict. This duality of guardian and cultural icon made it one of the most recognizable legends across all forms of Pokémon media. Its transition from screen to cartridge highlighted how legendaries could expand across formats and still feel authentic. Entei became equally iconic through film. In Pokémon 3, the movie, it served as a guardian conjured from a child's imagination, given life by the power of the unknown. While in the games it represented volcanic fire and rebirth, the movie elevated it into a parental figure, protective and deeply emotional. This portrayal added depth to its mythos, showing how legendaries could embody not only natural disasters, but also human emotions. Entei's bond with a child in the story transformed it from a force of nature into a symbol of love and sacrifice. Celebi was tied heavily to films as well, especially Pokémon Forever. The movie emphasized its ability to travel through time, weaving a story of preservation and guardianship of forests. This portrayal mirrored its in-game lore of being a protector of nature, but expanded it into a narrative about friendship and memory across generations. Celebi's recurring theme of saving endangered environments resonated with audiences, making it one of the clearest examples of Pokémon blending environmental themes into both gameplay and storytelling across media. Jirachi was central to Jirachi, Wishmaker, where it was portrayed as a wish-granting being awakened once every 1,000 years. In-game, it was a rare distribution-only mythical, but in the movie, it was given an emotional role tied to granting heartfelt desires. This portrayal aligned with its lore, but emphasized its gentle innocence. It became one of the most beloved mythical Pokémon because its story reminded audiences that even the smallest dreams could shape the world. Deoxys starred in Destiny Deoxys, a film that emphasized its extraterrestrial origin and destructive potential. In the movie, it was framed as an alien invader that challenged humanity's ability to coexist with the unknown. Its portrayal in the games emphasized adaptability through multiple forms, but the film deepened its identity as both a threat and a misunderstood being. By blending science fiction with emotional storytelling, Deoxys expanded Pokémon into new thematic territory where legendaries could embody fear of the cosmos and hope for understanding. Latios and Latios gained widespread fame through Pokémon Heroes. Their depiction as protectors of the city of Alto Mare tied them to water myths, but more importantly, the film emphasized their empathy and emotional connection to humans. Latias, in particular, was given unique personality and depth, portrayed as curious and caring. This interpretation went beyond their game lore, turning them into fan favorites whose story combined sacrifice, guardianship, and friendship. Darkrai was elevated through the rise of Darkrai, which reframed its nightmare-inducing power. In the film, it was not malicious, but instead a misunderstood guardian, sacrificing itself to save others from cosmic disaster. This interpretation gave emotional nuance to its otherwise frightening lore, emphasizing that legends of fear could also be legends of redemption. The movie also connected Darkrai directly to Palkia and Dialga, expanding its mythological importance as part of Sinnoh's cosmic narrative. Shaman starred in Giratina and the Sky Warrior, where its sky form was highlighted in cinematic scale. The film emphasized transformation, resilience, and environmental themes, tying Shaman's lore of cleansing pollution to broader ideas of ecological preservation. In gameplay, its transformation mechanics symbolized adaptability, but the movie gave it personality, showing how even small legends could embody courage and sacrifice on a grand scale. Arceus was the centerpiece of Arceus and the Jewel of Life, where it was portrayed as the creator deity of the Pokémon world. In the games, its role was implied through lore, but the film gave it direct voice and presence, making it the ultimate figure of divinity. Its narrative tied to betrayal and forgiveness expanded its myth, adding human-like complexity to its godhood. By directly exploring themes of justice, vengeance, and mercy, the film framed Arceus as more than just a game mechanic. It became a philosophical symbol within the franchise. Victini starred in Pokémon the Movie, Black Victini and Reshiram, and White Victini and Zekrom. Its lore tied to victory was translated into a film about friendship and courage, emphasizing its role as a hidden source of strength for those who believed in themselves. Unlike destructive legends, Victini embodied hope and triumph, offering balance to darker mythologies. Its inclusion in dual films emphasized its role as a pivot between truth and ideals, connecting it to the Tau legends of Unova. These crossover portrayals showed how legendaries gained depth when taken beyond the games. From Lugia's origin in cinema to Arceus as a divine figure, each legendary expanded across formats to embody not just mechanics, but stories, values, and cultural touchstone. They reminded audiences that Pokémon was not only a game, but also a mythos spanning multiple mediums, with each legendary adapted to fit the hearts of different generations. Mewtwo was the first legendary to truly define competitive play. With its unmatched base stats in red and blue, it had virtually no equal, leading to the creation of special rules banning it from ordinary battles. Its move pool allowed it to run nearly any role, from special sweeper to utility support, making it impossible to predict. This dominance helped establish the concept of Uber tiers in fan-made formats, where Pokémon considered too powerful for standard play were placed into their own restricted environments. Mewtwo's competitive history symbolized the dangers of unrestrained strength and shaped the way future formats handled legendary Pokémon. Lugia brought a different kind of impact with its introduction in Gold and Silver. Rather than raw offense, it introduced the idea of a nearly unbreakable wall with sky-high defenses and access to recovery moves. Its ability to stall out opponents and its role in weather teams emphasized longevity rather than immediate power. Lugia became a cornerstone of defensive strategies, teaching players that legendaries didn't have to dominate purely through strength, endurance, and patience, could be equally dangerous tools in competition. Ho-Oh was another legendary that carved a unique niche. Its combination of enormous attack power and access to the move, Sacred Fire, made it a terror, especially because of Sacred Fire's high burn chance. Even counters that resisted its fire typing risked being crippled. Combined with its access to Regenerator in later generations, Ho-Oh became one of the most reliable pivots in high-level play. It demonstrated how legendaries could influence the status meta, not just through direct damage, but through utility effects that reshaped entire battles. The weather trio of Groudon, Kyogre, and Rayquaza completely altered the competitive landscape in Generation 3. Groudon's drought empowered fire attacks and created synergy with teams built around Sun, while Kyogre's drizzle empowered water attacks and made it the centerpiece of rain teams. Rayquaza balanced the two by negating weather effects with its airlock ability, adding a layer of counterplay. These three legendaries introduced the concept of weather wars, where entire matches revolved around controlling the field conditions. Their influence remains one of the most enduring shifts in competitive Pokémon. Dialga from Sinnoh became one of the most flexible legendaries in competition. Its Steel and Dragon typing gave it both offensive coverage and defensive utility, resisting many common attacks. Its ability to set Stealth Rock, coupled with strong offensive options, made it versatile enough to fit on nearly any team. Dialga's competitive presence proved that legendaries didn't have to be pigeonholed into specific roles. Instead, they could adapt to multiple strategies, making them staples across multiple generations of play. Palkia, counterpart to Dialga, shaped competition in its own way. Its unique water and dragon typing made it one of the best checks to Kyogre's rain dominance, as it resisted water moves while hitting back hard with its own stab attacks. Its flexible move pool allowed it to run both special and mixed sets, and it remained unpredictable throughout different formats. Palkia's role in competitive play highlighted the importance of counter-legendaries, figures designed not just as standalone threats, but as natural checks to other overpowered legends. Giratina altered the way defensive legendaries were perceived. In its altered form, it was a wall nearly unmatched in endurance, while its origin form emphasized offense with a ghostly presence. Its ability to block rapid spin made it an anchor for stall and hazard-based teams. Giratina's existence showed how legendaries could serve as foundations for entire archetypes, becoming not just powerful pieces, but structural pillars around which strategies were built. Xerneas transformed competitive play during the Kalos era with its access to Geomancy, a move that doubled its stats after a single turn of setup when paired with a power herb. This made it one of the most feared sweepers in history, capable of wiping out entire teams with boosted fairy-type attacks. Its dominance forced players to prepare specifically for it, warping the metagame around its presence. Xerneas highlighted how new typings in this case, Fairy could redefine balance and give certain legends unmatched importance. Yveltal balanced Xerneas's dominance, introducing the idea of a legendary check within the same generation. Its Dark Aura ability boosted Dark-type moves, making it a formidable offensive threat. At the same time, it countered Psychic types and resisted Fairy coverage enough to serve as a balancing force. Its versatility as both a defensive pivot and offensive powerhouse made it invaluable in competitive formats. Yveltal's impact showed how the designers often created pairs of legendaries that balanced each other, not only in lore but in gameplay itself. Zacian, in its crowned sword form, was considered so strong in sword and shield that it became one of the most banned Pokemon in competitive history. Its ability Intrepid Sword gave it a free attack boost upon entering battle, and its stab Behemoth Blade doubled damage against other legendaries. Combined with its high speed and power, it could overwhelm nearly anything. Competitive communities often debated whether Zacian was the single most broken legendary ever introduced, highlighting once again how legendaries constantly redefined the limits of competition. Eternatus, while not as dominant as Zacian, still played a crucial role in competitive play. Its massive HP stat and access to unique moves like Dynamax Cannon gave it both durability and utility in countering Dynamax strategies. In formats where Dynamax was restricted, Eternatus still found a place as a bulky wall and status spreader. Its presence reinforced the idea that even legends not designed as straightforward sweepers could shape the flow of competition through their unique mechanics. Together, these competitive histories showed how legendaries weren't just narrative icons, they actively reshaped how players battled each other. From Mewtwo's unchecked power to Zacian's overwhelming dominance, each generation saw new legends redefine the rules. They became both the centerpiece of restricted formats and the reason new rules had to be created, proving that balance in Pokemon was always a dialogue between mythic power and human adaptation. Legendary Pokemon have always been more than just powerful creatures in a game. From the earliest days in Kanto, with birds hidden in caves and islands, they became milestones of adventure encounters that tested patience, skill, and wonder. These were the moments players whispered about on playgrounds, the stories of how someone finally caught one with a single Pokeball or ran out of Ultra Balls at the last second. The thrill of discovery was baked into their design, turning them into not just Pokemon, but memories passed between friends. Across 9 generations, their role has shifted and expanded. In the early games, they were silent figures tucked into corners of the map, waiting to be stumbled upon. Later generations turned them into story-driving forces, like Groudon and Kyogre reshaping the land and sea, or Reshiram and Zekrom embodying human ideals. More recently, figures like Koraidon and Miraidon directly traveled alongside the player, shifting legendaries from distant myths to daily companions. This evolution reflected how the franchise adapted, ensuring that legendaries always felt new while retaining their sense of awe. Culturally, they became symbols outside of the games. Mewtwo's psychic power was woven into anime and films, Lugia starred in theatrical releases, and Arceus was elevated to godlike stature in lore. Their appearances in trading cards, toys, and merchandise meant that children around the world recognized them, even if they never played the games. Legendary Pokemon were no longer confined to cartridges. They became global icons of imagination, symbols of friendship, courage, and mystery. Design philosophy also shifted with each generation. The earliest legendaries had simple, striking outlines: birds, beasts, and titans that were recognizable at a glance. Later designs became more elaborate, drawing from mythology, cultural motifs, and science fiction. Giratina reflected distorted dimensions, Necrozma embodied fallen light, and Terrapagos symbolized crystalline energy. This evolution in design mirrored how Pokemon itself grew from a simple handheld game into a sprawling cultural phenomenon where legends had to carry the weight of entire regions' identities. Mechanically, legendaries reshaped how players approached battles. They introduced new types, like Fairy, to balance the overwhelming dominance of dragons. They brought new mechanics, from weather abilities to Dynamax counters. In competitive play, they often defined entire tiers, forcing players to adapt around them or create rules to keep them in check. Even in casual battles, they were status symbols, proof of perseverance and skill. They embodied the idea that a single encounter could change everything, both in-game and in the minds of players. Narratively, they always reflected human fears and hopes. Kyogre represented rising seas, Groudon unstoppable land, and Rayquaza the harmony that restores balance. Reshiram and Zekrom embodied truth and ideals, eternal debates mirrored in human society. Darkrai whispered about nightmares, while Cresselia promised peaceful dreams. Each legendary reflected a fragment of the human condition, disguised as a fantastical creature, allowing children and adults alike to wrestle with big questions through the lens of myth. Generational themes also emerged. The second generation tied legends to rebirth, as the beasts rose from the ashes of the burned tower. The third reflected environmental disaster and balance. The fourth delved into cosmology and time, while the fifth mirrored societal conflict. Alola expanded into sun and moon duality, Galar explored apocalypse and forgotten kings, and Paldea introduced paradoxes of past and future. Each generation's legends reflected its cultural moment, capturing fears of disaster, change, and hope in the form of myth. Even the ways players obtained them evolved. Early legends were stationary encounters, testing patience and Pokeball luck. Later ones appeared through roaming, puzzles, or fusions, expanding gameplay itself. Events tied to Wi-Fi distributions or in-person gatherings turned legends into communal experiences, creating shared memories across countries. Each change in method reinforced the idea that legendaries were not just powerful, but special moments of connection between players and the game world. Their impact on storytelling also cannot be overstated. While early games used them as optional challenges, later stories integrated them into the very fabric of the region's lore. Eternatus shaped the Darkest Day, Calyrex tied to Forgotten Kingship, and Terapagos defined Paldea's crystalline energy. In each case, legendaries became narrative anchors, proving that Pokemon's mythology could rival traditional folklore in depth and creativity. They blurred the line between gameplay and myth, creating legends not just on the screen, but in the minds of players. What unites all of them, from the smallest like Victini to the grandest like Arceus, is their ability to inspire awe. Even after decades, players still feel excitement when entering a cave and hearing that unique battle theme, or when a legendary appears in a cutscene, reminding them that something extraordinary is about to happen. They embody the sense of discovery, the thrill of challenge, and the wonder of myth that Pokemon has carried for nearly 30 years. Legendary Pokemon are not just creatures in a database. They are cultural myths, gameplay milestones, and emotional touchstones. They show how games can carry stories as powerful as any novel or film, shaping the imaginations of generations. Whether through battles, lore, or films, they stand as reminders of the magic that Pokemon has always promised, that the world is full of mysteries waiting to be discovered, and that adventure, at its heart, is legendary. As the legends of Pokemon echo across regions and generations, their stories remind us of balance, discovery, and wonder. From the smallest encounters to the grandest myths, each one carries a piece of the world's imagination. Drift deeper into rest, knowing the legends will always be there, timeless, enduring, and waiting for the next dreamer.